After divorce, the beautiful CEO begged for remarriage. During the 3 years of marriage, the beautiful CEO thought Han Feng was not ambitious. After the divorce, she found out that the useless son-in-law she had always thought of was actually the strongest person whom she could not reach. Chapter 1, Divorce. Han Feng, don't be so shameless. If you don't sign this divorce agreement today, I'll break your legs. Shu Qinher glared at Han Feng, pointing a finger at him. To ensure that Han Feng divorced his daughter today, he had even called in 2 men from the Qinglong gang, making it clear that he would not stop until he achieved his goal. At this moment, Han Feng was sitting in the security office, holding an ancient medical book in his hands. He was slightly stunned, his face full of disbelief. However, he soon chuckled and said, "Father-in-law, you must be joking, right? Xue and I have been married for 3 years now. How can you just say divorce and expect it to happen? Besides, if it's something as serious as divorce, shouldn't Xue talk to me about it herself?" Han Feng didn't believe that Xue would really want to divorce him. After all, they had been married for 3 years and had always treated each other with respect. It was his in-laws who had never liked him, though they had tolerated his presence for Xue's sake. Xue? A useless man like you dares to mention Xue. She is now the president of Xue Group, working tirelessly every day, while you do nothing but sit around in an office reading books. She has no time to waste on you. We already discussed this yesterday. For Xue's future, you must sign this now. With that, he slammed a divorce agreement onto the table. Once you sign it, you'll get 5 million and a villa enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. This is Xue's decision. A worthless man like you should be grateful. Kid, you better be smart about this. Brother Shu has already explained everything to you. Sign it now, or we'll make you. The 2 Qinglong gang members beside him shouted menacingly. Han Feng put down his book, took a deep breath, and felt truly angered. Just because he wasn't interested in fame and fortune, they called him useless. If that word applied to anyone, it was definitely his father-in-law. After all, the Shu family had once been a prestigious household, only to decline under Shu Qinher's leadership. If not for Han Feng, their once small Xue group would never have become the billion-dollar enterprise it was today. You want to fight? Han Feng glanced at the 2 thugs. Don't say I didn't warn you, I'm quite good at fighting. As he spoke, his anger surged, and he stood up, ready for action. At that moment, the office door suddenly swung open. Enough. Han Feng, we need to talk. Xue. Han Feng was stunned. The one who had just entered was none other than his wife, Shu Xue. Her fair skin glowed like jade, and she wore a black professional skirt. Her stunning features carried an air of cold elegance. Xue, are you sure you want to divorce me? Han Feng still couldn't believe that his wife was saying this to him. Han Feng, there's nothing more to say. You and I are from different worlds. Look at what you've done all these years. I no longer have any expectations for you. Let us just part on good terms. Han Feng chuckled softly. He didn't intend to shamelessly beg, but he still felt bitter. After all, they had been married for years, and he had always supported Xue from behind the scenes, never once interested in wealth or status. Is this because of Marlong Fei? Xue hesitated for a moment, then let out a soft humph. Think whatever you want. Han Feng laughed. In that case, there's nothing left to say. I'll sign the divorce papers. With that, he grabbed a pen and casually signed his name. After signing, he glanced around the room before his gaze settled on the jade bracelet on Shu Xue's wrist. We're divorced now. I don't want the money or the villa, but the things I gave you have to return them to me. Shu Xue was silent for a moment before removing a dragon-shaped bracelet without hesitation. Meanwhile, at a high-end clubhouse, Lin Fengjie was playing mahjong with her friends. Nowadays, she had nothing better to do, so she spent all her time gambling. Hey, Lin Jie, I remember you wearing a beautiful bracelet last time you were here. Why aren't you wearing it today? A plump man with shifty eyes asked. Oh, you mean that dragon-shaped bracelet? It belonged to my daughter, Xue. That useless son-in-law of mine gave it to her. That worthless man, we divorced him. Just seeing it annoyed me, so I gave it back to my daughter. The fat man's eyes gleamed. Lin Jie, I really liked that bracelet when I saw it before. It's a pity it's not part of a pair. How about this? If you don't like it, sell it to me. I'll pay 5 million for it. What? 5 million? Lin Fengjie was dumbfounded. She never expected such an insignificant bracelet to be worth so much. Back at his medical clinic, Han Feng had just returned when he received a call from Chairman Qin. Mr. Han, hello. I know this call might be sudden, but I really need your help with something. Oh? What is it? Han Feng had relied on Chairman Qin's help many times over the years for matters related to Inshua Group. Well, here's the thing. A friend of mine is seriously ill. He has seen many doctors, but none could help him. I was hoping you could take a look. Han Feng frowned slightly. Chairman Qin, you should know that I don't treat people easily anymore. Hearing Han Feng's displeasure, Chairman Qin quickly explained. Mr. Han, please don't be upset. My friend is extremely wealthy, and I heard you've been looking for 1,000-year-old ginseng recently. Coincidentally, he has one. If you can cure him, he is willing to give it to you as payment. What do you think? 1,000-year-old ginseng? Han Feng's eyes lit up. All right, I'll do it. Han Feng, get out here. The medical clinic had been closed for a while. Bai Hua was cleaning up when Lin Fengjie and Xu Qinhe suddenly barged in. Han Feng was confused. He had already divorced Inshua. What were they doing here? Had they regretted the divorce and wanted him back? Dad, Mom, what do you need? Han Feng put down what he was holding and asked curiously. Don't call me Mom. And don't ask. Just give me back my 5 million. Lin Fengjie stormed in and began rummaging around. Han Feng frowned, clearly irritated. Dad, I didn't take the 5 million or the villa. You were there, you saw it. I didn't take anything from the Xu family, so how could I owe you 5 million? Xu Qinhe's eyes widened. Who said anything about that 5 million? We're talking about the dragon bracelet. Hand it over, or don't blame me for what happens next. He waved his hand, and the two Qinglong gang thugs from earlier stepped inside. Han Feng smirked bitterly. He had really been overthinking things. So, they were after his bracelet, not trying to reconcile. A bracelet wasn't a big deal. He had taken it from a fallen enemy commander years ago. But since he was divorced, his belongings should be returned. They owed each other nothing now. Har! The bracelet is mine. Why should I give it to you? Lin Fengjie's eyes widened in rage. You have the nerve to say that. You lived off us for years. At least pay for that. That bracelet is the least you owe us. Xu Qinhe sneered coldly. You owe us too much. Today, the clinic is ours too. Get out. Han Feng chuckled. Yesterday, they were calling him son-in-law, and today, they were treating him like an enemy. Fine. But if you think you're taking my clinic, keep dreaming. Chapter 2: Strange Disease. Although the beauty is pretty, her cold gaze makes people dare not think too much. No, you, who are you? Han Feng's affairs have nothing to do with you. Don't provoke me. Let me tell you, my daughter is the president of Inshua Group, Xu Inshua. Although Xu Qinhe was very arrogant just now, he was very scared when he saw so many people coming. But the beauty didn't even look at Xu Qinhe, and hurriedly came to Han Feng and said, Mr. Han, President Qin introduced me here. My name is Su Yuhong. Are you in trouble now? It's okay, I'll take care of it for you. After saying this, he glared at Xu Qinhe and the others. I'm telling you, Mr. Han is my friend. If any of you dare to touch him, don't say I'll destroy you. Looking at Su Yuhong, Han Feng was also stunned for a moment. This Su Yuhong looked pretty, but he didn't expect that she was also a ruthless person. However, he then smiled and said, Need not. Just a few flies. Lin Fengjie was not happy at this time. That was 5 million. No matter what she said, she couldn't let her useless son-in-law get away with it. Han Feng, let me tell you, don't think you can scare us just because you have a few people here. I'm telling you, if you don't hand over this bracelet today, I will call for help. At this time, Xu Qinhe also said firmly. Let me tell you, my daughter is Xu Inshua, and she is the president of Inshua Group. Do you dare to touch me? Let me tell you, the two behind us are the bosses of the Qinglong gang. At this time, the two younger brothers of the Qinglong gang kept cursing in their hearts, Fools, there are so many bodyguards, can't you say a few words less? There are only two of us, how can we beat a group of people? But at this time, Su Yuhong had no time to care about them. Mr. Han, the car is ready outside. We can be ready to go at any time. Oh. Han Feng spread his hands and chuckled, I'm sorry, I have something else to do, so I can't accompany you. Oh. Miss Su, right. I don't know these people. Can you help me greet them later? After saying that, he smiled and left the pharmacy. Sitting in the beautiful Bentley, Han Feng's heart was in a mess. It was his first divorce and he was a little uncomfortable. At this moment, his phone rang and it was Xu Yingxue. What could be the reason for him calling me now? Could it be that he regrets it and wants to get back together with me? Han Feng chuckled, shook his head lightly, and answered the phone. Han Feng, you bastard. How did my parents offend you? If you have anything to say, come to me. Why did you beat my parents so badly that they had to be hospitalized? We are husband and wife after all. I know divorce may be a big blow to you, but we are both adults. Can't you be more rational? Han Feng frowned, feeling very wronged at this moment. After all, he did not do anything and was the victim, but he was still wronged. Is this the reason you called me? Han Feng now seemed very angry and asked. I don't want to explain what happened. Your parents know it better than anyone else. Anyway, the whole thing has nothing to do with me. Han Feng spoke confidently, but Xu Yingxue didn't listen at all. You don't need to explain those useless things to me. What happened today was your fault. You must apologize to my parents, otherwise I will never forgive you. Whatever you want. Han Feng hung up the phone. Su Yuhong beside her asked hurriedly. Mr. Han, is it because my subordinates didn't do their job well that they caused you trouble? How about I go and apologize some other day? No need. Han Feng was in a bad mood today because of the divorce, and he didn't want to say anything more. At this time, the intensive care unit of Yangjiang Central Hospital was in chaos, with a pale old man lying on the bed. Seeing Su Yuhong and Han Feng coming in, Su Yuchen hurried over. Sister, you are back. Grandpa's condition has worsened again. How is it? Did you invite Mr. Han? At this time, Su Yuhong also said anxiously. How is Grandpa? I have invited Mr. Han. Come on, Mr. Han, please come in. Wait a minute. Just as Han Feng frowned when he saw the old man's condition and was about to take a closer look, Su Yuchen hurriedly stopped Han Feng. No, sister, are you sure this is Mr. Han? He is so young, how could he be a doctor, and… Su Yuchen was hesitant to speak, because Han Feng's clothes were too ordinary, jeans and a jacket that cost less than 200 yuan. How could this be the miracle Dr. Mr. Han that President Qin strongly recommended? Su Yuhong was also stunned for a moment, but she glanced at Han Feng and then said very confidently. Don't talk nonsense, this is Mr. Han. I don't believe it. He is so young, how could he possibly see a doctor? Su Yuchen said with an expression of disbelief. Well, if you can tell what's wrong with me, I'll believe you. Su Yuchen looked at Han Feng and said contemptuously. Han Feng chuckled. Are you sure you want me to treat you? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Su Yuchen said to Han Feng with a chuckle. Han Feng didn't want to pay attention to it, but for the sake of the 1,000-year-old ginseng, he glanced at Su Yuchen and said. Okay, but you asked me to say it. Put your hand here. Su Yuchen thought Han Feng was going to take his pulse, but Han Feng just glanced at his palm, then snorted and said. You had a serious illness some time ago, but before you fully recovered, you began to have excessive sexual desire. Now you have developed a serious male disease. Has it also become smaller? Humph, if you don't get treatment quickly, you will become impotent in the future. Am I right? Looking at Su Yuchen again at this time, he was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that this kid could find out all his private matters. Because of his grandfather's illness these days, he had no time to treat him. He didn't expect that Han Feng would tell him everything. Su Yuhong's face also turned slightly red. She frowned and said angrily. Okay, are you satisfied now? Get out of the way. Su Yuchen was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Mr. Han, please, take a quick look at what disease my grandfather has. Han Feng also shook his head helplessly, but just when he was about to treat the old man of the Su family, a dozen people suddenly came in at the door. The leader seemed to be the head of the Su family, who walked over in a hurry. Second uncle, you're here. Second uncle. At this time, Su Yuhong and Su Yuchen were busy talking. The visitor nodded and then spoke hurriedly. Don't worry. When I came from the provincial capital, I invited Professor Yang and the expert doctors from the provincial hospital. You don't have to worry. Oh. Su Yuhong was stunned. She wanted to say that she had already asked a doctor, but Su Wanjiang ignored her and was busy giving instructions. Professor Yang, you should see a doctor right away. Uncle, my sister just invited a miracle doctor, who seems to be very powerful. How about? Now Su Yuchen was completely convinced, so he hurriedly spoke. A miracle doctor. After saying this, Su Wanjiang looked at Han Feng in surprise, then stared at him angrily with his eyes wide open. Nonsense. Our Su family is one of the largest families in the provincial capital. Your grandfather is so sick, and you actually found such an insignificant person to treat your grandfather. Isn't this simply nonsense? The Professor Qin I invited is a famous expert doctor in the provincial capital. Now many rich people have to line up to see him. I finally invited him today. How can a small doctor like you compare to him? Su Wanjiang seemed very angry, but Han Feng was also very angry at this time. He had come to see a doctor with good intentions, but he did not expect to be excluded like this. Okay, what are you doing? Are you still going to see the doctor? You invited me here, but you didn't let me see a doctor. Is this how you do things in the Su family? Oh. Han Feng was so angry that everyone was stunned. At this time, Professor Yang pouted and hummed softly. Humph. He's just a country doctor who just graduated, but he has such a bad temper. Mr. Su, for the sake of our medical benevolence, let's not embarrass him and give him a chance to learn from our team of experts. I will allow you to watch while we treat the patient. After all, it is rare for a junior doctor like you to learn from the experience of treating patients with the expert doctors like us. He joked and looked at Han Feng with contempt. Han Feng chuckled and said, If I were you, I wouldn't say such big words, because if the patient in front of me is not rescued quickly, he may die in a short time. Only then did everyone notice that the old man of the Su family's breathing became extremely rapid, and he looked like he might die at any time. Professor Yang, hurry up and save him, the old man may really be dying. Su Wanjiang said anxiously. Don't worry, Mr. Su. We have a team of experts here, so don't worry. After saying this, Professor Yang waved his hand confidently. Prepare to start rescue. In the hospital, all kinds of emergency equipment are available. Professor Yang and others checked all the examination films one by one. They were full of confidence at the beginning, but in the end, they sweated more and more, because all the test results were normal, but the patient's vital signs were getting weaker and weaker, and he was always on the verge of death. Chapter 3, Love Poison. Half an hour later, Professor Yang was also scared. While the patient was still alive, he hurriedly said to Su Wanjiang, Mr. Su, please accept my condolences. We have done our best. The conclusion reached by our expert group just now is, the old man should have a terminal illness. But, it seems that there is no medical conclusion yet as to what the terminal illness is. That is to say, I don't know what disease he has. Han Feng was sitting on the sofa next to him and chuckled, because he had known it would be like this. The Su family was completely dumbfounded. They had finally invited a team of experts, but not only did they fail to find anything, they were told that the patient was dying. It was the same as not having them come. No, Professor Qin, you can't do this. You are an expert professor in the provincial capital. If even you can't be cured, then our old man will really be doomed. Su Wanjiang didn't believe that this would be the result, so he still placed his hopes on the experts and professors in the provincial capital. He seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly. Oh, yes, money. Don't worry, Professor Qin. Our Su family has plenty of money. As long as you can cure my father, our Su family will definitely not treat you unfairly. Tell me, how much money do you want? Professor Qin was so shocked that he kept waving his hands. He really was powerless now because he was a famous expert professor. If he acted in confusion and the patient died in his hands, his reputation would be ruined. No, Mr. Qin, this is not about money. The patient is dying now, and there is nothing I can do to help him. Professor Qin shook his head and sighed. At this moment, Han Feng chuckled. No, Professor Qin. Didn't you just say you wanted to give me a chance to learn? How come you came here and did nothing but just said the patient was in bad condition? I was thinking about learning from you, old man. Humph, it seems that this is all you can do. Han Feng chuckled and sat aside drinking tea. Although Professor Chen's medical skills may not be good, he will never admit defeat. Humph, little kid, don't be unconvinced. Let me tell you, the series of operations that our experts just performed is enough for you to learn for a lifetime. The old man has a terminal illness, and we have tried our best. But I still want to say this, if we can't cure him, no one else can. Oh, that's not necessarily true. Han Feng said with a chuckle while sipping his tea. As soon as these words came out, Su Yuhong immediately saw hope and hurried over to say, Mr. Han, I'm so sorry for what happened just now. It's our Su family's fault. You should go see my grandfather right away. He was over 60 years old. He had been kind and generous throughout his life, often doing charity work. It really shouldn't have happened that he passed away so early. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. He wanted to act calmly, but when he heard that he was a kind-hearted person, he could not ignore it no matter what he said. Moreover, it was useless to get angry with these ignorant people just for the 1,000-year-old ginseng. He put down the teacup and slowly came to the patient. You better not do anything rash, brat. I'm warning you, the patient's condition is very serious and he could die at any time. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you're not sure, I advise you to leave quickly. At this time, Professor Chen said with a sneer on his face. Han Feng was really angry and said with a gloomy face. I can't do it, you do it. Since you don't have the ability anymore, stop talking nonsense. Professor Chen really didn't expect that he, a dignified professor, would be ignored by an insignificant little doctor. He felt a little hot on his face instantly. No, Mr. Su, where did you invite this country doctor? He is so rude and has no medical skills at all. If someone like him can cure the old man's illness, then I will call him master and kowtow to him on my knees. Han Feng didn't have time to deal with Professor Chen, that useless waste. He came to the patient, took out a silver needle from his pocket, and directly pierced the patient's Shanwan, Juke, and Zhong points. TSK, a doctor who just graduated from a technical school, is trying to imitate others in acupuncture. This is really ridiculous. At this time, Professor Chen smiled and said, It's a different era now, and we're still using such outdated things. If a thin needle can cure a disease, why do we professors need so many instruments? At this time, the other expert doctors who were following beside him also showed mocking expressions. That's right, a barefoot doctor dares to show off his skills in front of you, Professor Chen. It's really hilarious. Youth is youth. If the patient is killed by this doctor, he will have to bear the consequences. Of course not. Who are the Su family? They actually came to the Su family to show off. If anything happens to the old man, the Su family will skin him alive. The people around him were talking at once, but Han Feng turned a deaf ear to them and continued to insert the silver needles in his hand. His technique was extremely fast, and in just a short while, all 60 life-saving needles were inserted into the patient's body. When the last silver needle fell, Han Feng lightly flicked the silver needles with his fingers. As a result, all the silver needles resonated instantly, shaking together and making a buzzing sound. This just left everyone present dumbfounded, especially Professor Chen and all the medical staff present. They had been engaged in medical work for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen such treatment. As the silver needle swayed, the face of Su Wanzer, the old man of the Su family, began to slowly turn red, and the indicators on the instrument gradually returned to normal. What's wrong with me? Su Yongzer slowly opened his eyes. Han Feng felt that it was almost time, and with a wave of his left hand, all the silver needles on the patient's body were taken back into his hand. Professor Chen's eyes almost popped out of his head. You know better than anyone what disease you have, but you are lucky to have lived for so many years. As he spoke, Han Feng wrote a prescription and handed it to Su Yuhong. Taking this medicine for 1 week can keep the patient worry-free for a year. At this time, Su and the others were a little confused. No, Mr. Han. Has my grandfather not fully recovered from his illness yet? Han Feng smiled faintly. To fully recover, it depends on what the patient does. Mr. Han, I don't understand what you said. What disease does our old man have? Su Wanjiang asked curiously. At this time, Su Yongzer slowly sat up with the help of medical staff, hoping to get an answer from Han Feng. Love poison. Love poison. The old man of the Su family blurted out in surprise. At this time in a ward, Lin Fengjiao and Xu Qianhe were both wrapped in gauze, but they were cursing Han Feng without any disturbance. Ma Longfei beside him also added fuel to the fire and said, Han Feng, that heartless fellow, actually treated you two so harshly. He is simply a ruthless person. Uncle, aunt, don't worry, I'll call someone to give this guy a good beating and avenge you too. Lin Fengjiao and Xu Qianhe were naturally very satisfied. After all, Ma Longfei was the son of the boss of the Ma group. He had money and a career, and was a perfect match for their daughter. At this time, Xu Yingxue came in with her female secretary. Well, stop making trouble here. What on earth is going on today? Dad, why did you and my mom go to Han Feng's pharmacy, and why did he beat you two for no reason? I know his character best. Although he is stubborn at times, he is not an unreasonable person. Mr. Xu, now that the matter is in front of us, you should stop defending that loser Han Feng. If you ask me, it must be because you asked for a divorce from him today, and you were very angry, so you took out your anger on your uncle and aunt. The female secretary, Xiao Chen, fanned the flames. Yeah, I've long thought that Han Feng is not a good guy. He looks so sanctimonious. He is not worthy of you at all. Just divorce him. Ma Longfei also nodded quickly, because he had long been in love with Xu Yingxue. With her beautiful face, even if it was her second marriage, she was much better than those women who revolved around him all day long. Seeing someone speaking for her, Lin Fengjiao also got angry. This damn Han Feng is just a useless son-in-law. He even pretended to be a fool with me. Today, someone told me that the dragon-shaped bracelet was worth 5 million. Your father and I went to ask him for it, but he refused to give it to me. He even hooked up with a rich female boss. I'm so angry. Even 2 brothers from the Qinglong gang were beaten up. How unlucky. He's in the hospital now, too. We still have to pay for the medical expenses. What? Xu Yingxue's eyes widened instantly and she looked at her parents in disbelief. How could you two do this? That dragon-shaped bracelet originally belonged to Han Feng. When we divorced yesterday, he didn't take a penny of the villa or the 5 million. You two didn't even let go of a bracelet. What can I say about you? Alas. I should have thought of my parents being like this earlier. They always looked down on Han Feng. It's not surprising that something like this happened today. It seems that I really wronged Han Feng. Yingxue, no matter what, you must teach Han Feng a lesson from me and your mother. Oh, by the way, there's also that bracelet. That's 5 million. Chapter 4 I know martial arts. That's enough. Let's end it here. Xu Yingxue said unhappily. The Su family's Greentown project in the provincial capital will hold a bidding conference at the Longxing Hotel in a while. This bidding meeting is really important to our Yingxue group, so I don't have time to accompany you. Xiao Chen, are all the materials ready? I'm ready, Mr. Xu. Yingxue, the Su family in the provincial capital also has some business dealings with our Ma family. I will go with you, maybe I can help. Ma Yinglong didn't want to miss this opportunity to get close to the beautiful woman. Han Feng didn't want to be the master of that good-for-nothing Professor Qin. After giving a few instructions, he prepared to leave the Su mansion, leaving Professor Qin and the corresponding medical staff looking stupid. Mr. Han, wait a minute, I haven't thanked you properly yet. At this time, Han Feng had already walked to the entrance of the hospital, and Su Yuhong chased him out, but Han Feng was stunned for a moment. It might be because his grandfather had recovered from his illness. At this time, Su Yuhong actually changed into a black dress, making the already very sexy Su Yuhong even more charming. At that time, Su Yongzer called Su Wanjiang and the other person to his side, as if he was urgently explaining something to them. Han Feng didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs. Mr. Han, am I very beautiful? If you like, I'll be your wife, okay. As she said this, she gave Han Feng a charming look and walked towards him slowly. Well. Han Feng quickly turned his eyes away, feeling somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He did not expect that Su Yuhong was so ridiculous that she could say such words. I can't afford it. Don't talk about useless things. Where is my ginseng? To be honest, ginseng is more important to him than beautiful women, so Han Feng doesn't want to waste time talking. Oh, by the way, as for the ginseng, I will definitely give it to you. Here, take this. At this time, Su Yuhong handed over a bank card. I don't want any money. Hurry up and take it. This is a little gift from our Su family. As for the ginseng I promised you, it's in the provincial capital now. I'll have someone send it to you someday. Su Yuhong said it very straightforwardly, but Han Feng was still a little worried. Han Feng held his chin with one hand, looked at Su Yuhong with a scrutinizing gaze and said, Your Su family doesn't want to default on your debt, does it? What are you talking about? Su Yuhong curled her lips. Our Su family is a big family. How could we possibly default on our debts? Oh, but this ginseng is my grandfather's favorite treasure. It is a treasure that he has treasured for many years. Only my grandfather can take it out himself. Besides, look, my grandfather has just recovered from his illness. How could you bear to let him? Oh, 3 days at most. I promise to give you the ginseng within 3 days. Han Feng chuckled. I hope your Su family can keep their word, because I don't have much patience. Don't worry, I have an important meeting today, otherwise I would go back to the provincial capital right away and get it for you right away. Su Yuhong said with a smile. She casually put the bank card in Han Feng's hand. Han Feng originally wanted to refuse it, but suddenly at this moment, more than a dozen people holding steel pipes not far from the door angrily surrounded Han Feng and Su Yuhong. Brother Bao, he is Han Feng, and that stinky woman. Just now in the clinic, she was the one who ordered people to beat us two brothers. You must avenge both of us. It was only then that Han Feng and Su Yuhong noticed that the person who was speaking, with his face wrapped in gauze, was none other than the man from the Qinglong gang who had just been beaten. This was really incredible. The Qinglong gang would never let go of a grudge. Not even a day had passed and they were already here again. Brother Bao from the Qinglong gang's eyes popped up instantly, and he grinned and said, Fuck, we in the Qinglong gang have always bullied others, but I didn't expect that we would be bullied today. Is there any lore here? Brothers, come on, kill that guy called Han Feng. Oh, but keep this pretty girl next to him for me. I want to have some fun when I get back. After saying this, he looked at Su Yuhong with an evil smile on his face. Su Yuhong raised her eyebrows, chuckled and said, Ho, you are so brave, do you know who I am? I'm telling you guys, listen to me. I'm Su Yuhong from the Su family in the provincial capital. I have the final say over all the industries along the river. You dared to act wild in front of me today. I think you are tired of living. Get out of here right now. What the hell is this? Brother Bao grinned and snorted, I don't care whether you are from the Su family or the Mar family in the provincial capital. If you want to scare me with this, who do you think I am? Let me tell you, I was brought up to be scared. Today, if you dare to bully our brothers from the Qinglong gang, I will make you pay tenfold. At this time, Su Yuhong was a little panicked, because she was in a hurry to leave. The bodyguards stayed in the ward, and half of the bodyguards went to the Longxing Hotel, so she was really a little panicked now. However, Han Feng said indifferently. Qinglong gang, right. I have to make it clear to you now. What this beautiful lady said just now is true. If you dare to touch her, I estimate that the Su family will definitely make you pay 10 times as much. As for me, you can't afford to offend me, because I know martial arts and I'm pretty good at fighting. So if I were you, I would definitely apologize to us right away and leave obediently, so as not to get into trouble and get drunk. Yo-ho! If someone else had said this, Brother Bao and the brothers from the Qinglong gang would have considered it more. However, everyone already knew that Han Feng was just a useless son-in-law. Thinking that he could scare everyone away with a few big words was simply a joke. Har 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 har. Didn't expect this useless son-in-law of the Shu family to be such a boaster. He said he can fight, why didn't he say he can fly? What? Do you think we are children? Brother Bao, stop talking to him and just beat him up. The Qinglong gang member who had just been beaten said anxiously. Oh, everyone, come on. Su Yuhong's heart almost jumped into her throat. She wanted to take out her cell phone and call for help, but it was too late. Han Feng didn't care from beginning to end. Just when she was thinking about stretching her muscles, 2 vans came speeding and stopped at the door of the hospital at high speed. Just when everyone was stunned, the car door opened, and 20 or 30 burly men rushed out of the car quickly, holding weapons in their hands, and instantly surrounded everyone. The people from the Qinglong gang were completely confused. What did this mean? Could it be that the Su family's bodyguards really came? Just as she was in a daze, a man wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar came out of the car, looked at Su Yuhong and smiled slightly. Boss Su, come with us. Our Mr. Chen wants to meet you. I want to talk to you about Green City. Har 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 har. Su Yuhong recognized the person who came. He was Black Panther, a subordinate of Chen Xiaoyang, the president of Darfar Group. Because of the Greentown plan, Darfar also wanted to get a piece of the pie. He used tricks on me many times, but I didn't succeed. I didn't expect that he would use force today. Humph, what's so great about your CEO Chen? If you want to talk to me, why doesn't he come here himself? Look carefully, everyone here is ours. Once I give the order, don't say I'm rude. Bao Ji was a little dumbfounded. What does that mean? Where is she? Is she talking about us? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. With so many people from the Darfar group coming, how could he and his few brothers possibly be their match? So he was busy trying to explain. But who would have thought that Black Panther sneered and waved his hand? Kill them. 20 or 30 bodyguards rushed over in an instant and started beating and kicking. It didn't take a moment before Brother Bao and the people from the Qinglong gang were all knocked to the ground. Brother Bao, in particular, tried to get up and explain to Black Panther several times, but ended up being beaten up every time. Several of his teeth were knocked out and his mouth was full of blood. Seeing the people of the Qinglong gang lying down, Black Panther smiled triumphantly. Boss Su, are you satisfied? Hey, why is there still someone standing here? Looking at Han Feng standing beside Su Yuhong with his arms folded as if nothing had happened, Black Panther said angrily. After saying this, he winked at his men. The two big men immediately understood, walked over with a sneer and said, Boy, do you want to get down on your own, or do you want us to get you down? Han Feng smiled slightly. I still say the same thing, I know martial arts. Humph, Brother Chen felt funny even when he was lying on the ground at this time. What the hell time is it now? There are so many bodyguards with weapons. What's the use of knowing martial arts? He might as well lie down quickly to avoid getting beaten less. Su Yuhong also looked very scared. After all, her grandfather had just told her family that Han Feng was a miracle doctor and would definitely be of great help to the Su family in the future. So she had to make friends with him no matter what, and it would be best if she could bring him to the Su family because she would have something to trouble him with. So at this time Su Yuhong mustered up her courage, hurriedly blocked Han Feng's way, and said sternly. Stop it, everyone. Don't touch him. Okay, I'll go with you. Everyone was stunned at this moment. What virtue and ability did this kid have that he could make the eldest lady of the Su family come out to take the blame for him? Han Feng felt very touched. He never thought that Su Yuhong would be willing to follow these people at this time for her own safety without caring about her own personal safety. What does that mean? Is he attracted by his own charm? Oh, could it be that you have fallen in love with me? Chapter 5, Old Love Reunites. At this time, Han Feng smiled slightly, grabbed Su Yuhong's soft shoulders with both hands, and gently blocked her behind him. Okay, just now I told you that I know martial arts, why are you still showing off? You can't go anywhere now, because I'm waiting for you to finish your work and come back to the provincial capital to get me some ginseng. Black Panther frowned and threw the cigar in his hand to the ground. Damn it, you have no shame. Destroy him for me. After saying that, the two bodyguards flew over. They were very fast and it was obvious that they were martial artists. Han Feng chuckled. Get out of here. Par par. The two bodyguards were slapped and flew away. What happened? At this time, Brother Bao was thinking about secretly taking a look at what was going on, when he saw a huge figure flying over and pressing directly on him. Oh, crack, my waist. Brother Bao was really unlucky today. He originally stood up for his brother, but not only did he get beaten up, he also broke his waist. He really didn't deserve it. However, Han Feng's movements were too fast, so no one could see clearly. They only saw Han Feng shaking his hands and curling his lips. I told you I know martial arts, but you didn't believe me. I have to make it clear to you, don't mess with me, or you will suffer the consequences. At this time, after the Black Panther was surprised, he was left with anger. Fuck, are you all useless? Come on, everyone, I'm going to destroy him. After saying that, the remaining bodyguards rushed up at once, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. They didn't take Han Feng seriously at all. He was just an insignificant guy. Killing him was just like killing an ant. Han Feng shook his head helplessly, swung his right hand, and with a pop sound, the bodyguard who was rushing in the front flew out again. While the other bodyguards were stunned, Han Feng suddenly moved, and they heard a burst of wailing. Before anyone could understand what was going on, they were slapped to the ground with such force that the hook on their mouths was blown off. At this time, Su Yuhong didn't understand what was going on, but so that the 20 or 30 bodyguards of Black Panther who were so arrogant just now were lying on the ground. Seeing everyone in pain, even Black Panther was confused. What a joke, 20 or 30 people were knocked to the ground by just one person in the blink of an eye. This is so unscientific. Han Feng shook his wrist, feeling that he had used too much force, and looked at the silly Black Panther and said, "Come here, do you want to get down on your own, or do you want me to knock you down?" Black Panther was speechless because his word was law in Darfar Group, but no one had ever dared to talk to him like that. And today, unexpectedly, such a guy showed up. There is nothing more to say. It seems that the Su family had already taken precautions in advance and admitted defeat. But he was the Black Panther of the Darfar Group. Although he was afraid, he had to save face. "Boy, let me tell you, we are Mr. Chen's men from the Darfar Group. I'm telling you, you'd better go out and find out for me. Our Darfar Group is not someone you can mess with. However, I can treat today as a misunderstanding. If you sincerely apologize to me, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, Darfar Group will not let you go." Han Feng didn't know much about Darfar Group, but Su Yuhong knew it very well. Chen Xiaoyan of Darfar Group was a scoundrel who did everything except his official job. In the past 10 years or so, he has been doing very well in the area along the river, so much so that many big bosses are very afraid of Chen Xiaoyan and dare not come to develop in the area along the river. But the ignorant are fearless, and Han Feng simply didn't bother to care. "You talk too much. I hate it when people talk too much." After saying that, Han Feng's figure flashed and he appeared directly in front of the Black Panther. He raised his right hand and there was a pop sound. "R." The Black Panther flew out and landed next to the oncoming van with a thump. At this moment, Black Panther saw countless little stars flying in front of his eyes, and 2 of his front teeth were blown out, so that blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Go quickly. The boss is the boss." Black Panther shook his head and shouted at the top of his voice. Because he knew very well that people from the Su family might come out at any time, and then it would not be as simple as a slap in the face. After the Black Panther's men fled in panic, Brother Bao was busy calling his younger brothers to get away quickly. He was really unlucky today, but the feud with the Qinglong gang had been established and would not end until one of them died. At this time, Su Yuhong stood aside and re-examined the so-called useless son-in-law. She was so shocked that she was speechless. He was both a doctor and a martial artist, what else did he want? Everything that happened just now was so handsome. "Hey, you, Miss Su, right. Go to the meeting right away, and then come get the ginseng from me." Han Feng doesn't care about that. After all, his ginseng is the most important. Su Yuhong was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. "So handsome. Mr. Han, you were so handsome just now. Oh. I heard you're divorced, right? That's great, I don't have a boyfriend right now. Hey, would you like to be my boyfriend?" At this time, Han Feng's eyebrows stood up, and he said with a pout. "What do you mean? Are you trying to get close to me on purpose and then try to shirk your responsibility? Don't talk about those useless things. Ginseng, I want ginseng." Su Yuhong raised her delicate little mouth and said slightly angrily. "How can you be like this? She is a beauty after all, but in your eyes she is not as good as a ginseng." Han Feng didn't want to explain, because she didn't know that this ginseng of hers was also used to save lives. As night fell, many luxury cars were parked in front of the Longxing Hotel early in the morning because of the Greentown project bidding conference. After Xu Yingxue parked the car, she felt that there was still a gap between her and others. At least in terms of transportation, she was much worse than others. But I have never cared about those things. I only care about my workability. Moreover, when I come to participate in this bidding meeting this time, I am very confident that I can cooperate with the Su family in Su province. After all, my ability is here. Yingxue, don't worry. I have already found out who is in charge of the Su family in Yangjiang this time. It is Su Yingxue. Don't worry. When I was in the provincial capital, I was familiar with Su Yingxue. This time, there will be no problem with your Yingxue group in bidding. Oh. At this time, Xu Yingxue looked at Ma Longfei in disbelief. After all, she really didn't expect that Ma Longfei actually knew Su Yuhong. This time things would be easier to handle. Xiao Chen next to him was also busy praising him and saying, "Who is Mr. Mar? That's the son of the president of the Mar Group. But he is much better than that loser Han Feng. If you ask me, Mr. Xu, you should just divorce him. If I were you, I would have divorced him a long time ago. A loser like him who lives on women all day long, I really don't know what you liked about him in the first place." Ma Longfei was very happy to hear this, but Xu Yingxue had a gloomy face. "Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Hey, isn't that good-for-nothing Han Feng?" As the three of them got off the car, they saw Han Feng and Su Yuhong getting out of a beautiful Lamborghini. "Oh my god. No way, Mr. Xu, this guy just divorced you and instantly found another rich and beautiful woman. This is simply too unfair." Ma Longfei also cast a burning gaze at this time, because the beauty walking next to Han Feng was simply too beautiful. She had a completely different kind of beauty from Xu Yingxue, and she seemed to be even more beautiful than Xu Yingxue. Looking at Han Feng again, he frowned. What virtue did this loser have that all the beautiful girls liked to be with him? Xu Yingxue felt unhappy at this time. Although she had already divorced Han Feng and she was the one who proposed it first, she felt very unhappy when she saw him walking with another woman. "Han Feng, why is it you? What are you doing here?" At this time, Han Feng and Su Yuhong also noticed Xu Yingxue and the other two. However, when they saw Ma Longfei following Xu Yingxue, they chuckled. "HMPH, what's the matter? You are the only one allowed to come here, but others are not allowed to come." After saying that, he didn't bother to pay attention to Xu Yingxue, turned around and prepared to walk inside. "Stop." At this time, Xu Yingxue was obviously angrier than Han Feng. "Han Feng, what do you mean? Why did you find a new lover just after we got divorced? Were you already in a relationship with this woman before the divorce? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Xu Yingxue seemed very excited and looked like she wanted to get things clear. Han Feng sneered. "Do I know you well? We're divorced, okay? As for who I want to be with, that's my freedom. You're interfering with my human rights now. Do you know that? Besides, I didn't ask you these questions before we got divorced. I really don't know if you ever considered my feelings at that time. You..." Xu Yingxue was so angry that she couldn't utter a word. Secretary Xiao Chen was getting angry at this time and glared at Han Feng and said, "Han Feng, do you still have any shame? You have been married to our CEO Xu for 3 years. What have you done? Your food and accommodation are provided by our president Xu, and yet you actually said such a thing today. For a loser like you, what can it do even if President Xu cheats on you?" Chapter 6 Green City Plan. At this time, everyone looked at Xiao Chen, and then looked at Xu Yingxue with a questioning expression. Xu Yingxue's face turned red. She really didn't know if her secretary was stupid. After asking her to say something that didn't happen, she said it was true. Wouldn't this cause people to misunderstand? Han Feng sneered. "Humph, I really admire you guys. You are so shameless, yet you still speak so confidently. Faced with such shameless people like you, I am simply speechless. Han Feng, you are not a good guy either." Xu Yingxue was very angry and wanted to lose her temper, but Ma Longfei beside her hurried over to help. "Han Feng, how could you say such things to Yingxue? Do you know how much she has suffered over the years? Oh, you don't know, who told you that you are a waste? It's right for Yingxue to divorce you. You can't help Yingxue in her career at all, and you just say sarcastic things." After saying that, he looked at Su Yuhong. "My lady, you may not know much about Han Feng. I can tell you that this guy is a gigolo. You can say he is a loser. You have to open your eyes and don't be fooled by his appearance. It will be too late for you to regret it." "Oh?" Su Yuhong chuckled. "I don't think so. Why do I feel that Han Feng is more capable than you?" What did you say?" Ma Longfei asked in surprise. You are kidding me. How can you compare him to me? At this time, Secretary Xiao Chen also pouted and said, I think you really have a problem with your eyes. Beautiful lady, do you know that the man standing in front of you is the son of the president of the Mar Group? He will inherit a fortune of hundreds of millions in the future. And what does Han Feng have? Originally, our CEO Xu was kind and was planning to give him a villa and 5 million as mental compensation when they divorced. But this kid is pretending to be so nice. He actually didn't ask for anything. So, I can guess with half my brain that he doesn't even have $1,000 on him now. Su Yuhong chuckled. For someone like you who has no sense of propriety, even if a jade is placed in front of you, you would treat it as a piece of stone. But I can tell you one thing, he doesn't have $1,000 on him, but 100 million. It's in the bank card on his person now. Har har, it seems that you guessed wrong. After saying that, Su Yuhong took Han Feng's arm, leaned close to Han Feng, and said with a cold face, Han Feng is my boyfriend now. I will never allow anyone to say bad things about him in front of me. If I hear it again next time, I will never let you go. After saying that, he looked at each other and the two of them walked into the Longxing Hotel side by side. Xu Yingxue was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She didn't expect that Han Feng would make her look so ugly today. Moreover, today's Han Feng was completely different from the previous Han Feng. Usually, no matter what she said, Han Feng would listen to her and would not refute her. However, today's Han Feng really surprised her. There is another 100 million. This kind of bluffing can only fool children. Do you think we are all fools? Cut. Secretary Xiao Chen said with a pout. Okay, stop talking. Have you forgotten what we are here for? Let's go. Xu Yingxue said unhappily. The Su Group's bidding conference was held in a large banquet hall on the 18th floor of the Longxing Hotel. It had already been arranged, and the Su Group had already made arrangements in the banquet hall for this bidding conference. The bidding meeting hasn't started yet, and Su Yuhong needs to go to the office to prepare first, so Han Feng sat at the bidding meeting, playing with his mobile phone out of boredom. Yingxue, let me tell you, I have someone in the Su Group. On the way here, I made a phone call and put your Yingxue Group's bid in the head. Don't worry, the Greentown bid will definitely go to your group this time. After hearing what Ma Longfei said, Xu Yingxue finally felt relieved. After all, in this society, no matter what you do, personal connections are absolutely important. Eh? Isn't he this the waste and foam? Why is he here too? When the three people arrived at the venue and were about to find a good seat, Xiao Chen's sharp eyes caught sight of Han Feng sitting there playing with his mobile phone. What a narrow road the enemy meets. Hey, hey. Hey, this is Greentown's bidding meeting, what are you doing sitting here, you loser? Xiao Chen came over, kicked by Hua's chair and asked. At this time, Xu Yingxue was also very strange and asked angrily. What are you doing here? This is not the place you should come to, right? Oh, by the way, where is your girlfriend? Xu Yingxue said, and looked around. Han Feng glanced at the three people, put away his phone, looked at them coldly, and chuckled. If I say I'm here to participate in the bidding, would you believe me? I don't believe you at all. The first person who didn't believe it was the secretary Xiao Chen, because she had been working in Yingxue Group for 2 years, and she knew best what kind of person Han Feng was. He had never cared about these things, so all matters big and small in the group were decided by Xu Yingxue. You want to bid, but why don't you take a piss and look at it? Do you have the brain to bid? It's a joke. The Greentown project of the Su Group involves tens of billions of dollars of funding, and you are a waste. In the past, you were protected by President Xu, and you looked like a decent person. Now that you are divorced from President Xu, it can be said that you are not worth a penny now. Stop embarrassing yourself here, okay? Han Feng frowned. He really didn't expect that it would be like this in the eyes of outsiders. Fortunately, he has divorced Xu Yingxue. Han Feng doesn't want to continue living a miserable life like before. Oh, so that's how it is. Har har, it seems that from today on, I really need to learn how to make money. Otherwise, how are we going to live in the future? Waiter, come here for a moment, go to the office and tell your CEO so that I would also like to bid for the Greentown project this time. Can you go ask her? Yes, sir. I'll tell our CEO so right away. The waiter knew Han Feng because he came in with Su Yuhong. CEO Su had also specifically told him to serve this gentleman well. Xu Yingxue, Ma Longfei and Xiao Chen who were standing by were stunned for a moment. Was this the legendary joke? It's just so funny, isn't it? Har 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 har. Han Feng, besides being incompetent, you have also learned to brag. You are great. I didn't expect that in just half a day, you have become more and more promising. You still want to learn how to bid, you're really good, take a look at yourself, are you that kind of person? Ma Longfei on the side also glanced at Han Feng and said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Han Feng knows how to make progress. This is a good thing. Har har, well, our Mar group has a lot of small projects. If you are interested, you can come to our company someday and mention my name. I will definitely take care of you then. After saying that, he looked at Han Feng with a smile. Okay? Xu Yingxue shouted angrily. Today's Han Feng was really something. He actually went against her in every way. She could understand it, after all, she was the one who proposed the divorce. The bidding will start soon. Let's go sit over there. Xu Yingxue glanced at Han Feng fiercely, then sat aside with Ma Longfei and the other two. Han Feng was just thinking about irritating Xu Yingxue, and he didn't think about bidding. However, if someone doesn't want him to feel good, he will definitely not let him feel good. At this time, some big bosses had already arrived at the venue. In fact, it was all a formality. Most of the bidding matters were internally decided because Greentown's projects were really large and could not be handled by one or two groups. Boss Zhang, I heard that you are determined to acquire this green city. How about this? The pie is so big. Can you give our group one of the 4 cities, the East, South, West and North, to work on? Boss CAI, what are you talking about? Let alone 4 cities, even if I can get one of the 4 cities, I will be satisfied. After all, this is about building a city. Xu Yingxue was also very nervous while listening, because this project planned by Greentown would directly affect her group's ability to reach a new level, so she had to get it no matter what. Longfei, since you know Su Yuhong, can you get some inside information? Let's see if our group has any chance in this bidding. As long as we can get a project for a whole city, it's fine. Ma Longfei next to him frowned slightly and said with a little embarrassment. Oh, I do know Su Yuhong, but I only met her at a banquet many years ago. I don't know if she still knows me. Oh, it's okay. My father is very familiar with the manager of the Su group. I can call him and ask him to help you talk to the Yingxue group. Yes, Mr. Mar, today's matter depends on you. You have a wide network of contacts, so it's easier for you to do anything than for us. Humph, we can't rely on that loser over there. We'll be thankful as long as he doesn't cause trouble for us. As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at Han Feng out of the corner of his eye. Han Feng ignored it, thinking that he was a soft persimmon. He would not be bullied by the Xu family. But at this moment, the waiter came back and said that Su Yuhong wanted to ask him something. Chapter 7 Bidding. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. He had not thought about the bidding meeting at all. He was just having fun just now. But when he arrived at Su Yuhong's office and a printed contract was handed to him, Han Feng was dumbfounded. No, I was just angry just now. I said it casually. I am not in the mood to work on any projects, let alone bid for any business. You'd better ask for help from someone else. After he finished speaking, he accidentally saw the tender document of Yingxue Group. Han Feng frowned, picked it up from the desk, flipped through 2 pages, and threw it on the table. Since she is willing to do it, give it to her. People like her are destined to suffer for the rest of their lives. It seemed like he was speaking casually, but Su Yuhong could still see that Han Feng still had feelings for Xu Yingxue. He smiled and said, "You are such a fool. There are a lot of people out there who are thinking about the Greentown project, but you are the only one who is not. She's divorced you, and you're still helping her. Besides, she just treated you like that, don't you hate her? I've helped you so many times, why do you still care about this time?" Han Feng said with a chuckle. Maybe we have different goals in life. She has her own ideas. Since we are not suitable to be together, we can just break up. There is no need to bear grudges for the rest of our lives. Han Feng said it easily, but Su Yuhong frowned because she had to reconsider the contract issue. What did you say? Xu Yingxue's face looked very ugly at this time, because she had just received internal information saying that all the bids for the Greentown project had been sold out. I really didn't expect that all my previous efforts would be in vain. At this time, Ma Longfei did not expect that all his tricks were in vain. However, this is normal. After all, there are many groups that are more powerful than Yingxue Group among those who came to the Greentown project site. Yingxue, don't be sad. If it really doesn't work, we may be able to think of other ways. Yes, you are right. Xu Yingxue suddenly seemed to remember something and said hurriedly. Longfei, didn't you say that your father is very familiar with the manager of the Su Group? Can you give your father a call and see if he can help, because this bid is really important to our Yingxue Group. Yes, Mr. Ma, it seems that we can only rely on you now. Secretary Xiao Chen also said hurriedly at this time. Look, you have such a good relationship with our Mr. Xu, and your network of contacts is so wide, why don't you help our Mr. Xu? Oh. Ma Longfei felt a bit like he was in a dilemma at this moment, but for the sake of the beauty in front of him, he risked his life. Okay, I'll call my father right now. After the phone rang, Ma Chuanyuan on the other end was very angry and answered the phone impatiently. What? I'm talking about business. Ma Chuanyuan knew that every time this guy called, he either wanted money or had some trivial matters. Ma Longfei was busy briefly explaining Xu Yingshue's situation, saying that this matter was really important to Yingxue Group and hoped that his father could help. Okay, got it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. All right, Greentown's matter is fine. My dad just agreed. Just wait for good news. Ma Longfei looked very confident, but he was actually unsure because he knew that the Su family was a big family in the provincial capital, and he was not sure whether they could really bully his father. But at this moment, Xu Yingshue's phone rang again. What, are you telling the truth? At this time, Xu Yingxue was completely shocked and immediately became dumbfounded because she couldn't believe that all this was true. Boss Xu, you heard it right. The Su Group has decided to give you the bid for the Greentown project, so you Yingxue Group should prepare and come to our company tomorrow to sign the contract. At this moment, Xu Yingshue's heart was about to jump out, and she was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. Boss Xu, did the Su Group call us and say they are willing to give us a small part of the Greentown project? Secretary Xiao Chen asked excitedly. No. Oh, what happened? Xiao Chen and Ma Longfei were both very confused. What was the worst situation that made Xu Yingxue so excited? Yes, the Su Group just called me and told me that the Greentown bid was all given to our Yingxue Group. Xu Yingxue said very excitedly. What, the labels, all belong to our Yingxue Group? Secretary Xiao Chen almost exclaimed, but fortunately, at this time, because they heard that Biao had been recruited by someone else, some of the bosses who got the news had already left, otherwise her shouting would probably attract a lot of people to get close to Xu Yingxue. Xu Yingxue could hardly hide her inner joy and nodded slightly. Yingxue, congratulations. Having won such a large bid, I'm afraid that in the future, Yingxue Group will definitely be one of the largest companies along the Yangtze River. At this time, Xu Yingxue was busy saying, I should be thanking you. Without your help, I would not have been able to win this bid. Ma Longfei was slightly stunned for a moment, and wondered in his heart that his father was really efficient this time, but then he smiled and said, No, this is all because of your own excellence. Xiao Chen next to him also helped to flatter him and said, Yes, this time, it's all thanks to you, Mr. Ma, otherwise, we wouldn't know who would get the bid today. Coincidentally, Han Feng just walked over at this time. When Xiao Chen saw him, he immediately raised his voice and said, Mr. Ma, you are such an excellent person. You are much better than some people. Not only are you not good at anything, but you also learn to brag, saying that you must recruit a bid and see. Sigh. This time you have blown your own bluff, right? This is really a slap in the face. Han Feng stopped, crossed her arms, and looked coldly at Xu Yingxue, the annoying secretary. Usually, this guy was in cahoots with Xu Yingshue's parents and targeted her everywhere. But this time, he was flattering Ma Longfei again. It was really good enough. If she was not Xu Yingshue's secretary, she would slap this bitch a few times no matter what. But he still smiled and said, Oh, it looks like you guys are in a good mood. Did you get the bid? HMPH, but I have to advise you not to lick the wrong person. This loser next to you is incapable of helping you. Han Feng said with a pout. What nonsense are you talking about? If it wasn't for Longfei's help, would it have been you who won the bid for our company this time? Xu Yingshua's face darkened at this time, because she felt that Han Feng's tone was really too rude. What do you think? HMPH, it's just a small thing. Don't thank me. Although we are divorced, I am not a petty person. I will give you the Greentown bid. Just consider it as another good deed I have done. After saying that, Han Feng chuckled and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Xu Yingxua said very angrily. Han Feng, I can tolerate your unreasonable behavior and your nonsense. But you must apologize to Longfei today. Now, right now. Apologize. Han Feng chuckled and looked at Xu Yingxua. Why should I apologize to him? Are you asking him if he deserves it? At this time, Xu Yingxua stared at Han Feng angrily. She had never thought that Han Feng would become like this today. How could he be so unreasonable? Han Feng! You are not allowed to insult Mr. Ma. At this time, Secretary Xiao Chen also became very angry and shouted at Han Feng. You useless guy, you have no ability, but when you see others are better than you feel unconvinced, right? You must apologize to Mr. Ma today. At this time, Ma Longfei looked at Han Feng, who was defeated, and felt very proud. He stood aside and said hypocritically. Yingxua, don't blame Han Feng. Look at him now. Without your protection, I guess even his life is a problem. After all, you have been married for so many years, so just forgive him. No. Xu Yingxua couldn't get over it today, not for anything else but for her own face. Han Feng, apologize. Secretary Xiao Chen also said indignantly. Han Feng, look at how big the gap is between you and Mr. Ma. You slandered Mr. Ma so much, but others still spoke up for you. Looking at your behavior, I feel ashamed for you. Han Feng chuckled and shook his head. You two idiots are just big-breasted and brainless guys. If the excellent Mr. Ma you mentioned is really as good as you two say, the Green City project would have belonged to the Ma family long ago. How could it be your turn? HMPH, stop being naive. Shut up. Today, Han Feng actually said that she had big breasts and no brains. Xu Yingxua really couldn't stand it anymore. The anger in her eyes suddenly rose up. Now she was also overwhelmed by anger. She raised her hand and slapped Han Feng. Stop. Just when Xu Yingshua's slap was about to hit Han Feng in the face, Su Yuhong suddenly appeared in front of Xu Yingxua, grabbed Xu Yingshua's arm, and pushed her aside. You? Xu Yingxua never expected that at this time, someone would be willing to help Han Feng, a loser. Chapter 8, A Trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Yuhong's eyes were raised with anger at this time. She was extremely angry and said angrily. I seem to have warned you just now. Han Feng is my boyfriend now. I don't care who you are. But you actually dared to hit him in front of me today. HMPH, security. Su Yuhong shouted, and suddenly more than a dozen security personnel appeared in the conference hall. Boss Su, what do you want us to do? Mr. Su. Xu Yingxua and the other two were confused for a moment, thinking that they had heard wrong. After all, the only person who could be called Mr. Su here was probably Su Yuhong. Xu Yingxua thought she had heard it wrong, and asked hurriedly. You are President Su. Su Yuhong chuckled. You're right, I am Su Yuhong. If it wasn't for Han Feng just now, do you think that based on the qualifications of your Yingxua group, our Su group would have given the bid for the Green City project to you? It's just a dream. At this moment, Xu Yingxua and Xiao Chen immediately turned their gazes towards Ma Longfei. No, our company won the bid just now, wasn't it because Mr. Ma's father, yes, the president of the Ma group called you, that you gave us the Greentown project? How could it be because of that useless Han Feng? Secretary Xiao Chen would never believe it. How could a useless son-in-law have such great ability? Even if he had such great ability, how could she give such a great thing to others? What's more, she had already divorced Xu Yingxua. Is this the Mr. Ma you are talking about? Who is he? Su Yuhong's face was full of disdain. A small Ma group is only qualified to cooperate with our small companies on some projects. Who do you think he is? I have warned you today, but you have repeatedly crossed my bottom line. No matter what I say today, I cannot forgive you. HMPH. I now declare that the cooperation between Yingxua Group and Su Group Green City is void. Security, kick them out immediately. When Su Yuhong became powerful, she was extremely terrifying. Han Feng was so shocked by her performance. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guards rushed up. Boss Su, please spare my life. Please think about it again. We know we were wrong. Yes, Mr. Su, we met when we were kids. Have you forgotten? Ouch, be gentle. Amid the shoving and shoving of the security guards, the three were quickly cleared out. Only Shuing Shue remained silent. She still didn't understand how Han Feng had such luck that he could be with Su Yuhong, a rich and beautiful woman. However, he did not blame himself because it was really Han Feng who helped him this time. Instead, he blamed all the humiliation today on Han Feng, so he decided to completely cut off ties with Han Feng no matter what he said tomorrow. Han Feng was not happy that Shuing Shue and the other two were kicked out. Instead, he felt a little sad. They were a couple who shared honor and disgrace, but today it turned out like this. Well, let them go their separate ways. After settling down for so long, it was time for him to do what he should do. It was getting late, and Han Feng didn't want to go to the provincial capital anymore. After all, Su Yuhong had already promised him, and given her personality, she wouldn't lie to him. When I returned to the pharmacy, the lights in the room were still on and an old figure was still busy in the room. Uncle Mu, you're not feeling well, you should take a good rest. Let me do these jobs. Young master, you have been busy outside all day. You should go and have a rest. I will do the work. At this time, Mr. Mu looked pale, holding a rag in his hand and breathing heavily. Han Feng felt bad looking at the sickly Mu Lao. If it weren't for Mu Lao's desperate protection, he would have died long ago. However, Mu Lao was seriously injured because of the life and death battle that year. Oh. By the way, Mr. Mu, I have good news for you. I have found 1,000-year-old ginseng today. Wait for me to bring him here, and I will make you some guyuan soup first. That way, your body can slowly recover. Then I will start refining Peiyuan Dan, and then you can return to your original state. At this time, Mr. Mu smiled miserably. Why bother with that? How many years can I live in this state? In his impression, Mr. Mu always seemed to be indifferent to life and death, but for Han Feng, Mr. Mu was now his relative, and the relative he wanted to protect with all his heart. Early the next morning, Shuing Shue called Han Feng and said that she wanted to completely sever ties with him and asked him to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the formalities. Han Feng chuckled. This woman was really troublesome. She had already signed the divorce agreement. Why did she go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Well, since she was ruthless, he had nothing to worry about. Anyway, there was nothing to do. The pharmacy was looked after by Mr. Mu. It had not been open for a long time and there were not many people. Han Feng went to the Civil Affairs Bureau alone. Things went smoothly. When the two of them came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shuing Shue finally felt liberated. HMPH, Han Feng. We are finally divorced. I have to advise you that you have to rely on yourself. Don't think that you can rest easy in your life just because you are hooking up with Su Yuhong. I'm telling you, a good blacksmith must be strong himself. If you want to spend your whole life behind a woman, you better wake up. Han Feng chuckled and touched his ears, looking impatient. Thank you for the reminder, but I have to remind you first, some things are not what you see with your eyes, especially you. What you see now cannot be true, especially people. When you regret it after you are hurt, it will be too late. Shuing Shue immediately knew who Han Feng was referring to, her eyebrows immediately raised, and she said angrily. HMPH. I'll give you this too. After saying that, he left angrily. At this moment, in a dark corner, in a brand new Maybach, a young man 2 years younger than Han Feng looked at Han Feng and chuckled. Poor, my half-brother. I used to be so arrogant, but now I have fallen to the point of being forced to divorce. Master, do you want me to send someone to kill him right away, said a servant in his 60s. No need. Han Feng has fallen to this state now. He is no longer a threat to me. Instead, he has become a negative example for me. Har, it's better to keep him. And let my father, the Prince of Yang, take a good look and see who is his most outstanding child. After a burst of sinister laughter, the car sped away. Han Feng seemed to have noticed something. He smiled slightly as he watched the car going away. But at this moment, a luxurious motorcade slowly drove over. An old man in an ancient Tang suit got out of the car, and then 30 or 40 bodyguards got out of the following car. They saluted in unison and said, Master, the master has not been feeling well recently, so let us take you back. Han Feng smiled contemptuously. Roll. Why didn't he come and say this to me when I was in trouble? After saying that, he snorted lightly, turned around and left without even looking back. Butler Tang, do we need to chase them? Asked an ancient martial arts bodyguard. No need. Always keep an eye on the young master's situation along the river and report to me if anything happens. At this time, Xu Yingxue drove out of the parking lot and saw everything in front of her. She frowned. HMPH, what are you doing? A useless son-in-law is just hooking up with the Su family, but he has to make such a big show. Who is he showing off to? He snorted softly and drove away. Han Feng had just returned to the pharmacy when another convoy of vehicles was waiting at the entrance of the pharmacy. He felt very puzzled, but when he walked into the pharmacy and saw a beautiful woman, he finally understood. Okay, you're just in time. Where's my ginseng? At this time, Su Yuhong was discussing headaches with Mu Lao. When she saw Han Feng coming back, she immediately frowned and said with a pout. You are such a boring person. I haven't seen you for a day and I missed you, so I came to see you, but you just mentioned ginseng to me. You are so annoying. Han Feng was too lazy to believe her nonsense. Those are useless. Tell me, why are you here? My grandfather wants to see you. Su Yuhong said quickly. At this time, inside the Su mansion, Su Yongzhe was drinking tea in the pavilion in the garden. But his mind was full of the bad fate in Miaojiang. He knew that if this matter was not resolved, the Su family might be in great trouble. Grandpa, Mr. Han is here. Su Yongzhe was busy collecting his thoughts and quickly stood up to greet him. Thank you so much, Mr. Han. I didn't expect that my life would be saved again. Thank you so much. Har har, come and take a seat. Han Feng said modestly. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. Besides, your Su family also uses ginseng as a transaction. But I see that you look good today. You can just continue to take my medicine for a few days. Su Yongzhe was very excited. Mr. Han, you really are a miracle doctor. Yesterday, I took your medicine, and I immediately felt better. Look, I can even walk around easily now. Oh, by the way, Yu Hong. Go and get me my treasured 1,000-year-old ginseng. Yes, Grandpa. Su Yuhong hurriedly retreated. At this time, Su Yongzhe saw Su Yuhong leaving, looked at Han Feng again, and then said with a smile. Mr. Han, what do you think of our Yuhong? Chapter 9 Xu Yingshue's Troubles. Han Feng was looking forward to finally getting the ginseng, but when Su Yongzhe asked him this, he felt a little puzzled. Oh, why did Mr. Su ask me this question? Han Feng looked at Su Yongzhe strangely. Oh, that's what happened. I heard yesterday that Mr. Han got divorced, and it just so happens that Yu Hong is still single, so I thought. Stop. Han Feng stopped Su Yongzhe before he could finish. Mr. Su, I am just an ordinary person. I cannot afford to be in your Su family. If you have anything to say, just say it. Han Feng is not a fool. He knows very well that there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially for a wealthy and powerful family like this one. Su Yongzhe smiled ashamedly. He didn't expect that his little thoughts could be seen through by the young man in front of him. Mr. Han, you are really too modest. I am a person who keeps a low profile, but I just don't give up chasing after the mundane world. Actually, our Su family just wants to befriend Mr. Han and hopes that you can become our guest of honor. There is no other intention. Han Feng chuckled for a moment. Oh, that's how it is. I'm used to being casual. I'm not used to the lifestyles of rich people like you. So, Mr. Su, please stop being polite to me. At this time, Su Yongzhe was a little stunned. He really didn't expect that Han Feng would even disdain the guest of honor of the Su family. Just think about it, this kind of treatment is what many people dream of, but in the end, the other party didn't take it seriously at all. At this time, Su Yongzhe rolled his eyes and said. Oh. Mr. Han, actually, President Qin and I are good friends. I heard that in addition to the 1,000-year-old ginseng, you also asked President Qin to find out where to find the dragon grass and plum seeds. Although I don't know where to find the dragon grass, I know where to find the plum seed. Look. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then asked hurriedly. Where? Su Yongzhe chuckled. Miaojiang? When Han Feng was about to leave the Su mansion, Su Yuhong personally saw him out. What did my grandfather tell you just now? After Su Yuhong asked this question, she lowered her head with a slightly red face. Han Feng was simply speechless. We are all mature people now, so why not stop pretending to be innocent? Oh, yes, your grandfather said that you are not young anymore, and he is planning to discuss marrying you off with your parents, and asked me if there is anyone suitable. Well, how did you answer? Su Yuhong asked after throwing a wink. I say. Okay, I happen to have a neighbor who just graduated from college but hasn't found a job yet. He's a nice guy and doesn't have a girlfriend. I'll go back and ask for you. After saying this, he laughed. Su Yuhong instantly widened her eyes in anger, staring at Han Feng and said, Get lost. I am the eldest daughter of the Su family, do I need you to be my matchmaker? The boys chasing me lined up from along the river to the provincial capital, but I didn't even bother to look at them. Don't be ungrateful. I'm telling you, you and Shuing Shue are divorced. You are my boyfriend now. I'm telling you clearly that I have a bad temper. If I find out that you are flirting with other women, I will dig your eyes out. After saying that, he went back angrily. Han Feng was almost speechless. She was a nice beauty, but she had a bad temper. However, he had just gotten out of a quagmire and really didn't want to enter another one. At this time, Shuing Shue was sitting in her own CEO's office with an extremely ugly expression on her face. Yesterday, she originally wanted to rely on the Green City plan of the Su Group to take her Yingxue Group to a new level, but because of Han Feng, her plan fell through. Now the Yingxue Group is in a rising period, and the state of the entire company is very good, so as a strong woman, Shuing Shue is unwilling to settle for the status quo. We must find a new project to transition to. When Shuing Shue was thinking hard, suddenly her secretary Xiao Chen came in hurriedly. Mr. Shu. Oh no. Seeing Xiao Chen's panic, Shuing Shue frowned and said angrily. What are you panicking about? Look at what you look like now. As the secretary of the president of Yingxue Group, you have seen a lot of storms and waves. How can you be so flustered when the situation is so serious? Really? Tell me, what's the matter? After saying that, he leaned back in his chair and asked as if nothing had happened. Boss Shu, I just received a call from several large companies that have been cooperating with our company. They said they want to stop cooperating with our company. Among them, there are orders for clothing, cosmetics, and foreign trade, all of which have been cancelled. Although Mr. Shu had just scolded him, Xiao Chen still couldn't hide his panic and spoke hurriedly. What? At this time, Shuing Shue could no longer sit still and stood up from the chair. What did you say? The order is cancelled and the company stops cooperating. What on earth is going on? Shuing Shue absolutely didn't believe it, because Yingxue Group was so excellent, there was no reason for other companies to stop cooperating with it. Boss Shu, I don't know exactly what's going on. But I asked around and from what they said, it seems to be related to your divorce. What's going on? Is it related to my divorce? At this time, Shuing Shue simply couldn't believe it, because this reason was too far-fetched, right? My divorce is just a very common thing. I am not a big shot, so will it affect my company? Just when I was at a loss for words, Xiao Chen seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said. Boss Shu, could today's incident be related to Su Yuhong? Su Yuhong? Shuing Shue looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. Boss Shu, look, yesterday, Su Yuhong treated us so badly because of Han Feng's matter. This shows that he is a very stingy person. The Su family is powerful, so if they want to do something, it will be easy. What do you think? It sounded reasonable, but Shuing Shue was still a little confused, because there was a huge gap between the business of Su's group and her own group. How did he do it in such a short time with so many partner companies and distributors? Han Feng, it must be Han Feng. At this time Shuing Shue seemed to have thought of something, because Han Feng worked at Yingxue Group, and he must have told Su Yuhong, otherwise there would not be so many companies cancelling their contracts. I'm not done with you. I want you to know that I am not that easily defeated. Just when he was so angry that he was about to call and scold Han Feng, there was a knock on the door, and then the office door opened. Mom, what are you doing here? I saw Lin Feng coming over with a coquettish look on her face. Daughter, what's the matter? Why are you yelling so loudly? I heard you yelling and making a fuss in the corridor. Not yet. Shuing Shue stopped talking suddenly, because she knew her mother's temper. If she knew the whole story, who knows what would happen? By the way, Mom, what are you doing here? Lin Fengjiao naturally had something to do. She had been unlucky recently and lost a lot of money playing mahjong. Now she was short of money, so she could only come to find herself the most promising daughter of the president. Oh, well, it's nothing, I just want to buy some clothes, but I have no money, so I want to borrow some money from you. Lin Fengjiao said it very tactfully, but she said it every time and never returned it once. That's it. I don't have any money. Xiao Chen, go to the accounting department and get 20,000 yuan for my mother. The company is not doing well recently, so you should save some money first. Wait a moment. Ying Xue, how can 20,000 yuan be enough? Every time I came to borrow money from you, it was at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. You only gave me 20,000 yuan. What can I do with it? Give me 1 million first. Lin Fengjiao seemed very angry. She really didn't expect that her daughter would become so stingy. At this time, Xu Yingshue's eyes were almost wrinkled. Now that such a serious problem had occurred in the company, the capital chain was likely to break at any time. If she did not tighten spending now, the company would go bankrupt in no time. 1 million. Oh, that's too much. No. Xiao Chen, go get my mom 100,000 yuan, that's all. Mom, I'm really busy now, please go back. Having said that, he coaxed Lin Fengjiao to leave. Lin Fengjiao felt very puzzled. Wasn't her daughter like this originally? While waiting for the elevator, Lin Fengjiao asked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, tell me, what happened to your CEO Xu today? Why has she become so stingy today? Before, when I came to get money, she never hesitated. But today she just gave me 100,000 yuan. Isn't this just treating me like a beggar? At this time, Xiao Chen also grinned and said with a chuckle. Aunt, just be content. If you keep going like this, I'm afraid you won't get a penny next time you come to get money. What? Lin Fengjiao instantly realized the seriousness of the matter and asked hurriedly. Xiao Chen, tell me quickly, what's going on? Xiao Chen did not dare to hide it and added fuel to the fire, blaming everything on Han Feng. Lin Fengjiao instantly became furious, and while cursing loudly, she stormed out of Ying Xue Group and even forgot to take her 100,000 yuan. Chapter 10, Finding Trouble at the Clinic. Han Feng took the ginseng and returned to the clinic impatiently, where he busied himself preparing the guyuan soup for Mr. Mu. This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng, so he naturally cannot waste it. If he puts the whole thing in, the medicinal power will be too strong, and Mr. Mu's body is not as good as it used to be, so Han Feng plans to brew it in several batches. Although this way is slower, it will still have a good effect. Han Feng, come out. Just when his guyuan soup was about to be served, Lin Fengjiao and Xu Qinhe broke into the pharmacy with 2 street thugs. Han Feng frowned slightly, because he had already divorced Xu Yingshuo, and could be said to have completely severed ties with the Xu family. But this Lin Fengjiao came to cause trouble for him again, which was really annoying. Judging from her attitude today, it seemed that she came with bad intentions. After boiling the medicine, he put it in a bowl, walked over step by step, and handed it to Mr. Mu, who was sitting at the counter looking at the account book. Because when Han Feng got married, he didn't really approve of this marriage. After all, they were not a good match. Thinking about who Han Feng was, he looked down on Xu Yingshue's parents. So when Lin Fengjiao and Xu Qinhe brought the gangsters in, he didn't even give them a shit. Oh, what are you doing in my pharmacy? Are you here to see a doctor? Oh. But I can't treat your illness. For a disease like snobbery, you should go to an ophthalmologist. I'm a Chinese medicine doctor and I can't cure it. Han Feng said with a pout. Mr. Mu, take the medicine first. Thank you, master. The two of them looked very warm and they actually didn't take Lin Fengjiao and Xu Qinhe seriously at all. Han Feng, you bastard. Don't play dumb with me. It was you who asked the Xu family to frame our Ying Xue Group, right? Now many large companies and groups no longer cooperate with our Ying Xue. Are you satisfied? Oh, there is such a thing. Han Feng was slightly surprised, but then behaved normally. Alas, running a company is like this. There are times when you make money and times when you lose money. You two elders can't put all the blame on me just because Ying Xue's company has problems. Then am I not very wronged? Besides, when Ying Xue made money, why didn't I see you guys saying it was my credit? Han Feng chuckled and sat aside, not even wanting to look at these two unreasonable guys. Han Feng, you bastard. The problems in Shua's company this time were clearly caused by you, so you must be responsible. Xu Qinhe shouted loudly. Responsible? Responsible for what? Han Feng curled his lips. Shua and I are divorced. What does it have to do with me whether she makes money or not? If you follow what you said, and you come to me whenever there is a problem with Shua company, then I will be very busy, right? Lin Fengjiao and Xu Qinhe were both stunned, because they really didn't expect that Han Feng had always seemed very weak over the years and was very respectful in front of them. The tone of his voice today really made them feel very uncomfortable. Han Feng, you bastard, I think you deserve a beating. You too, go and teach this bastard a lesson. Xu Qinhe shouted angrily. At this time, the two gangsters had already disliked Han Feng. One of them looked very ordinary, so they walked towards Han Feng with a frown on their faces. Kid. I think you really deserve a beating. Hurry up and apologize to our brother Xu, or we will beat the shit out of you. Yes, apologize quickly. Han Feng chuckled and ignored them because they were just two bugs. Crushing them to death would be as easy as blowing away dust. I have to make it clear to you that my clinic is a place to treat patients and save lives. People like you who are making trouble unreasonably had better get out of here, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Oh, yes, including you too. Now Han Feng simply doesn't want to tolerate it anymore. He has nothing to do with the Xu family anymore, so there is no need for him to accept their powerless behavior. He used to be a useless son-in-law of the Xu family, but today he actually spoke to them like this. How could Xu Qinhe and Lin Fengjiao bear it? They shouted loudly. What are you two looking at? Destroy this kid Han Feng for me. Today I want to let him know how serious it is to offend our Xu family. Destroy him for me. All right. The two hooligans were about to start, but at this moment, several cars suddenly stopped at the entrance of the clinic. Then dozens of people swarmed into the clinic. Han Feng frowned, looking a little unhappy. If they came for medical treatment, he didn't care how many people came. But if they wanted to cause trouble, he would make them pay for it. Master Feng, it's this kid. Our brothers from the Qinglong gang are in the hospital because of him. As soon as Brother Bao entered the room, he pointed at Han Feng with a glare and said something. At this time, he had gores on his arm and looked miserable. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked in with cold eyes, and looked at Han Feng who was sitting on the armchair in the clinic with contempt, his face full of disdain. Fuck you, it's just a yellow-haired boy. You can't even handle him. Why should I support you? At this time, Xu Qinhe and Lin Fengjiao were both stunned, not knowing what was going on. The two hooligans were so scared that they quickly hid away, but Xu Qinhe recognized that the person coming was from the Qinglong gang, so he hurriedly said. Brother Bao, what's going on? Are we getting in your way? Brother Bao's eyebrows immediately stood up, and he raised his hand and slapped him. Xu Qinhe was hit and spun around on the spot, luckily he didn't fall to the ground. Brother Bao, what are you doing? Lin Fengjiao panicked and supported her husband, saying with a lot of dissatisfaction. Fuck it, get out of here. If it weren't for you, our brothers from the Qinglong gang wouldn't still be in the hospital. Just wait for me, I will deal with you later. Oh. Lin Fengjiao and Xu Qinhe were completely dumbfounded. They had wanted to cause trouble for Han Feng today, but ended up getting into trouble themselves. If a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth. Boy, I heard you're quite skilled. Yesterday, you beat up more than 10 people by yourself. But, it's a pity that you have offended our Qinglong gang. Do you know that no one who offends our Qinglong gang will have a good ending? Master Feng said with a sneer. Han Feng snorted and was about to say something when Elder Mu spoke. Master, I drank your guyuan soup just now and I feel a little stronger. Let me help you clean up these rubbish, okay? Han Feng smiled slightly. Mr. Mu, I don't need you. You are just a few small shrimps, not even worth my money. Han Feng said it so calmly that Xu Qinhe and Lin Fengjiao, who were hiding on the side, sneered. Han Feng, the leader of the Qinglong gang is here today, let's see how you can still show off. Yes, he should. He won't even know how he died. The two of them were laughing at the same time. At this time, Hall Master Feng was also very angry. He was the Hall Master of the Qinglong gang, but he was ignored like this. This was the first time in the entire Yangjiang area. You little brat, I'm giving you a chance now. If you come over here and apologize to me right away, and then give me 5 or 600,000, we can still negotiate this matter. Otherwise. As he spoke, Master Feng shook his arms and flexed his muscles, looking very arrogant. Han Feng also chuckled and said, I'm giving you a chance now. Come over here and apologize immediately, and then get out of here. In this way, I can let go of the fact that your Qinglong gang has offended me. Otherwise, don't say that I destroyed your Qinglong gang. Damn, this kid is really arrogant. Master Feng said with a sigh. Master Feng, this kid simply doesn't take our Qinglong gang seriously. Let's destroy him today. Brother Bao said this while pretending to be powerful. Yes, Hall Master, let's destroy this kid today. At this time, the brothers from the Qinglong gang who were following also spoke angrily. Yes, destroy him. Oh. Xu Qinher couldn't help but yelled. But she felt like she had no right to speak here, so she hurried to shut up. Master Feng pointed with his finger and said with an arrogant look. Since you are also good at fighting, I don't want to bully the weak today. I allow you to make the first move. Although the brothers next to him were cheering loudly, it was really too embarrassing for him to take the first step against a young boy. At this time, Han Feng smiled slightly, slowly stood up, and walked over step by step. You said it. After saying that, Han Feng raised his hand, and with a pop sound, he slapped someone in the face. Master Feng flew up instantly, and with a plop, he turned around in the air and landed directly at the door of the clinic. Well. At this time, everyone in the clinic was dumbfounded. What was going on? This happened too fast. They couldn't see clearly at all. Everyone couldn't believe that a dignified leader of the Qinglong gang was slapped away by a useless son-in-law. This was too unscientific. The person who feels the most incredible now is Master Feng, because no one knows better than him that he is a master of internal strength after all, but today he couldn't even withstand a slap from someone else. What's going on? Chapter 11 President Qin can help you. Fortunately, Master Feng's physique was really good. He covered his face and stood up hurriedly. In order to save face, he forced a smile and said, Har 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 har, good boy, you still have some strength. Har har, har har, I was careless. It's okay, it's okay. You, a yellow-haired boy, can't hurt me at all. Look, nothing happened to me. Have you seen them all? As he spoke, he was busy wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Brother Bao and others rushed forward to help. Master Feng, are you okay? Should we come together and chop this guy to pieces? Master Feng waved his hand and sneered. No, I wasn't paying attention just now and this guy took advantage of me. But it doesn't matter. Look, I'm fine. How could he hurt me? Just watch me, snap. R. Before Master Feng could finish his words, he was slapped in the face by a slap in the face, and Master Feng flew out again. Han Feng pouted and said impatiently. Are you annoying? You're acting like a fool in front of me. This time, Master Feng was really confused, because this time was even worse than the last time. He was slapped out of the clinic by Han Feng. Maybe Han Feng was really impatient, so he used a little too much force. Master Feng rolled on the ground and then fainted. Master Feng. Brother Bao and the people from the Qinglong gang were terrified and ran out. At this time, they found that Master Feng's teeth were all over the floor and he was unconscious. Hurry up, send him to the hospital. Call a doctor. Brother Bao was so frightened that he was in a panic. Until now, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. I have never seen the two of them fighting. After all, Master Feng is an external force master. How could he be knocked unconscious by a slap from a yellow-haired boy? It's simply unbelievable. Good boy, just wait for me, our Qinglong gang will never let you go. After saying that, he drove away in a hurry. Oh, leaving now? At this moment, Xu Qinher and Lin Fengjie were stunned. They originally thought that the people from the Qinglong gang would raze this place to the ground this time, but who knew that Han Feng, that loser, could take care of it with just 2 slaps? Was this a joke? At this time, the gangster who had been hiding on the side took advantage of Han Feng's inattention and hurriedly slipped out. Brother Xu, we two brothers can't help you with this matter. The people from the Qinglong gang may come back soon, so we two will retreat first. Xu Qinher was just about to explain when the 2 thugs ran away without even looking back. What, the people from the Qinglong gang will be back soon? Lin Fengjiao said in surprise. Qinhe, shall we both run too? Otherwise, we can't afford to offend the Qinglong gang. Xu Qinhe's heart also skipped a beat. That was it. The words that Brother Bao had just left were still ringing in his ears. This kid Han Feng had offended the Qinglong gang, and he would probably die a miserable death. Han Feng, just wait for me. I'm telling you, just wait for me. So he threw down some harsh words and ran away in a panic with Lin Fengjiao. If I had my old temper, I would have made sure these two annoying guys never see the sun tomorrow. Mr. Mu curled his lips and said. Han Feng also said helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, they are Yingshua's parents. After all, I called them mom and dad. They deserve it. Mr. Mu said angrily. Master, who are you? Why do you have to endure their anger? Fortunately, you and Xu Yingxue are divorced. If they continue to show off, I will make them pay. Okay, why don't you take a look at your body? You're still so angry. Han Feng didn't want to dwell on such things and picked up the phone. President Qin, I want to ask, what happened in Yingxue Group today? Was it you who did it? Chairman Qin on the opposite side waved his hands and said in panic. No, Mr. Han. How dare I? That's what happened. As soon as the big bosses who were working with Yingxue Group heard that you and Xu Yingxue were divorced, they all withdrew on their own initiative. It has nothing to do with me. Think about it. In the past 2 years, all the companies that cooperated with Yingxue Group did so out of respect for you and me. They made huge concessions and all the profits went to Yingxue Group. Now that they heard that you two were divorced, they naturally stopped cooperating with Yingxue Group. This is understandable. Don't you think so, Mr. Han? Oh. Han Feng didn't say anything else. President Qin was telling the truth. People start a company to make money. Since there is no profit from Yingxue Group, it is normal for people to want to leave. But just when Han Feng was about to hang up the phone, President Qin on the other side hurriedly said, Mr. Han, wait a moment. Today happens to be my mother's birthday. She doesn't want us to spend lavishly, so I set up a few tables at the Longxing Hotel and invited some of our family members to the party. However, this morning, my mother specifically asked me to invite you here. Tonight, no matter what, Mr. Han, you have to honor me. Oh. Han Feng hated this kind of party the most. When Chairman Qin's mother was ill, I cured her by myself. So, Chairman Qin has helped a lot with Yingxue Group's affairs over the years, so I couldn't refuse. All right. Such a serious incident happened in Yingxue Group that made Xu Yingxue dizzy and confused. Because it happened too suddenly and she had never experienced such a thing before, she really didn't know how to deal with it. But at this time, Ma Longfei also arrived. Although the Ma Group is also a large group, the Ma Group is not under the control of Ma Longfei, and he can't help. However, Ma Longfei still has a lot of tricks. Yingxue, don't be anxious. In fact, with something like what happened to your company, I guess there is only one person in the entire Yangjiang area who can help you right now. Who? Xu Yingxue asked hurriedly. That's President Qin. Ma Longfei said very affirmatively. At this time, Xu Yingxue seemed to see the light, because she knew that President Qin had great prestige throughout the Yangtze River, and just one word would be enough. So, as Ma Longfei said, as long as President Qin is willing to help him, the current crisis of Yingxue Group can be easily resolved. But, will President Qin help? Xu Yingxue said doubtfully. Don't worry. I've already inquired about it. Today is President Qin's mother's birthday. Most people don't even know about it. I heard it's at the Longxing Hotel. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ma Longfei said with a smile. Think about it, when the time comes you only have to, Ma Longfei's meaning was very clear. If he wanted to ask someone for something, he naturally had to give them gifts. Xu Yingxue was very familiar with these. Yeah, I know. What? At this time in the hospital, the leader of the Qinglong gang, Yang Xiaoqian, looked at Master Feng lying on the bed with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to eat someone. What the hell, it's just a small doctor in a clinic, you can't even deal with him, what do I need you for? Let me tell you, we in the Qinglong gang have always bullied others, and we have never been bullied by anyone. Little treasure, you, go and tell me something later. Tomorrow, let that ignorant fellow come to our Qinglong gang to atone for his sins. Otherwise, you will see that I am unfair to his medical clinic. Brother Bao was also very confident at this time. Han Feng, that bastard, caused 2 of his ribs to be broken, and now he has caused Master Feng to be lying in the hospital. He will definitely be punished tomorrow. When Han Feng received the message from Brother Bao, he thought about destroying the Qinglong gang directly, but when he thought about what he had to do in the evening, he just sneered and agreed. At night, the entrance of Longxing Hotel was still brightly lit, and various luxury cars were parked in front of the hotel. However, there was only one person who was in accident and came by taxi, that was Han Feng. The security guard at the door didn't recognize Han Feng and hurriedly stopped him. This is the VIP channel. If you are hotel employee negotiating with the hotel, please use the employee channel. The security guard was quite polite, but Han Feng still smiled and said, I'm here for the party. Oh, stop. The security guard looked at Han Feng with an expression of disbelief. Attending the party. Are you sure you're not kidding? Because no one knows better than the security guard that the banquet held at Longxing Hotel today is for President Qin's family, but everyone who came to the banquet drove luxury cars, and no one was seen coming in a taxi. No, what's wrong? Can't I attend the party? Han Feng felt a little strange. The security guard chuckled. It's not that you can't attend the banquet, but you can't attend today's banquet at all. Look at you, look at what you are wearing, and then look at yourself. The security guard pointed at the luxury cars next to him, each one more beautiful than the other. Han Feng smiled faintly. Actually, I can afford this, but I just don't like it. Hey, who is bragging? Just when Han Feng wanted to say a few words and was about to go in, he saw a man and a woman walking over. The man in a suit looked smug, while the woman in a white evening dress had a gloomy expression. After looking at Han Feng, they didn't want to say a word. When Han Feng saw that it was Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei, he couldn't help sighing. He really didn't expect that they would meet in such a narrow road. Chapter 12 Birthday Invitation. Last time, because of Han Feng, he lost face here. Today, he got the chance and Ma Longfei said he couldn't miss it. Who was that, I thought? It turns out he's just a divorced, useless son-in-law from the Xu family. He actually came here to brag again today. Hey, I'm also wondering, people like you, besides being a first-rate swindler, are you really good for nothing? Xu Yingxue didn't want to pay attention to Han Feng, because she was very angry with Han Feng. Han Feng turned around and glanced at the two of them. He was also very angry. Although he had divorced Xu Yingxue, he still felt uncomfortable seeing her being in pairs with other men. After all, they were still husband and wife the day before yesterday. Oh, who did I think it was? I really didn't expect it. I don't know who was kicked out of here by the security guards yesterday, but he still had the nerve to come here today. He's really shameless. When this was mentioned, Xu Yingxue became furious. After all, she was quite confident that she could get the Greentown project. However, because of Han Feng, the Yingxue group not only lost the Greentown project, but also faced the departure of other groups. She saw that the Yingxue group, which she had worked so hard to build, was about to be destroyed in his hands. Han Feng, that's enough. I don't want to talk to you, and please stay away from me. We'll settle our accounts later. After saying that, he took Ma Longfei's arm and walked into the Longxing Hotel angrily. Han Feng chuckled. Although he felt a little sad, he believed that he would get used to it soon. May I have your name? Well, why are you asking this? The security guard was stunned at this time, not knowing why Han Feng asked him this question. Longxing Hotel is owned by the Su family. I know Su Yuhong from the Su group. I will tell her in a moment that it was you who let those two unwelcome people in. Also, you stopped the distinguished guest of the Su family at the entrance of the hotel and didn't let him in. Now, Humph, you're done. After Han Feng finished speaking, the security guard at the door was really shocked. However, after taking another closer look at Han Feng, he still couldn't believe it, because Han Feng didn't look like someone who knew the eldest daughter of the Su family. Just when I didn't know what to do, a waiter suddenly ran out of the hotel. What do you do for a living? Why are you stopping the VIP of our hotel? Get out of my way. Han Feng saw that the face was familiar. It turned out to be the hotel waiter from yesterday. Just as he was going to get some drinks, he happened to see the security guard at the door doing the stupidest thing. Su Yuhong's words would make the whole hotel tremble. A small security guard actually dared to stop his friend. Isn't that courting death? The security guard at the door was stunned for a moment. He quickly stepped aside and apologized, saying, I'm sorry, sir. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me. I was wrong. Just forgive me. I'm sorry, I really don't know you. Han Feng curled his lips and chuckled. It's not that you don't recognize me, it's just that you only recognize clothes and luxury cars. HMPH, be careful next time. Not all people who drive luxury cars are rich. It could be a boss who is heavily in debt and about to go bankrupt. After saying that, he turned around and followed the waiter directly to President Qin's banquet hall. Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei arrived at the door of the banquet hall, but it was awkward because two bodyguards stopped them at the door. Excuse me, miss, do you have an invitation? Xu Yingxue really didn't expect that Qin's mother's birthday party would be so complicated, but for her own purpose, Xu Yingxue still said tactfully. Oh, an invitation, yes, I have it. Hey, where did you go? Longfei, have you seen my invitation? Ma Longfei also helped to cover up the lie and said. Oh, did you leave it at home? Oh, look at me, my memory is so bad. Xu Yingxue said, pretending to be embarrassed. Oh, I'm so sorry, I left my invitation at home. At this time, the bodyguard at the door smiled slightly, then took out a guest list and said. It's okay, accidents are inevitable. Oh, excuse me, what is the name of the beautiful lady and gentleman? Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei were both stunned for a moment. It turned out that this banquet was not open to the public and the list of guests had already been drawn up. What should I do? Xu Yingxue looked at Ma Longfei, thinking that he would definitely have a solution. But Ma Longfei was also dumbfounded. He kept squinting and thought, how the hell do I know who President Qin will invite today? No, you two probably don't know who I am. Let me tell you, I am the eldest son of the Mar Group, my name is Ma Longfei. My father is the president of Yarn Group, Mar Qianqi. I thought the bodyguards would be shocked if I brought out my dad, but who knew that the two bodyguards frowned, put away the list, and glared at Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei. I thought that every year at this time, there would always be one or two people who wanted to sneak in and join in the fun. I'm sorry, no one can enter without being invited. The two were dumbfounded. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Just when Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei were standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do, the waiter led Han Feng and the others over. Han Feng, why is it you again? How come I keep running into you wherever I go? Xu Yingxue glared at Han Feng, who was walking towards her. It was all Han Feng's fault that she was in such an embarrassing situation today, so she got angry when she saw him. Ma Longfei was also stunned for a moment, then glanced at Han Feng. He didn't expect that Han Feng actually came in. He really underestimated him. I'm here to attend the party. Why, are you here to attend the party too? Han Feng said lightly. What, you're here for the party? Are you kidding me? It's really making me laugh to death. Har, you really are good at joking. HMPH. Do you know whose party this is today? Ma Longfei asked with a cold snort. Of course I know. The birthday party for the mother of Chamber of Commerce President Qin. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Han Feng asked with a chuckle. There is a problem, of course there is a problem. Since you knew it was the birthday party for Chamber of Commerce President Qin's mother, why did you still brazenly say you wanted to attend the party? Don't you even look at who you are? You are such a useless son-in-law. What qualifications do you have to attend the banquet? President Qin, you know who he is. The people attending the banquet this time are all business tycoons and socialites. Just because you want to attend the banquet, it's really ridiculous. Xu Yingxue was also frowning. Although she and Han Feng were divorced, they were once husband and wife after all. She actually came here to make a fool of herself. She really regretted it. Why did she fall in love with him in the first place? Okay, Han Feng. I'll settle our accounts with you later. I don't want to say anything to you. This is not the place for you. You'd better leave here immediately. Seeing the two people's funny looks, Han Feng wanted to laugh in his heart, but he still said very frankly. Oh, I'm really sorry, I really can't leave here. Because, I was invited by President Qin. What the hell? Han Feng had just finished speaking when Ma Longfei's eyes widened and he looked at Han Feng as if he were a monster. Are you kidding me? President Qin's mother is having a birthday party, and he would invite a useless loser like you to attend the party. Who do you think you are? Xu Yingshua's eyebrows were almost frowned, because everyone knew that many business tycoons wanted to come to today's banquet but couldn't. He, Han Feng, was just an ordinary office worker. Well, it was a position arranged for him in his own company. Now look, he's just a doctor in a clinic, why would President Qin hire him? Han Feng, stop talking nonsense. Although Xu Yingxue was very angry, she also knew that they were divorced and Han Feng no longer listened to her. Han Feng shook his head embarrassedly. I'm so sorry, I might disappoint you. Because the party is about to begin. I really didn't want to waste any more time with these two guys, so I turned around and walked inside. The bodyguard at the door was not tolerant and stopped Han Feng and asked. What's your name, sir? My name is Han Feng. After saying that, the bodyguard took a quick look at the invitation list, and his eyes immediately widened, because the first name on the invitation list was Han Feng, and it was specially marked. The two bodyguards quickly moved aside and bent over to greet him. Mr. Han, please come in. Han Feng turned around and smiled slightly and said. Sorry, I'll go in first. After saying that, Han Feng turned around and prepared to enter the banquet hall. At this time, Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei were simply dumbfounded. No one had expected that President Qin would invite a useless waste like Han Feng to his banquet. This was really unbelievable. Ma Longfei suddenly touched Xu Yingxue with his hand and whispered in her ear. Quick, call Han Feng. Tell him to take us in together. Xu Yingxue hurriedly woke up, a little hesitant, but still shamelessly shouted. Han Feng! Wait a moment. Oh, what's the matter? Han Feng turned around and asked. Xu Yingxue was also determined to go all out. She had already sworn that she would never talk to Han Feng again in her life, but today, for the sake of her own film group, she could not care less. Chapter 13, Mother Qin comes to play matchmaker. Although Xu Yingxue was a little embarrassed, she still said with a flattering face. Oh, look, I left my invitation at home. After all, this is Mother Qin's birthday party. If I go back to get it first. Han Feng chuckled. Although Xu Yingxue didn't say anything, he knew what she meant. He had vowed yesterday that he would never help Xu Yingxue again, but when she asked, he was too embarrassed to refuse. Okay, then come in with me. It was just a simple sentence, and after it was finished, Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei frowned, thinking to themselves, damn Han Feng, can't you just lie and say that the three of them were together? Oh, okay, sir, miss, please come in as well. The two bodyguards were not fools. Although this guy named Han Feng looked inconspicuous, he was the first name written on the invitation list, and there was a note. Let alone bringing two people in, even if he brought a whole car of people in, the two would not dare to stop him. Even after Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei entered the banquet hall, they still couldn't believe that all this was true. What was even more ridiculous was that Ma Longfei pouted and said shamelessly. What's so great about Han Feng? HMPH, the two bodyguards at the door just let us in because of my dad's face. Xu Yingxue did not retort because she thought the same. How could the two bodyguards at the door agree to let her and Ma Longfei in just because of Han Feng's words? It was easy to tell at a glance what kind of people the bodyguards were. It was obvious that Mr. Ma was not an ordinary person, and Han Feng. Well, I just hope that today's banquet won't cause any trouble for me. After Han Feng came in, someone informed President Qin. When President Qin came over, Han Feng was watching casually on the side, because today's guests were all business tycoons and so on, and he had nothing in common at all. However, he also discovered a problem. There were many beauties in the banquet hall today. Har, they were quite pleasing to the eyes. Xu Yingxue and Ma Longfei were different. They quickly integrated into the banquet hall as soon as they entered. For Xu Yingxue, this opportunity was rare, especially when problems arose in her company. Mr. Han, you're here. Come on, come in, the old lady has been waiting for you for a long time. President Qin walked over and said with a smile. Han Feng also said politely. I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way here just now, so I'm late. Not too late, not too late. The party hasn't started yet. Come on, we're going to have a couple of drinks later. Having said that, President Qin pulled Han Feng directly to the innermost position. Hey, Xue, look. How did Han Feng get to the VIP seat? No, to be precise, he has already sat next to Qin's mother. What does this kid want to do? Ma Longfei was dumbfounded at this time, and even thought it was an illusion, so he was busy greeting Xue. At this moment, Xue's heart skipped a beat. What she feared most was happening. Could it be that Han Feng came here to embarrass her? Old lady, today is your birthday, and I didn't bring any gifts. Look, this is a jade pendant that I found in the antique market a few days ago. It just so happens that you had a lung cough problem before. Wearing it on your chest for a long time will be very helpful for your lung cough. At this time, Qin's mother was very happy, and she believed in what Han Feng said without a doubt, because just when she was about to be buried, it was Han Feng who saved her by using silver needles to acupuncture her acupuncture points. Yeah, har, that's great. Han Feng, I'm so happy that you can come today. You still care about me the most. If it weren't for you, I would have been buried long ago. Mother Qin said very enthusiastically. TSK, you have the nerve to use such a small piece of jade as a gift, how shameful. Ma Longfei on the side said with a sneer. Hurry. This was a good time, Ma Longfei signaled to Xue. After all, at this time, as long as Xue's gift was taken out, it would easily surpass Han Feng's gift. Xue hesitated for a moment, but she gritted her teeth and took out a gift box. Then she walked over with a smile and said, Old lady, I know it's your birthday today, and I haven't prepared any gifts. This is a jade rui made of the best Heqin jade. Please accept it. As she spoke, Xue handed the thing over. Wow, it's really good. Yes. Such a big piece of Heqin jade must weigh more than 10 kilograms, right? How much does this cost? It's really a big deal. Those who knew the subject couldn't help but burst into admiration. Looking back at the small jade pendant Han Feng had just given them, it was simply not presentable. At this time, Xue and Ma Longfei felt very happy, because a big shot like President Qin could not give away ordinary things. President Qin frowned at this time, because in his impression, Xue didn't seem to be invited. Why is she here? She just divorced Han Feng, isn't she here to cause trouble? Mother Qin didn't know Xue, but she just thought she was pretty, nodded slightly, and signaled the person next to her to take it away. But, I still prefer this jade pendant that Han Feng gave me. He said this with a smile and put it on his chest with his own hands. Oh. This situation made Xue feel very uncomfortable. She really didn't expect that the piece of Heqin jade she spent tens of millions to buy was not as good as the broken jade pendant that Han Feng bought at a street stall. The distinguished guests at this time were also very surprised, and they were all speculating about who the person sitting next to Qin's mother was. The person who could be treated as a distinguished guest by President Qin must be no simple person. At this time, Qin's mother looked at Xue again and said with a satisfied look. What's your name, girl? You look very cute. I have to say, you are really beautiful. I like you. Are you married? Hearing that Qin's mother took the initiative to talk to her, Xue was extremely happy. After all, President Qin was a filial son. If Qin's mother had a good impression of him, then President Qin's side would be much better. It seems that my Heqin jade is still in charge. Ma Longfei also chuckled at the side. So what if they are rich? The result is still like this. He still pretends to be noble and says that he likes jade pendants. It's all lies. However, Qin's mother's question really made Xue stunned for a moment, but then she said decisively. Not yet. My name is Xue, the president of Xue Group. Oh, that's great. Qin's mother said excitedly at this time. Han Feng, I heard that you are divorced. I think this beauty is quite suitable for you. How about I act as a matchmaker and pair you two up? What do you think? Mother Qin didn't know Xue, so she had this idea. At this moment, Xue and Han Feng were instantly embarrassed. Poof. At this moment, President Qin, who was about to take a sip of tea to moisten his throat, suddenly spat it out. Fortunately, a waiter was busy bringing a napkin. President Qin felt rude and wiped his mouth and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, the tea was too hot. Mother Qin looked a little unhappy. She didn't expect her son to do such a thing when she was preparing to be a matchmaker for Han Feng. After glaring at President Qin, he hurriedly said, "Ignore him. Come on, let's talk about our own affairs. What do you two think?" Han Feng's heart skipped a beat at this moment. He didn't expect that the old lady of the Qin family would do such a thing. Old lady, well, today is your birthday, which is a big deal, and my affairs are all small matters, let's talk about it later. How can it be a trivial matter? Qin's mother said hurriedly. Today is my birthday, and I specially invited all the girls from Yangjiang who come from prominent families, are unmarried, pretty, and have high education to come to you. If this one doesn't suit you, I can introduce you to others. Han Feng was speechless. He didn't expect that Qin's mother actually had such a hobby. Xu Yingxue was also very embarrassed at this time. She really didn't expect that President Qin's mother would introduce her to someone. But why did she introduce someone to Han Feng, who she had just divorced? But Xu Yingxue was still very clever and said quickly, "Oh, no, old lady, I already have a boyfriend. That's him." He was busy introducing Qin's mother. His name is Ma Longfei, and he is the eldest son of the Ma family of the Ma group. He is very cultured and has studied abroad. After listening to Xu Yingshue's introduction, Qin's mother glanced at Ma Longfei casually, then smacked her lips twice and said, "Alas, what a pity, he can't compare to our Han Feng, he is simply too far behind." Oh! Ma Longfei was in a swell mood at the moment, but after hearing what Qin's mother said, he instantly felt his face turn red and he was very angry. What was that look in the old guy's eyes? He was the eldest son of the Ma family and the heir of the Ma group, so how could he be inferior to a useless waste? But he could only think about this in his heart and never say it out loud. After all, no matter how powerful the Ma group was, it was nothing in front of Chairman Qin. So I could only pretend to laugh and say, "Yes, that's what the old lady said. How can I compare with Dr. Han?" Although he felt uncomfortable, he kept a smile on his face. After all, President Qin was right next to him. If he said too much, he might offend President Qin, which would directly affect the Ma group, and that would be more trouble than gain. Chapter 14 South Coast Project. At this time, Xu Yingxue felt a little ashamed. Her so-called boyfriend was not as good as Han Feng, whom she had just divorced. Doesn't it mean that there is something wrong with her eyesight? Mother Qin didn't care what others thought. Since the topic had been brought up, she simply didn't care whether it was her birthday or not, and hurriedly continued. "Since this girl is not suitable, let's see today if there are any other girls who like our Han Feng. It's okay. I'll be your matchmaker today. Our Han Feng is very capable and handsome. Having a handsome, steady, and capable man as my husband is a blessing from my past life." At this moment, the entire banquet hall was in an uproar. No one had expected that what was supposed to be a birthday party would turn into a blind date meeting. However, the daughters of wealthy tycoons are all very proud. When they heard that Qin's mother wanted to act as a matchmaker, they thought this was a rare opportunity, so they all scrambled to take a look, and then turned and left after just a glance. This Han Feng is really too ordinary. He looks very handsome and steady, but judging by the way he's dressed, he doesn't look very capable at all. Yes, he is obviously a man without any real ability. If I marry him, won't I be starving every day in the future? HMPH. I don't think the clothes he's wearing are enough for a manicure. Han Feng felt really embarrassed at this time. The old man meant well and was considering his lifelong affairs, but where would he put his face in front of so many people at the birthday party? But Qin's mother didn't care at all. Seeing that no one responded, she pointed at a wealthy boss sitting in the VIP seat and said, "Li Dizong, is the person next to you your daughter Yao Yao? I've grown so big. Time has passed so quickly. I heard that she just came back from studying abroad, and she doesn't have a boyfriend yet, right?" At this moment, Li Dizong's heart skipped a beat. He and the Qin family were old friends, so he naturally couldn't hide the matter of his children from the old lady of the Qin family. He dared not conceal it. "Oh, yes. Har, now that the children are grown up, they are no longer under their mother's control. I have no say in their marriage matters." Li Dizong was smart enough to directly raise the question for fear of offending the old lady. "Yao Yao, this is your fault. You are already so old, but you still don't know how to find a husband. Look at me, I married into the Qin family when I was 18 years old, and I am doing so well now. Women should find an honest man. Look at Han Feng next to me. It just so happens that Han Feng is also a doctor, and you graduated from a medical university. You can really be said to be a perfect match. At this time Xu Shua also looked over, and saw that Yao Yao, as described by Qin's mother, was indeed a beauty with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. Moreover, because of the good family atmosphere, people thought she was a very well-educated girl. However, when everyone turned their eyes to Li Yao Yao, they found that Li Yao Yao was not as everyone saw. Instead, she curled her lips and snorted softly and said, "Old lady, you don't have to worry about the affairs of us young people. If the Han Feng you mentioned is really as outstanding as you said, he wouldn't be like this today. I'm sorry to trouble you to help introduce him to a partner." There was a look of disdain in his words. Han Feng chuckled and then his eyes turned to the girl sitting next to him. He didn't expect her to be quite unique. However, Ma Longfei on the side felt much more comfortable instantly. Looking at Han Feng's sneer, he thought to himself, "Don't you look at what kind of person you are? You actually want to come to this kind of place for a blind date? It's ridiculous. Xu Shua was blind back then. Do you still think that everyone else is blind?" Xu Shua also frowned. What a shame. He could just open a clinic, but he didn't know how to work hard, but always wanted to hook up with a beautiful, rich woman. It was simply wishful thinking. Li Dizong felt that his daughter had gone too far. After all, today was Qin's mother's birthday. If he offended the Qin family, it would not be good for his future business. "Yao Yao, stop talking nonsense." "Har har, well, I spoiled Yao Yao, so please don't be angry, auntie." At this time, President Qin felt that the situation was a bit awkward. He was just thinking about smoothing things over, but at this time a voice came straight from the door. I am willing to date Han Feng." And he looked anxious. At this moment everyone in the banquet hall looked over instantly. Just then, a tall and sexy-looking beauty walked in from the door. Mother Qin was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly asked President Qin next to her, "Whose girl is this?" President Qin recognized it immediately and said with a smile, "Su Yuhong, the eldest daughter of the Su family." It's the eldest daughter of the Su family. She has grown so big. Okay, this is good." Mother Qin was filled with joy. Su Yuhong's arrival was the most suitable match for Han Feng in the entire Yangjiang area. At this time, everyone in the banquet hall was dumbfounded. Because they were all businessmen, they were naturally very familiar with Su Yuhong. Now the entire industry of the Yangjiang Jiangsu family was controlled by Su Yuhong. She was young and beautiful, and had strong business capabilities. This Greentown project was the best proof of this. But what does it mean, she is willing to? Dating is not a business investment. Do you think Han Feng, who is sitting next to the old lady of the Qin family, is a potential stock? How can you joke about something as important as marriage? Xu Shua glanced at Su Yuhong who was walking over, and glanced at her lightly, her heart full of anger. She had suffered a great humiliation in the last Greentown bidding incident, and she had already remembered it in her heart. She would definitely take revenge. However, he knew that the Su family was too powerful and he was no match for them, so he could only keep his anger to himself. Ma Longfei's eyes lit up again, but he could only sigh inwardly. He was really unwilling to accept it in his heart. It was a pity that such a beautiful female CEO, how could he fall in love with a loser like Han Feng? Looking at myself again, I am 100 times better than that loser Han Feng. I am really a flower stuck in cow dung. Girl, come and sit down. Mother Qin winked at President Qin, who immediately understood and hurriedly made room for her. Su Yuhong sat directly next to Mother Qin. Han Feng was speechless. He didn't expect Su Yuhong to appear here at this time. Things became a little complicated this time. At the beginning, he just wanted to make Qin's mother happy, so he didn't want to disturb the old lady's interest. Anyway, no one here would really like him. It's over now, Su Yuhong is really a troublesome guy. Girl, what did you just say? In order to confirm that she had not heard wrongly, Qin's mother asked again hurriedly. Su Yuhong didn't hesitate at all and said directly. Old lady, I just said that I am willing to be Han Feng's girlfriend. And our Su family has already agreed that someone as outstanding as Han Feng can come to our Su family to propose marriage at any time. As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at Han Feng. Yes. Mother Qin was overjoyed. The original intention of holding this birthday party today was to introduce a partner to Han Feng. In her impression, not every daughter of a rich family could be worthy of Han Feng. This time, the Su family's legitimate daughter is finally relieved. Great, great, it seems I was worrying for nothing. Okay, he. As he said this, he smiled and waved his hand. This caused an instant sensation in the banquet hall. No one had expected that the parents of the Su family had agreed. This was simply unbelievable. How could such an ordinary guy be favored by the Su family? It was really incredible. Even Li Yaoyao, who was sitting on the side, looked at Su Yuhong in surprise. She once thought that Su Yuhong had gone crazy due to a high fever. Xu Yingxue was also a little surprised. She did not expect things to change so quickly, but she was also convinced. She had just divorced Han Feng, but he hooked up with a beautiful female CEO who was even more powerful than her. Alas! It seemed that Han Feng was destined to rely on women for his livelihood in this life. President Qin was also very satisfied at this time. After all, he knew both the Su family and Han Feng very well, unlike the Xu family before, which ended up in divorce. Now that things have come to this, as their host, I have to say a few words. Okay, today is a really good day, he. This blind date today was proposed by my mother. It's also my mother's birthday. In order to make my mother happy, I have decided to give the South Coast project to the person who successfully had a blind date with Han Feng. As soon as their words fell, the whole banquet hall suddenly exploded again. What, South Coast project? Wow, did we hear it right? That's a huge project worth hundreds of billions. Whoever gets this project will become rich overnight. My goodness, why didn't President Qin tell me earlier? You know, I brought my daughter with me this time. Come on, your daughter is only 10 years old. What do you mean? Are you crazy about money? Now, those big bosses who had been looking down on Han Feng just now suddenly turned their eyes to Han Feng, as if they were looking at a money jar, which made Han Feng feel uncomfortable all over. Daughter, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, yes, daughter, you go too. The Su family just got a Green City project. This time, we can't let them monopolize the South Coast project. Go. But, Dad, that Han Feng is really too ordinary. Chapter 15 Dafar Group Chen Xiaoyang. While the rich young lady next to him was still hesitating, several other rich young ladies couldn't wait any longer and hurried to Han Feng and said excitedly, Hello, Han Feng, my name is Tang 1111, and I feel like you are the Prince Charming in my mind, so I really hope you can be my boyfriend. Here, this is my contact information. Don't listen to him, Han Feng, I like you too, and I am willing to marry you. You are really handsome. Oh. Han Feng was completely speechless at this time. He didn't expect that President Qin's kind words would have such a huge impact, exposing the true colors of those self-righteous young ladies. At this time, Xu Yingxue, who was standing aside, was also very excited. The South Coast project was even bigger than the Greentown project. The Yingxue group was facing a crisis now. If they could get the South Coast project, the crisis would be resolved immediately. He glanced at Ma Longfei anxiously, hoping that he could give him some advice, but Ma Longfei's eyes were wide open at this time, wondering what kind of luck Han Feng had that Chairman Qin was willing to use the South Coast project as a bargaining chip for him. It was simply too unfair. He thought to himself that he was no better than him in every way, but there were people willing to help him, and even a beautiful female CEO was willing to pay for him. It was really frustrating to compare with others. However, when he saw Xu Yingxue's inquiring look, Ma Longfei remained silent and pretended not to see it. Han Feng couldn't remain indifferent at this time. After all, in the face of such huge interests, few women in the world could resist, so he hurriedly said, Okay. Actually, I've been thinking about getting married these days. My family lives in the countryside. After I get married, I'll take my wife back home to farm. Har, I happen to have a few pigs at home, and I can't handle it all by myself. Oh. At this moment, the rich ladies who were busy expressing their love or were thinking of expressing their love were all dumbfounded. What? They have to go back to the countryside. How could this be possible? We are all rich girls who have never done housework. Asking us to accompany him to the countryside to farm is simply a joke. After listening to Han Feng's words, everyone began to back off. However, only two people at the scene knew that Han Feng was lying. One of them was Xu Yingxue, because no one knew better than her that Han Feng did not live in the countryside. The other was Su Yuhong, because she knew that Han Feng was such an outstanding person, he would be outstanding no matter where he was. Just when Xu Yingxue was thinking about resolving the crisis and reluctantly proposed to reconcile with Han Feng, Su Yuhong spoke first. Okay, Han Feng. I like rural life the most. I will go to the countryside with you tomorrow. Oh. Han Feng was speechless. I really didn't expect that Su Yuhong would not buy into my tricks. This is not a good thing. I think we should not wait until tomorrow. Otherwise, why don't you follow me to the countryside now? After saying that, Han Feng stood up, said something to Qin's mother and President Qin, then took Su Yuhong's hand and left the banquet hall first. At this moment, everyone in the banquet hall cast jealous and resentful glances at the two of them. When passing by the door, the security guard was so scared that he almost lost control of his bladder. He really didn't expect that this guy was really a friend of President Su. Oh, and it wasn't just an ordinary friend. Who would have thought that Han Feng actually smiled at him and then left? Today, Xu Yingxue really regretted that she had missed the South Coast project. If she had made up her mind earlier, then things might have changed. However, he would definitely not miss this opportunity. When talking to President Qin alone, he hoped that President Qin could help Yingxue group. President Qin chuckled. Mr. Xu, you may have some misunderstandings about doing business. Are you really going to take me to the countryside to raise pigs for you? You can fool those girls, but don't try to fool me. At this time, Han Feng pulled Su Yuhong out of the hotel and crossed the road directly. Su Yuhong said angrily. This woman is definitely not an ordinary woman, so Han Feng said angrily. Don't try to play tricks on me. I'm telling you, I'm not interested in you. Don't try to get close to me on purpose just for the South Coast project. I have no interest in rich girls or anything like that right now. What the hell? At this time Su Yuhong glared and said angrily. Just now, I told so many people that I was going to be your girlfriend. What do you mean? Now that you've said this to me, should I go back and ask the old lady to judge for us? Su Yuhong looked unreasonable, which made Han Feng stunned for a moment, and then she stared angrily and said. You do have someone to rely on. I'm telling you, don't try to use your little tricks to get me. I won't be fooled. After saying that, he snorted and turned away. Su Yuhong stamped her feet in anger and said angrily. Damn Han Feng, don't think you're that great. I'm telling you, no one I've chosen will dare to reject me. You are help. At this time, a van came speeding over, stuffed Su Yuhong into the car, and then drove away. It was already midnight, but the office of Dafar Group was still filled with smoke. Qian Xiaoyang sat in a recliner, a cigar in his mouth, a glass of red wine in his hand, looking at Su Yuhong who was captured by his men, with a satisfied smile on his face. The younger brothers beside him grinned grimly. Boss Su, har, it's been a long time since we last met. Oh, I'm really sorry. I've invited you several times, but you didn't show any favor. I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. The moment Su Yuhong was taken into the car, he had already guessed what was going on. Having been in the business world for so many years, this kind of scene was not surprising to him. He walked to the sofa calmly, sat down gently, and chuckled. Boss Qian, I don't think you'll ever be able to change your rogue style of doing things in this lifetime. Qian Xiaoyang smiled slightly, neither angry nor annoyed. Boss Su, to be honest, I have admired you for a long time, especially in the dead of night, when I miss you so much that I can't sleep. After saying that, he stood up slowly, poured a glass of red wine and walked over. Boss Su, I admire you very much. You are young and beautiful, and you are vigorous and resolute in your work. Countless young talents along the river can't catch up with you. I really admire you. After saying that, he slowly handed over a glass of red wine. Su Yuhong pouted and said. Don't give me that shit, just say it if you have something to say, and fart if you have to. Qian Xiaoyang smiled slightly, and seeing that Su Yuhong didn't appreciate it, he put the red wine on the table. It seems that Mr. Su is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. At this time, Black Panther brought a chair, and Qian Xiaoyang sat directly opposite Su Yuhong, smiling and saying. Today I want you to understand clearly that the Greentown project is now handed over to our Dafar Group. You can't do it anyway, so why not hand it over to our Dafar Group? What do you think? Su Yuhong smiled slightly. What if I say no? Chen Xiaoyang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Yuhong to be so calm. It seemed that he had to do something ruthless. You won't be allowed to say no. I'm telling you, I invited you here today for no other reason than that the Greentown project is mine, and tonight, even you are mine. After saying this, a lewd smile appeared on his face. Chapter 16 Plot. At this moment, inside the office of Dafar Group, there was a burst of unbridled laughter. Har har, Mr. Chen, you better take it easy. You are already over 50 years old. Mr. Su is now as vigorous as a wolf and a tiger. Be careful of your small body. At this time, the Black Panther on the side grinned and said with a laugh. At the same time, there was another burst of lewd laughter in the office, because this topic went straight to everyone's heart. However, Su Yuhong also noticed at this time that next to the Black Panther, there was a man with shoulder-length hair, starry eyebrows and sharp eyes. He just snorted lightly without any smile. Facing these mobs of people from Dafar Group, Su Yuhong just sneered. Chen Xiaoyang, I think your good days are over. I am the eldest daughter of the Su family. Our Su family is one of the best families in Yangjiang, Xinjiang and even in the provincial capital. If you dare to touch me today, I promise that the first one to be destroyed will be your Dafar Group. Then everyone here, including you, will die. Su Yuhong pointed at Chen Xiaoyang and sneered. Hey! Hee hee! Hee hee, Miss Su, do you still expect someone to come and save you? Don't dream about it. I'll tell you the truth. You've fallen into my hands today. Even the King of Heaven can't save you. After that, the sound of lewd laughter rang out again in the office. Su Yuhong was still fearless just now, but now she frowned unconsciously. Just when Chen Xiaoyang was about to reach out to touch Su Yuhong's pink cheek in triumph, there was a bang and the office door was kicked open. Oh, there's really nothing I can do. It looks like I'm going to disturb your fun again. Who, is it you? Chen Xiaoyang didn't know him, but Black Panther recognized him at a glance. Last time, not only did he get in his way, he also beat him up. Han Feng. Su Yuhong never expected that Han Feng would come to save her. Didn't she just see him leaving? Why are you here? No, there are too many of them. You'd better leave quickly. Get out of here. Although Su Yuhong knew that Han Feng was quite capable, this was the Dafar Group. There were so many people here. How could he possibly defeat them all by himself? The Black Panther was busy shouting. Brother, it was him, it was this guy who beat us all up in front of the hospital that day. Damn it, no matter what, we can't let him go today. At this time, Chen Xiaoyang slowly turned around and looked at Han Feng coldly. There was nothing surprising about it. He sneered. Okay, you're just in time, otherwise I would have come to find you sooner or later. You are such a fool, you actually dare to hit my people. I think you are really tired of living. Today I will destroy you and let you know the consequences of offending my Dafar Group. After saying that, he winked at Black Panther, who was a little scared. After all, he had been beaten up last time. He was busy yelling. Go ahead, all of you, hurry up and catch this guy. After saying that, all the bodyguards began to gather around eagerly. Han Feng sneered and said with a pout. I still say the same thing, so I have to make it clear to you in advance. I am a martial artist. You'd better apologize to President Su and send us away. I may let you go this time. Otherwise, if we really start fighting and I hurt you, you can't blame me. Chen Xiaoyang sneered. HMPH. Boy, you better wait until we break your legs. Then I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen bodyguards rushed over and started punching and kicking him. After a few pushes, Han Feng disappeared. Ouch, okay, stop hitting me, ouch. It's me, I'm Black Panther. Huh. At this moment, everyone was stunned and hurriedly moved aside to look. They didn't know when, but the Black Panther who was just standing aside was pinned to the ground and beaten until his nose and face were swollen and his body was covered with bruises. This time everyone was dumbfounded. When they went to look for Han Feng again, they discovered that Han Feng had already walked towards Chen Xiaoyang without anyone noticing. Oh shit, is he a ghost? Chen Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, and stood up from his seat in panic, saying. You stop right there. What do you eat? Ling Feng, what are you waiting for? Destroy him for me. At this time, the man with short hair chuckled. Others did not notice the scene just now, but he saw it clearly. When the bodyguards surrounded Han Feng used a ghostly body technique with extremely fast movements and brought the Black Panther in easily. Boy, I didn't expect you to be a master of the outer realm. Heh, at such a young age, it's really not easy to have such good physical skills. HMPH, what a pity. In front of me, your two tricks are simply insignificant. After saying that, he stepped forward and showed his eagle claw hand. Han Feng crossed his arms and glanced at Ling Feng with disdain. I can't remember exactly what kind of expert I am now. After all, I haven't beaten anyone in a long time. But I want to make it clear to you that I know martial arts, and I'm very good at it. He took it out with a look of disdain. At this time, Ling Feng frowned, with a hint of murderous intent in his heart. How dare someone ignore him like this? He was simply courting death. Kid, don't talk too loudly, because you will die miserably soon. After saying that, his eagle claw hands crossed in front of his chest, and with a very strong sound of wind, he rushed towards Han Feng's throat and grabbed it. Bang! Well! Before Ling Feng's eagle claw hand touched Han Feng swung his hand and slapped Ling Feng directly. With a bang, his body hit the wall and rolled down. Arr! At this time, everyone gasped. Others didn't know Ling Feng, but Qian Xiaoyang knew very well that Ling Feng was already an internal force warrior, and it was no problem for him to deal with more than 10 external force masters. But what happened today? He was actually slapped in the face and flew away. Is this a joke? Su Yuhong on the side was very excited at this moment. She really didn't expect that Han Feng was so powerful. She was worried about him just now, but now it seems that she was worried about him. Ling Feng felt a little unbelievable now. What was going on? He was about to touch the other person, but for some reason, he was slapped and flew away, and, oh, my teeth. Ling Feng spat the blood on the ground, his head full of anger. He just couldn't believe it. How could such an insignificant brat have such great strength? He stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. You little bastard, you're looking for death. After saying that, he started to show off his stance again. Han Feng chuckled. Don't overestimate your abilities. I just let you go. Don't be shameless. Ling Feng was even more furious at this time. He had never been looked down upon like this before, and today he was actually ignored by an insignificant guy. Damn it. I, Ling Feng, am a well-known figure in Yangjiang. How dare you look down on me like this? I will fight you. After saying that, he quickly changed his moves and punched Han Feng in the chest like lightning. Everyone in Dafar group was worried about Ling Feng, and no one had ever seen him so angry that he actually used his ultimate move. Han Feng sneered and kicked Ling Feng directly in the stomach. Ling Feng groaned, then heard a scream, and flew far away again. He fell to the ground with his hands covering his stomach, his face pale, and pointed at Han Feng and shouted hysterically. You actually ruined my martial arts. Bai Hua curled his lips. You were about to destroy me just now, why can't I destroy your martial arts? People can't be too selfish. I just told you that I know martial arts and I'm very good at it. If you didn't listen, you can't blame anyone. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at Qian Xiaoyang who was preparing to escape. Now it's your turn. Qian Xiaoyang was completely dumbfounded this time. This kind of thing had never happened before, because usually as long as Ling Feng was with him, no matter what happened, he would be able to handle it. But who would have thought that today he would be defeated by an inconspicuous guy, and not only that, he even crippled the guy's martial arts. In other words, Ling Feng was now a useless man. Brother, no problem. We can talk it over. Today is just a misunderstanding. Look, since you are here, you are all guests. Qian Xiaoyang retreated to the desk with a smile, and while no one was paying attention, he took out a gun from the drawer. Then the expression on his face changed immediately. You're so cool, little brat. Aren't you good at martial arts? Aren't you fast? Today I will let you see, which is faster, your body or my gun. At this moment, Su Yuhong's heart suddenly rose to her throat. The other party had a gun, and Han Feng was a good fighter, but how could he be faster than a gun? Black Panther and the others also sneered. You're not very capable, brat. Are you being honest now? You dare to hit me? I will break your legs in a moment. Han Feng curled his lips, glanced at Chen Xiaoyang and said coldly. Are you sure you want to do this? Chen Xiaoyang is very proud now. He is just a young boy. If he doesn't give him some powerful skills, he will never know how powerful Prince Chen is. Chapter 17, Evil will be rewarded. You little bastard, I'm sending you to see the King of Hell right now. After saying that, he was ready to pull the trigger. R. Su Yuhong screamed in fear and quickly covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look. Par. Su Yuhong was stunned for a moment. What sound? It didn't sound like a gunshot. When she slowly took her hand away, the scene in front of her surprised her. What was going on? Chen Xiaoyang's gun fell directly to the ground, and Chen Xiaoyang held his right hand in pain, howling with his teeth bared. At this time, the Black Panther ran over in panic. Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? I saw a thin silver needle inserted in Chen Xiaoyang's wrist. Maybe it was because it pierced the acupuncture point. Chen Xiaoyang was not only in great pain, but also felt numbness in the right half of his body and could not lift his arm. It hurts, it's numb. Hurry, help me take the silver needle off. Before the Black Panther could react, Han Feng had already come up to it and slapped it with a wave of his hand. The Black Panther flew into the air and rolled far away with a plop. I told you to mind your own business, get out of here. He's in the way. It's your turn this time. Han Feng said, pointing at Chen Xiaoyang, and chuckled. It was you just now, you wanted to cripple me and kill me. Since you are the one who suggested all of this, I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. After saying that, Han Feng walked over with a smile, and Chen Xiaoyang was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. You stop right there. Han Feng, I'm telling you, we can discuss our issues, don't. Han Feng kicked Chen Xiaoyang on the thigh. There was a cracking sound and Chen Xiaoyang fell to the ground. Legs, my legs. Chen Xiaoyang's face was distorted with pain, and the brothers beside him were trembling with fear. A few brave brothers shouted at Han Feng. You're courting death, you little brat. You dare to touch our. Before he could finish his words, Han Feng's figure flashed and several people collapsed to the ground in an instant. Chen Xiaoyang was completely dumbfounded. Is this guy a human or a ghost? But in the blink of an eye, Han Feng appeared in front of him again. Boy, you'd better not touch me again, I'm telling you. There was another click, and Chen Xiaoyang's other leg was kicked off by Han Feng again. Today I am only teaching you a lesson. If you do it again, I will send you directly to see the King of Hell, just as you said. Han Feng sneered, turned around and looked at Su Yuhong again, and said unhappily. What are you waiting for? Let's go. At this time, Su Yuhong's eyes were shining. Han Feng was so handsome. Is this the legendary hero saving the beauty? Watching Han Feng walking out, Su Yuhong hurriedly chased after him. Han Feng, wait for me. I'm telling you, what you said today must count. From now on, I will not marry anyone but you. How about we enter the bridal chamber today? Han Feng simply frowned. He was really speechless when he met such a shameless woman. Wait for me. When Su Yuhong chased to the door, she found Han Feng looking outside with his arms folded. At this time, a group of people rushed into the Dafar group like the wind. Miss, how are you? We are late. There was a traffic jam just now, so we were unable to rescue the young lady in time. Please forgive us, young lady. Seeing Su Yuhong following Han Feng out, Su family's secret guard chief Zhao Yizi hurried over and said. Su Yuhong frowned, with a look of displeasure on her face. After all, after what happened last time, the Su family had sent out secret guards who were mainly responsible for protecting Su Yuhong. But who would have thought that in just a blink of an eye, Chen Xiaoyang's men took advantage of the opportunity? Fortunately, Han Feng arrived in time, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Okay, luckily I'm fine, you guys go back first. Miss, the master knows that you had an accident, so he asked us to pick you up quickly. Zhao Yizi said hurriedly. Oh, this. Su Yuhong glanced at Han Feng. But at this time, Han Feng was looking at Zhao Yizi and laughing. You are the Su family's secret guards. Zhao Yizi frowned and glared, saying. Who are you? Han Feng curled his lips. It doesn't matter who I am, but I am a little confused. Could it be that the Su family's secret guards are such rubbish? From the time your young lady was kidnapped to the time your secret guards arrived here, 40 minutes have passed. If it were a daylily, it would have been dead by now. There's one more thing I don't understand. It's already this time of day, and you're using traffic jams as an excuse. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Zhao Yi's face turned ugly in an instant, and sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. After hearing what Han Feng said, Su Yuhong was also very puzzled and asked curiously. Captain Zhao, what's going on? Facing Su Yuhong's questioning, Zhao Yiji sneered. Humph. I was thinking of sending you to Mr. Qian in person before letting you know what's going on. Har har, now that it's already known, there's nothing for me to hide anymore. It's just that Mr. Qian gave me too much money. I can't do anything about it. People die for money and birds die for food. You can't blame us. After all, we all have to support our families. As he said this, he signaled all the secret guards to surround Han Feng and Su Yuhong. How is it possible? Su Yuhong simply couldn't believe it. They were the Su family's secret guards, and they actually betrayed their own master for money. What kind of people could do such a thing? How is it impossible? It's all your fault that the Su family didn't investigate. Any kind of idiot can be a secret guard. It would be strange if nothing goes wrong. Zhao Yizi was so angry that his nose was about to be crooked. He actually dared to say in front of him that he was an ugly guy. Didn't he know who he was? Boy, I think you want to die. How dare you underestimate the Su family's secret guards? I will let you know how you died right now. Han Feng shrugged and said without comment. First of all, I don't want to die. Secondly, the person who just said the same thing to me is still lying upstairs. I guess he should have gone to the hospital now. Brother, don't waste your time talking to him. Kill this guy, then capture Su Yuhong and hand him over to Boss Qian. Then we can take the money and leave. At this time, a younger brother hurriedly urged. Zhao Yizi was also very angry. He didn't know where this brat came from. He was so arrogant. But now was not the time to brag. He sneered and waved his hand. Capture the eldest lady, and kill the remaining boy directly, so as not to ruin our good deeds. The secret guards have been impatient for a long time. Instead of working for others, it is better to take the money and go far away. Anything is worse than doing this. As soon as he finished speaking, the secret guards rushed over instantly. Some of them had a dagger in their hands and stabbed directly at Han Feng's chest. Han Feng, be careful. Su Yuhong's heart was about to jump into her throat, and she hurriedly reminded him. Han Feng, however, looked as if he didn't care. Facing these shameless people who betrayed their master for money, he would not be polite. He squatted slightly, gathered strength in his right hand, and punched out fiercely. The secret guard in the front flew out directly, and the secret guards behind him were also knocked away. R. My waist, R. My legs. Be careful, snap, R. From beginning to end, Han Feng did not move. More than a dozen secret guards were defeated by Han Feng in just a few rounds. Only Zhao Yizi stood there stupidly, feeling extremely surprised. This was the Su family's secret guard. How come he didn't even touch the boy's clothes, but ended up being knocked down directly? All garbage. He stood aside, frowning. But Han Feng would never forget Captain Zhao, so he hooked his finger. Now you are the only one left. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me to silence me? Perfect, this is also my decision. Come here and die. Damn it, kid, you dare to ruin my good thing, I think you want to die. After saying that, Zhao Yizi took out a steel whip from his body. This was his weapon, and it could be said that he was unbeatable. The steel whip danced in the air, and the tip of the whip went straight to Han Feng's neck. Han Feng sneered, without moving at all. He just raised two fingers in the air and the whip tip was directly caught in his hand. R. Zhao Yizi was immediately dumbfounded. He knew that the steel whip in his hand could break monuments and shatter rocks, and it had a force of over 1,000 pounds. However, the person in front of him could easily deal with him with just two fingers. This was simply too incredible. Zhao Yizi was unwilling to accept this. How could his famous skill be broken by a bad boy like this? Zhao Yizi pulled his body hard, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and flew out directly. I wonder if you want to die this time. Just when he was satisfied with his success, he saw the dagger he had thrown out actually appeared in Han Feng's hand. Humph, such a treacherous person would use such treacherous tactics. Give it back to you. R. My eyes. Han Feng casually raised his hand, and the dagger pierced Zhao Yiji's eyes directly. Zhao Yiji dropped the steel whip in pain and covered his eyes with his hands. He lay on the ground and rolled around in pain. At this time, Su Yuhong was also very scared. She didn't expect Han Feng to be so powerful that even the Su family's secret guards were no match for him. Han Feng picked up the steel whip and sneered. For a traitor like you, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Su family. Chapter 18, Medicinal Materials Market Along the River. After saying that, he whipped Zhao Yizi a few more times, leaving him with skin torn and wailing. Han Feng hates this kind of people the most, so he strikes hard. At this time, Su Yuhong was also very surprised. She didn't expect Han Feng to have such a cruel side. People like Zhao Yizi should be severely punished. However, she really didn't understand it. He was a capable person among the Su family's secret guards, but he was beaten like this by Han Feng. It was really unbelievable. Careful. Just when Han Feng was about to spare the hateful Zhao Yizi, he suddenly found a ball in Zhao Yizi's hand thrown on the ground, and instantly a cloud of smoke spread out. Han Feng quickly protected Su Yuhong behind him, his eyebrows raised. Damn it, you dare to learn ninja from me. The steel whip in his hand flew across the sky, and only a scream was heard. R. Then there was a thud, and the steel whip wrapped around Zhao Yizi's neck and was pulled back. Han Feng did not expect that Zhao Yizi's steel whip was so cruel. The smoke dissipated quickly. When he looked at Zhao Yizi again, he saw a long cut on his neck. At this moment, Zhao Yizi's eyes were rolled back, blood was flowing from his neck, and he died. Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally killed your Su family's secret guard. You won't blame me, will you? Han Feng smiled and turned to look at Su Yuhong and asked. Su Yuhong was also very surprised at this time. She really didn't expect that the Su family's secret guard, an internal force master, would die so easily. It seems that I have to talk to the head of the family and ask him to improve the level of the secret guards. Things have come to this, what else can I say? I don't care. You've already killed my secret guard. My personal safety is the real problem now. Since you are such a good fighter, you must be responsible for my personal safety in the future, and that's 24 hours a day. In that case, you can be my secret guard. What? Han Feng asked in disbelief. You want me to be your bodyguard and secret guard? Are you kidding me? I want a lot of money, I'm afraid your Su family can't afford it. After that, he chuckled and said. Let's go. I'll take you home for free today. I'll be your secret guard for once. But I have to make it clear to you, if it happens next time, I will charge you. Su Yuhong stamped her feet in anger. You annoying guy, I have always had many rich young men fighting for me to be my bodyguard, but I never bother to use them. You are so nice, you actually have the nerve to ask me for money. You money-loving fellow. Han Feng curled his lips. Since there is something for free, why are you looking for me? They are just some good-looking but useless guys. At this time, Su Yuhong took a few quick steps, hugged Han Feng's arm, and said with a smile. How do you know he's useless? You haven't tried it, hey, are you good at that? Han Feng was speechless for a moment. Su Yuhong, this girl, always changed the topic. It was really a bit unbearable. A rich lady actually said such a thing. She was not afraid of being embarrassed. There was no other way. Han Feng didn't want to pay attention to her. He was busy sending Su Yuhong back to his mansion and left quickly. Su Yuhong watched Han Feng leave, then returned to the mansion and reported today's events to the head of the family. It was simply outrageous that the Su family's secret guards would actually betray their master. Han Feng hated things involving the Su family the most. They were always messy and too troublesome. Now that I'm divorced, I should return to nature, spend the day in the clinic, seeing patients, prescribing medicine, etc., and the day is very fulfilling. Han Feng is a relatively low-key person, so his own medical clinic is also opened in the alleys of the ancient street. There are usually very few people there, mostly nearby residents and neighbors. The shop has not been open for a long time, and the medicines on the medicine shelf are no longer complete, so today Han Feng plans to go to the herbal medicine market to replenish the stock. Today, Mr. Mu looks much more energetic. Master, don't say it, this 1,000-year-old ginseng is really good, it has great medicinal power. I feel much better today. Han Feng then launched the electric car and said excitedly, Mr. Mu, don't worry. I'm going to the medicinal herbs market today. I'll ask you about the two medicinal herbs, huilongkao and meimuzi. As long as I have these two medicinal herbs, I will be able to refine the Peiyuan pill for you. In this way, your strength can be restored. Mu Lao just smiled slightly. He had never had any higher aspirations. Being able to survive was already a gift from God for him. Watching Han Feng ride away on his electric bike, Mu Lao smiled with relief. In this big city, especially at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, riding an electric bike is really the best choice. The streets are crowded with people, and Han Feng is enjoying himself by riding around in them. The medicinal materials market is really big. It used to be full of street vendors, but after some planning, the market was rebuilt and all the retail traders were invited to move into the stores. Han Feng used to come here often, but after marrying Xuing Xue in recent years, he has not come here often. Early in the morning, after visiting several stores, he felt dissatisfied with none of them. It was almost noon at this time. Han Feng noticed that there was a 5-story pharmacy at the innermost part of the market. It looked very grand. Standing at the door and seeing people coming in and out very busy, he felt that this must be the pharmacy. After parking the electric bike at the door of the pharmacy, Han Feng walked in directly. Hello, boss. What medicine do you want to buy? At this time, a waiter in the pharmacy saw that there was a customer and hurried over to greet him. You guessed it right. If I want to eat, I won't come to your place. Han Feng casually took out a prescription from his pocket, which contained dozens of medicinal herbs in total. Yo, and a big boss. The waiter chuckled and pretended to be surprised, because in Xinhai Medicinal Materials store, many people from major pharmacies came to buy medicinal materials every day, and the waiter's share was more than 1,000 yuan a day. Even though Han Feng had many varieties of medicinal materials, the total amount was not much. But since they are all guests, the waiters dare not treat them badly. Please come in. There is a lounge over there. You can go and rest first. I will prepare the herbs you want for you in a moment. Han Feng didn't expect the service here to be quite good, but since this was his first time here, he was still not very confident about this pharmacy. No, I'm not tired. Let's go. I want to check out the herbs first. The waiter was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the customer was still worried today. He felt funny. Well, come with me. The waiter led Han Feng to the shipping hall at the back. There were several windows in the shipping hall, which were all very busy at the moment. The waiter handed Han Feng's prescription through a window, then smiled and said to Han Feng, Boss, please wait a moment. It will be ready in a moment. Han Feng nodded gently. But he couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. This place is really different from before. The shipping personnel were quick and skilled for them. Shipping more than 40 kinds of medicines only took a few minutes. Although the speed is very fast, Han Feng is not concerned about this, but the quality of the medicine. After the deliverman packed the herbs, he put them in a packing box and placed it next to Han Feng. At this time, the waiter came to Han Feng with a delivery note and said with a smile, Boss, the herbs have been packed, and the total cost is 48,000 yuan. Do you always pay by card or cash? Han Feng chuckled. There's no rush to pay. Let's check the herbs I bought first. What is that? At this time, the waiter and the deliverman next to him had incredible expressions, thinking that they had heard it wrong. They frowned and looked at Han Feng as if they were looking at an alien. Han Feng still said calmly, I need to check my herbs to see what the quality is. If they are good, I will buy them. If they are not, I will not buy them. Han Feng's voice was not loud, but many people nearby heard it and looked at Han Feng in unison. They really didn't know what this kid was thinking. This is the largest wholesale store of medicinal materials along the Yangtze River. It offers high-quality products and low prices among its peers. Countless people come here to wholesale medicinal materials every day. Moreover, the daily turnover of goods is tens of millions, and most of them are big customers who come here because of our reputation, large pharmacies overseas and even all over the country. So many people come here to buy medicine. If we were to check the goods one by one, that day would be very busy. What do you want, kid? Are you going to buy it or not? If not, get out. The waiter's expression changed immediately. When he heard that Han Feng wanted to inspect the goods, He lost his patience and said angrily. The delivery staff next to them also looked angry. Where did this mountain cannon come from? You're so busy all day long, and yet here comes someone to cause trouble. Han Feng's face darkened as well, and he snorted. I'll tell you again, I'm a very rigorous person, and it's clearly written on my manifest that I have to personally check all the medicines, and I won't accept any that don't meet my requirements. Will you open it or not? If you don't, I don't want these medicines anymore. Han Feng just didn't believe that if he left this medicinal material market, he would not be able to buy safe medicinal materials. After hearing what Han Feng said, the deliverman next to him immediately became annoyed. What is that? So many medicinal herbs, you just don't want them. We just wasted our efforts. Xiao Wang, I think this kid deserves a beating. Everyone is welcome to speak. Chapter 19, Li's Medicinal Materials Company. At this time, the waiter Xiao Wang's eyes also stood up, glaring at Han Feng and said, You better be smart, you little brat. Don't you know where you are? If you dare to act wildly here, I'll break your legs. People like Xiao Wang often hang out in the medicinal materials wholesale market. When he saw Han Feng's clothes and the electric bike parked in front of the store, he knew that Han Feng was a person with no background at all. What annoys Han Feng the most is the people who say they want to break other people's legs. They want to break other people's legs at every turn. Do you think they are octopuses? Can they grow back if their legs are broken? Well, that's enough for you guys. They say that God is the one who buys things, but today I found that I am like a third grandson. Oh, I just thought about it. Because of your two bad attitudes, I don't want the herbs today. I'm sorry. After saying that, Han Feng turned around and was about to leave. Is there such a thing? Xiao Wang and the deliverman became angry instantly and rushed over to surround Han Feng. The deliverman who followed waved his hand and shouted into the hall. Come out quickly, there's someone causing trouble in the store. Li Yao Yao was in a bad mood today, all because of Qin's mother's birthday party yesterday and her father was nagging her again in the morning. It's so annoying. The mother next to her came out to help her out, saying that she had chest pain and asked Li Yao Yao to find some herbs for her from her family's herbal medicine company. Li Yao Yao took this opportunity to run out and parked her car in front of the door of the medicinal materials company. When she was getting angry at an electric car blocking the parking space at the door, she heard a quarrel coming from the hall. Han Feng was simply speechless. What kind of market was this? They dared to force sales in broad daylight. At this time, a lot of people had gathered in the hall. Most of them were people who came to buy medicinal materials, and some were staff members of the medicinal materials company. Alas! They were all incompetent laborers. Han Feng really didn't want to fight with them. After all, breaking someone's legs would affect their lives. You little brat, tell me, are you going to buy the herbs or not? I've made it clear to you. If you dare to say no today, you won't be able to leave here. Brother Wang, stop talking nonsense to him and beat him up first. Yeah, I think this kid deserves a beating. He dares to come here to make trouble, so I'll beat him up first. At this time, Han Feng folded his arms and chuckled. I advise you to just calm down and do what you need to do. It's best not to talk about hitting people too often, because you might end up getting hit yourself. Seeing Han Feng's nonchalant look directly angered everyone. Beat him? Everyone, beat him. After saying this, everyone will be eager to try it out. Stop. Just when everyone was about to beat Han Feng up, Li Yao Yao hurriedly walked in. It's during work hours, what are you doing? Stop it. Li Yao Yao came in and shouted angrily. Li Yao Yao came to the medicinal materials company often, so most people knew her and were frightened instantly. Manager Li. It's Manager Li. Trouble, hurry, hurry. The employees immediately stepped aside. What is going on? Xiao Wang knew that the truth could not be hidden, so he hurried forward and said, Manager Li, a troublemaker just came to our company and seriously affected our normal business. We are all ready to give him a good beating. Nonsense. At this time, Li Yao Yao glared at her employees and said. However, when he saw that the person in the middle was Han Feng, his eyebrows almost turned together. Is it you? Han Feng was also stunned for a moment, but then he suddenly remembered that the beautiful manager Li in front of him was the person that Qin's mother wanted to introduce to him last night, but the other party didn't like him. Hey! Is it Miss Li? Har har, it seems like we are really destined to be together. How come this medicinal materials company belongs to you? Li Yao Yao was already angry, and this time when she saw Han Feng, she became even angrier. It was all because of this stinky Han Feng that her father kept nagging her. At this time, Li Yao Yao glanced at Han Feng, but did not answer him. Instead, she turned her head and looked at her employees. What did you just say? It is outrageous that someone would dare to come to our company and cause trouble. Such a low-class person should be taught a lesson. He turned around and walked away. This action stunned Xiao Wang and the others, and they didn't know what to do. After all, the boy in front of them seemed to know Manager Li. If they hit him, they wouldn't be held responsible, right? This time Han Feng refused to do it and said hurriedly, "Hey, wait for me, how can you be like this? I came to your herbal medicine company to buy medicine. How can you just beat me up? Is this how your company does business? Buy medicine?" Li Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Hey, you are kidding, the person that the old lady of the Qin family likes so much actually comes to the medicinal materials wholesale market to buy medicinal materials by herself. Oh, by the way, that electric bike at the door isn't yours, is it?" Han Feng was stunned for a moment. "Yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong? You parked in the wrong place. That's my parking space. I just asked someone to throw your electric bike into the bushes. You?" Han Feng frowned. This Li Yao Yao was really a piece of shit. That was his most proud car, yet she just threw it into the bushes. It was outrageous. Now I finally understand why the employees of your medicinal materials company are of such low quality. It turns out that it's because of a manager like you. It's no wonder. You Han Feng, you are cursing me in different ways. Li Yao Yao immediately became angry. You actually dared to come to our medicinal materials company to cause trouble today. Even if you have a relationship with President Qin and Mother Qin protects you, it won't work. Everyone, beat him for me. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Stop. Now, before the people from the medicinal materials company could take any action, Han Feng was busy speaking. After all, it was not a good idea to take action here. Miss Li, there is something I need to explain to you first. If you take the initiative to apologize to me for throwing my electric bike into the bushes just now, I promise I won't bother with you. As for buying medicine, now that we see the character of your Li family, let's forget it. I don't think your Li family can make any good medicine. Li Yao Yao originally didn't want to pay attention to Han Feng's nonsense, but Han Feng actually dared to question the drugs of Li Pharmaceutical, which she could not tolerate no matter what. What did you say? You actually said that the medicine from our Li family pharmaceutical is not good. It's a joke. Why don't you go out and ask around? Our Li family pharmaceutical is well known along the entire Yangtze River, and even in the Xinjiang area. Who doesn't know about our Li family pharmaceutical? Han Feng smiled without comment. Is this true? If you are so famous, and very famous, then why did your people refuse to check the herbs I bought just now when I wanted to? Checking the medicinal materials. Humph, that's no big deal. Li Yao Yao curled her lips. Just check it, who's afraid of who? I'm telling you, if you can't find anything, you have to apologize to my employees in front of me today. Do you dare? Li Yao Yao was also thinking of taking advantage of today's opportunity to humiliate Han Feng and see if he was still arrogant. Han Feng chuckled. He never cared about these things. If he was really wrong, he would apologize. Okay. Then unpack it. However, I have to make it clear that I am a very picky person. I have the prescription as a basis. As long as everything meets the requirements above, I will take the initiative to admit my mistake and apologize to your employees. If there is something wrong with your medicine. Hey, not only do I want your employees to apologize to me, but you, the manager, have to apologize to me as well. What did you say? Li Yao Yao asked in disbelief at this time. Why should I apologize to you? Han Feng grinned. Didn't you just say that there is no problem with your company's drugs? Why, don't you have confidence in your company's medicinal materials? Who said I have no confidence? Li Yao Yao said hurriedly. I have great confidence in our company's medicines. Okay, it's a deal. At this time, their waiter Xiao Wang and the deliverman were having a conflicting thought, because these medicines were prepared by them, and if something went wrong, they would be in trouble. At this time, someone had already taken all the packaged herbs and opened the boxes. The onlookers also looked over. Han Feng took out his purchase order and said seriously, "Look, I want to order some goods." Li Yao Yao took a look at Han Feng's pretentious look and felt very angry. She said, "You are so arrogant, I will make you pay for it in a while." Han Feng deliberately raised his voice and said, "Honeysuckle, 2 kilograms." After saying that, he took a look at the herbs, smiled, and nodded. The deliverman next to him sneered. Ligier Pharmaceutical has special drug suppliers and a special quality inspection department. How could there be any problems? It is ridiculous to find fault with something. Juhua, 10 kilograms. Qianianjian, 5 kilograms. Longmingzi, 5. Isn't that right? At this moment, Han Feng suddenly stopped and his face instantly turned bad. Chapter 20, Li Yao Yao with a bad temper. Li Yao Yao, who was standing aside at this moment, crossed her arms, chuckled and was ready to teach Han Feng a lesson, was stunned for a moment. She couldn't believe that her own medicinal herbs could actually be found to have problems by this kid Han Feng. Impossible. What are you talking about? What's wrong with this? The waiter Xiao Wang's face became very panicked. Manager Li was right in front of him. If something went wrong, he would at best lose his job. Li Yao Yao also came over, glanced at Long Mingzi standing aside, frowned, and felt that there was no problem. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Oh, you can't find any faults, so you are deliberately looking for trouble, right? Li Yao Yao said angrily. Han Feng chuckled and casually pushed the prescription in front of Li Yao Yao. Look, if I hadn't inspected the goods, I really wouldn't have known that your medicinal materials company actually used some artificially cultivated dragon Mingzi to fool customers. Oh, there is such a thing. At this time, people who came to the hall to buy medicinal materials gathered around. Li Yao Yao took the prescription. The deliverman got a little impatient and shouted angrily, "What do you know? In our medicinal materials company, we have been using artificially cultivated dragon Mingzi for a long time. It is no different from wild dragon Mingzi. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense." Li Yao Yao curled her lips after taking a look at Han Feng's prescription. There's nothing strange about this. The current market is full of artificially grown Long Mingzi. What do you want to say? Are you thinking of cheating because of this? Han Feng smiled slightly. I heard that you studied abroad and graduated from a famous medical university. How come you don't even understand this common sense? There is a difference between farmed Long Mingzi and wild Long Mingzi. If it is a common disease, the difference between the two is not very obvious, but if it is a serious emergency, then the effects of the two will be immediately apparent, and in serious cases, there will be a risk of life. What are you talking about? Don't be alarmist. At this time, Li Yao Yao seemed very angry. Han Feng thought that his words would be recognized by Li Yao Yao, after all, they were both doctors. But who knew that Li Yao Yao would pout and say, "What kind of emergency or serious condition? Where in the world do so many acute and serious illnesses come from? Besides, Daxiar has so many medicinal herbs. If we lose a wild dragon seed, will the doctors be unable to treat patients?" Oh! Han Feng was speechless. But then he smiled. When faced with such an unreasonable guy, he simply had nothing to say. Whether other doctors use it or not is their business, but my prescription clearly states that it is wild Long Mingzi, but you used cultivated Long Mingzi to make up the number. Isn't this a fraudulent act? Li Yao Yao chuckled. She would never admit defeat at this moment. Even if Han Feng was right, she could not admit it. You are talking nonsense. Let me tell you, Long Mingzi, a common herb that can't be more common, has a special planting farm in our Li family pharmaceutical company, and a professional technical team to ensure the quality. So, a frog in a well like you is just making trouble unreasonably. Do you want to bring trouble upon yourself? Han Feng was speechless. It seemed that the truth was not going to make sense. He just chuckled. For people like you who have little knowledge, it's natural to think so. But my prescription clearly states that wild Long Mingzi is used, but your medicinal material company actually uses cultivated Long Mingzi to make up the number. Isn't this a fraudulent act against customers? At this time, the customers watching nearby all frowned and started talking, because they often came here to get medicine, and yet something like this happened. Had they been fooled like this before? Li Yao Yao was very angry. She absolutely could not admit defeat at this time. She glared at him and said in a busy defense, "You are just being unreasonable. Wild and cultivated dragon Mingzi are the same, but you insist on harping on this. Besides, looking at the entire medicinal material market, how many stores are there that sell wild dragon angelica seeds?" Han Feng curled his lips and chuckled. HMPH. Don't think I don't know that the entire medicinal herbs market, and even the medicinal herbs along the entire river, are now supplied by your family. The wild medicinal herbs have no market, and it's all thanks to you. I'm still saying that quick-made things are far inferior to wild medicinal herbs in terms of medicinal power. At this moment, Han Feng's remarks instantly aroused the approval of all customers and also caused a commotion. Liao Yao felt that the situation was not good. It seemed that Han Feng was not here to get medicine today. He was clearly here to cause trouble in her company. Now Liao Yao really regrets agreeing to Han Feng's request. What does this stinky Han Feng want to do today? I was already mad at him, and now he was causing more trouble for me. After I finally figured it out, I was busy shouting to the employees next to me. "Humph! I see clearly, this guy is here to cause trouble in our herbal medicine company, security guard. Go call the security guards and get this guy out of here." Now Liao Yao no longer wanted to embarrass Han Feng, because she knew that if she waited any longer, who knows what trouble Han Feng would cause. Han Feng shook his head helplessly. Since he had encountered such an unreasonable manager, there was nothing he could do. The security guards surrounded her in a rush. Liao Yao felt very satisfied. No matter what she said today, she would not let Han Feng get away with it. At least she had to vent her anger first. "Manager Li, what's the matter? Give me this kid." Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. Well. At this moment, Liao Yao's cell phone rang rapidly. Liao Yao frowned. "I'll let you be proud for a while, but after the call, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." After that, Liao Yao was busy answering the phone. What? How could this happen? Liao Yao was stunned for a moment, but she came to her senses in a moment, and ran out without saying a word, as if something big had happened. "Hey, Manager Li, what should we do with this kid?" The security captain looked at Liao Yao going away and asked hurriedly in a hoarse voice. In the end, Liao Yao ignored him, ran out of the company, and drove away quickly. Everyone was stunned. They really didn't know what was happening. It was so sudden that no one could react. Han Feng still had an indifferent expression on his face. He didn't bother to care about other people's affairs. After all, he was just here to get medicine. At this time, everyone looked at it and found it meaningless, so they dispersed. The security guards didn't know what to do. After all, the manager didn't say what to do. The waiter Xiao Wang and the deliverman both took a deep breath. After all, they didn't continue to check. There were several herbs under the box. If they were checked, who knows what would happen? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Han Feng left tactfully. But when he saw his electric bike, his brows instantly frowned. This annoying Liao Yao actually threw his electric bike into the bushes on the side of the road. You watch out, don't let yourself get hit next time, otherwise you will have to ask her to pay for her electric bike. Oh, but fortunately, the bike was not damaged and can still be ridden. Of course, there is no need to go to other stores. They are all supplied by Li's Pharmaceuticals, and they are all birds of a feather. It was already noon and Han Feng was feeling a little hungry, so he got on his bike and headed back. The main road is like this, and the morning and evening rush hours are understandable, but it is really annoying to have traffic jams at noon. However, Han Feng is not worried because he is riding an electric bike and can move smoothly at the crosswalk. Stop right there. Stop it, I'm talking to you. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, because he was not speeding, nor did he violate traffic regulations. He was still stunned when he was stopped for no reason. So Han Feng parked the car on the side of the road. At this moment, a beautiful sports car next to them opened the door and a beautiful woman came out. She rushed to Han Feng and said hurriedly, "Get off my bike and let me ride it." Han Feng frowned, because the person who came was none other than the arrogant manager Li. "Are you kidding me? This is my electric bike, why should I let you ride it?" "No." Han Feng answered decisively. It was because Liao Yao wanted to punish him just now. Moreover, there was something wrong with his medicine, but he refused to admit his mistake. Liao Yao was now anxious, because she really had something urgent to do, but at this moment, she encountered a traffic jam. She knew that it would take at least an hour to get through this road, but she really couldn't wait any longer. Okay, how much is your electric car? I bought it. As he said that, he took out a bank card and waved it in front of Han Feng. Han Feng chuckled. Are you kidding me? Don't think I'm short of money just because I'm dressed plainly. To tell you the truth, I have never been interested in money. So, if you want to buy an electric car, you can go to an electric car store. There, you can buy the best. However, I won't sell this one, no matter how much it costs. After saying that, Han Feng was about to leave. Li Yao instantly became anxious, and immediately grabbed Han Feng's arm and pulled out the key of the electric car. Come down here. Then he threw the sports car keys in his hand to Han Feng. You want me to compensate you for the car, so I'll compensate you with a sports car. You're going to make a fortune this time. As he said this, he pushed Han Feng aside, got on his electric bike and left quickly. Chapter 21, Electric Car for Sports Car. Han Feng was completely speechless, but he also felt it was funny in his heart. He actually exchanged his electric car for a sports car. It was really funny. Han Feng drove his sports car back to the pharmacy. At this time, Mu Lao had already prepared the meal. Looking at Han Feng driving back in the sports car, he frowned. Master, don't you dislike these vulgar things? Why are you driving a sports car today? Han Feng sat at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and said angrily. Today I met a fool who insisted on exchanging her sports car for my electric car. It really pissed me off. As he spoke, he picked up the bowl and took a bite of the food. Old Mu also sat over and picked up his bowl, sighing in his heart. He had lived to such an old age, but this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. However, seeing that Han Feng was really hungry and busy eating, he did not ask too much. But at this moment, Han Feng's cell phone rang very quickly. Han Feng took out his phone and checked it. It was President Qin. He felt a little puzzled. Hello, President Qin, what's going on? Han Feng didn't forget to eat while he was talking on the phone. President Qin seemed very anxious. Mr. Han, I have a friend whose family is seriously ill. The situation is very serious now, so I would like to ask you for a favor. Look. At this time, Han Feng immediately frowned. President Qin, you know my habit. I don't treat the illnesses of rich people. These people have plenty of money and control the best medical resources in society. It's better for a small doctor like me to treat poor people. So don't come to me for this kind of thing anymore. President Qin hurriedly explained. Mr. Han, you are a legendary doctor. How can your medical skills be buried in the streets? By the way, my friend is in the medicinal materials business, and he is in the same line of business as you. If your pharmacy is short of any medicinal materials in the future, he can provide you with the best ones for free. What do you think? Oh, and his business is huge. If Mr. Han wants any rare medicinal herbs, maybe he can help. Oh. Han Feng nodded. Rare medicinal herbs are one thing. Today, I went to the wholesale market for medicinal herbs, but not only did I not buy the herbs I wanted, I also ran into that annoying Li Yao, which made me very angry. If nothing happened this time, the issue of medicinal herbs might be resolved. After Han Feng finished his meal, a Bentley parked at the door. No one spoke in the car, and the person drove Han Feng directly to the mansion of a wealthy man. When the housekeeper led Han Feng through the hall and came to the door of the ward on the second floor, he could vaguely hear a few cries coming from inside. Master, Mr. Han is here. At this time, Han Feng came to the ward and saw a middle-aged man sitting in front of the bed and sobbing. It was really unbelievable that a grown man was crying. Oh, it's Boss Li. Seeing the crying man turn around, Han Feng was stunned. He had seen him yesterday, so he had an impression of him. When Li Dizong saw that it was Han Feng who came, he was so happy that he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, stood up to greet him and said, Mr. Han, you are here. I heard from President Qin that your medical skills are very impressive. I am counting on you now. My wife's old illness has relapsed. Please come and help. Oh. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and asked out of curiosity. Boss Li, how do you know your wife's illness is a relapse of an old one? Although he just asked casually, Han Feng still felt very strange. The patient was already terminally ill and the Li family was a wealthy family. Today in the ward, he found that there was not even a doctor. He was not only a little curious. Oh, it's like this. My wife had an old illness when she was young, and the doctors in the hospital couldn't treat it. Many years have passed, and she still has occasional flare-ups, but they were all relatively mild. This time it was more serious. Judging from her condition today, I'm afraid. After Li Dizong finished speaking, tears began to flow from his eyes again. Although he often paid attention to business, the relationship between him and his wife had always been very good. Han Feng also felt this. It seemed that Boss Li was still a sentimental person. After all, at his age, it would not be surprising if he had 1 or 2 mistresses outside. If his wife died, wouldn't that be a great thing? Don't be sad, Boss Li. While he was talking, Han Feng had already arrived in front of the bed. It doesn't look like the patient is going to die that easily. He took a look at the patient's face, then grabbed the patient's wrist. At this time, Han Feng frowned and looked at Li Dizong again. It's not an old illness, it's poisoning, right? But the patient has lived for so many years. It seems that Boss Li has used a lot of good medicines. Li Dizong was stunned for a moment, because he didn't intend to hide it just now. Who knew that Han Feng was so young and could actually diagnose the patient's condition directly? It seems that what President Qin said was right, Han Feng is really a miracle doctor. Mr. Han, you said. Dad, look who I called. Li Dizong was just thinking about telling Han Feng the truth, but at this moment his daughter Li Yaoyao walked in with a handsome young man. Li Dizong was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly recognized it. Liang Yang. Uncle Li. At this time Liang Yang came over and said politely. Yao Yao called me just now and told me that my aunt's old illness relapsed. I was also doing some work in Yangjiang recently, so I rushed over. It just so happens that I have a Mingxian pill from our divine doctor sect in my hand. Once auntie eats it, I guarantee that her illness will be cured immediately. Mingxian pills. Li Dizong swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Because no one knows better than himself that the antidote for his wife's poison is Mingxian pills, but this is the treasure of the divine doctor sect and not everyone can have it. Moreover, a Mingxian pill is of extraordinary price and cannot be bought with money. Why are you here? Li Yao Yao saw Han Feng at a glance, but Han Feng didn't even bother to look at her at this time, and turned his head away. What about you? What are you doing in our house? Li Yao Yao refused to give in, because she got angry when she saw Han Feng, especially at this time. Her mother was lying in the hospital bed, and this kid being here would only bring bad luck to the family. Han Feng curled his lips. What do you think? Of course it was your father who invited me here. Do you think I am willing to come? My dad. Li Yao Yao glanced at her father. Li Dizong was busy explaining. Oh. I invited you. Your Uncle Qin heard that your mother's old illness had relapsed, so he introduced Mr. Han to me. Mr. Han is really amazing. Just now. What? Li Yao Yao was a little anxious at this time. Dad, why are you so confused? Han Feng is just a small doctor in a pharmacy. What kind of diseases can he treat? At this time, Liang Yang, who was standing aside, glanced at Han Feng and chuckled. Uncle Li, we are all members of the divine doctor sect. This kid looks like an ordinary person. No matter how good his medical skills are, how can he be better than those of our divine doctor sect? Oh. Li Dizong was at a loss for a moment, but Liang Yang was right. The divine doctor sect was a legend in the medical world and had always been a temple of medical skills. At this time, Han Feng chuckled. The divine doctor sect, har har, I've never heard of it. But I know one thing, no matter how famous you are, if you can't cure patients, you are nothing. Li Yao Yao was instantly unhappy and said angrily. Han Feng, you are not allowed to talk nonsense. Liang Yang is the chief disciple of the divine doctor sect. His medical skills are second to none among all the disciples of the divine doctor sect. In less than 2 years, you will be able to become a medical practitioner. You are just a doctor in a small pharmacy, but you dare to look down on the people of the divine doctor sect. You are really brave. Han Feng gently tapped his ear, looking a little impatient. After all this talk, you're just a disciple. HMPH, so you're not a doctor yet. Why are you talking so mysteriously? Since you are so capable, save people first. Wait until you save the patient, and then I'll listen to you continue. You? Li Yao Yao looked extremely angry. Liang Yang waved his hands hurriedly. Yao Yao, don't bother with him. This guy is just a country doctor. He has no ability and can only talk big. Wait a minute, I'll cure my aunt's illness, and see if this kid still has the nerve to stay here. Yeah. Li Yao Yao nodded heavily. Because Liang Yang and I grew up together and can be considered childhood sweethearts, at this time, of course I believe Liang Yang. At this time, Li Dizong was also very much looking forward to it. He didn't care about the process or who it was, as long as his wife could be cured. Liang Yang came to the bedside at this time, and Han Feng stepped aside. Liang Yang glanced at Han Feng, took out the Mingxian pill from his arms, and said with a sneer. Look, a country bumpkin like you can see the most precious Mingxian pill of the divine doctor sect in your lifetime, which means you have not been a doctor in vain. Li Yao Yao also helped out and said. That's right. He's just a small doctor in a pharmacy. He doesn't even understand a medicinal herb like Long Mingzi. Yet he actually came to our house to treat my mother. What a joke! Dad, you are such a fool. You trust anyone. He is a complete liar who can only deceive people. When my mother's illness is cured, we will kick him out. Chapter 22, Divine Doctor's Mingxian Pill. Li Yao Yao tried hard to say this because she actually had her own ideas. She was afraid that Han Feng would use sweet words to win her father's favor, and then her life would become difficult again. Stop talking nonsense. Li Dizong glared at Li Yao Yao angrily. How can you be so disobedient, kid? Your mother is already very ill, and Mr. Han was invited by your Uncle Qin. How can you say such things? You are really becoming more and more rude. Mr. Han, don't be angry. Although he now had the Mingxian pills, his wife's illness could definitely be cured, but as for President Qin, he could not offend Han Feng no matter what. Han Feng chuckled. It's okay, Boss Li. The children are still young and it's normal for them to be ignorant. Don't say too much now, saving people is the most important thing. You. Li Yao Yao was so angry that she couldn't stand it. The damn Han Feng actually took advantage of her. However, considering that her mother's illness was very serious today, Li Yao Yao could only suppress her resentment and decided to ignore him. Han Feng didn't want to pay any attention to her, because he knew that he had no interest in such an unreasonable woman. At this time, Liang Yang was busy comforting Li Yao Yao and said, Yao Yao, don't be angry, he's just a third-rate doctor on the street. Don't worry, wait until I cure my aunt's illness, and then see if this kid has the nerve to stay here. Yeah. Li Yao Yao nodded with a smile. After saying that, Liang Yang gently pried open the patient's mouth and put the Mingxian pill in. Li Dizong was watching from the side, feeling very excited, because he knew very well how powerful the Mingxian pill was. In the entire Divine Doctor sect, only two people could refine it, one was the sect master, and the other was his mortal enemy. Uncle, don't worry, aunt's condition should get better soon. Liang Yang said this confidently at this time, and did not forget to glance at Han Feng, as if he was showing off. Han Feng snorted and ignored it. Li Dizong and Li Yao Yao were very excited and rushed over, looking forward to the moment when the patient would wake up and a miracle would happen. Oh, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, in the blink of an eye, 5 minutes have passed, but the patient shows no sign of waking up. At this time, Li Dizong was a little anxious, because he knew that Mingxian pills melted in the mouth immediately, and his wife's condition should have improved immediately. Even if the poisoning time was too long, 5 minutes had passed, so there should have been changes. Could it be that this Mingxian pill is fake? Thinking of this, Li Dizong broke out in a cold sweat. Li Yao Yao also became a little impatient, turned around and looked at Liang Yang and asked. Brother Liang Yang, how is my mother's illness? When will you wake up? At this time Liang Yang was also frowning, his heart beating fast. How could this happen? Logically speaking, the effect of the heart pill should have taken effect, so why hasn't he woken up yet? Did he fall asleep? Although he didn't know what was going on, Liang Yang still smiled and said, Yao Yao, don't worry. It may be that the effect of Mingxian pills has not yet been fully exerted. I believe it will be fine after waiting for a while. However, Li Yao Yao still believed what Liang Yang said very much. After all, Liang Yang was very important in her heart and would never lie to her. However, Han Feng on the side seemed a little impatient and said, I'm going to give you a suggestion. Don't pin your hopes on that Ming pill from the Divine Doctor sect. Let's think of other solutions now, because the patient is dying. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Yao Yao yelled angrily. My brother Liang Yang has already said that the effect of the Mingxian pill has not yet taken effect. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. At this time, Han Feng snorted softly. Snort. Now it's you who I don't understand, right? You claim to be a medical student who studied abroad. You are such a loser. At least everyone in your family knows medicine. The patient's pulse is very weak now. I estimate that he won't last much longer. If you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. At this time, Li Dizong was really frightened. He pushed everyone away and hurried over to take his wife's pulse. As Li Dizong's eyes became more and more serious, he finally fixed his gaze on Liang Yang. Liang Yang, what's going on? Is there something wrong with your Mingxian pills? Seeing Li Dizong's murderous look, Liang Yang also panicked. Uncle, listen to me, there is absolutely no problem with the Mingxian pills. You saw it just now. Besides, uncle, you are also from the Divine Doctor sect. You know better than me whether the Mingxian pill is real or fake. Li Dizong was stunned. It was indeed true. No matter the color or the smell, he was also the head of a sect of divine doctors. It was impossible for him to be deceived. However, his wife's condition not only did not improve, but became worse. What was going on? He was really at a loss now, and hurriedly looked at Han Feng again, because Han Feng had been standing aside from the beginning and had done nothing at all, but he knew everything about his wife's illness. Mr. Han, it seems that you are the only one left now. Mr. Han, if you can cure my wife's illness today, I will agree to whatever you ask for. Mr. Han, can you help me? Li Dizong seemed very excited and spoke urgently. Han Feng was also very moved today. Just because of Li Dizong's love for his wife, he could not just stand by and watch. But Li Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat, and she agreed to any request. How could this be possible? What if this annoying Han Feng told his father that he wanted to marry him? What should he do? He looked at Liang Yang anxiously. All right. Han Feng was about to make a move, but Liang Yang came over and said, wait a moment. Uncle Li, don't be anxious. Han Feng is just a third-rate doctor. How can he compare with the people in our divine doctor sect? Come, let me treat my aunt. Over the years, I have become somewhat famous in the divine doctor sect. Today, I will show you my abilities, uncle. As he said that, he hurried over and took the patient's pulse properly. Oh. Han Feng was speechless. He really didn't expect that the people in the divine doctor sect were so arrogant. If you really can cure diseases, you shouldn't feed the patients Mingxian pills as soon as you enter the door. At this time, Li Dizong's eyes were wide open, not knowing what to do. Liang Yang himself knew that he had a talent for medicine since he was a child. He hadn't seen him for so many years, and he really didn't know to what extent he had improved. Li Yao Yao was also full of expectations. In her heart, no one could compare to Liang Yang, especially in terms of medical skills. Liang Yang was the chief disciple of the divine doctor sect. Among his peers, it was impossible for anyone to be stronger than him. Liang Yang was full of confidence because he knew that the patient had just taken Mingxian pills, a life-saving panacea, and he had spent a lot of effort to get one. But things were not as optimistic as he thought. Liang Yang's fingers were on the patient's pulse, and his face became more and more solemn. If he guessed correctly, the patient's life was fading away little by little. Brother Liang Yang, what happened to my mother? Why don't you say something? Is it almost healed? Li Yao Yao asked very anxiously. Liang Yang was sweating coldly at this time, and Li Dizong beside him also asked anxiously. How's it going? Liang Yang finally shook his head in shame. Uncle, I did my best to cure aunt's illness. I think we should prepare for the afterlife. What? Li Dizong's eyes suddenly widened, as if he was going to eat someone, which scared Liang Yang so much that he quickly dodged to the side. Li Yao Yao was dumbfounded at this moment. She had not expected this result. Tears immediately flowed out of her eyes. Mom! As he said this, he rushed to his mother's bedside. Okay, stop. Your mother isn't dead yet, why are you crying so anxiously as a daughter? Han Feng grabbed Li Yao Yao and said with a pout. You are a top student in medical school, but you don't think of a way to save your mother, but you are just crying. Li Yao Yao shook off Han Feng's arm, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said angrily. My mom is already like this, but you still have the heart to joke with me. Are you a human being? Just now my brother Liang Yang said that there is no cure. Now who in the whole Yangjiang area can cure my mother's illness? Han Feng chuckled. Of course. Who? Me? Now Liao Yao really wanted to go up and kick Han Feng. This boastful guy was actually thinking about making fun of others at this time. Get lost. Even the divine doctors can't cure my mother's illness. You are just a third-rate doctor, and you dare to say such a thing. At this time, Liang Yang also said sarcastically. Han Feng, stop bragging here. My aunt's vital signs are decreasing bit by bit. She could die at any time. And you are so shameless as to say that you can cure her. I am also wondering, who gives you the confidence as a third-rate doctor like you? Han Feng chuckled and shook his head. Just because your divine doctor sect can't cure a disease doesn't mean others can't cure it. And you, today I will show you how we, the people along the river, treat illnesses. Li Dizong next to him seemed to see hope and said in a friendly manner. Mr. Han, I trust you very much. Come on, you'd better go and see my wife. I'm afraid she won't last much longer. Chapter 23 Differences between Wild and Cultivated. Han Feng smiled. Don't worry, Boss Li. I will treat today's patient. Just don't forget your promise. As he spoke, Han Feng took out a pen, wrote a prescription and handed it to Liao Yao. Liao Yao didn't know what to say now. She really hoped that Han Feng could cure her mother's illness, but she was also very scared. In her heart, Han Feng came for her beauty and the Li family's property. If this bad guy Han Feng made unreasonable demands, what would she do in the future? After a moment of uneasiness, she hurried out of the room, handed the prescription to the housekeeper, and then solemnly instructed him to be quick. After all, this was a matter of her mother's life. If she could cure her mother's illness, she would endure it even if she had to marry this annoying guy. Han Feng, my aunt is already so ill now, you don't think you can get away with it by just prescribing a random medicine, do you? Han Feng chuckled and tilted his head to glance at Liang Yang. Of course not. As he spoke, he took out a silver needle from his body and directly protected the patient's heart. Then he smiled and said, Who says that a third-rate doctor like me on the street can only prescribe medicine? Although I don't know how the doctors in your divine doctor sect treat patients, we, the third-rate doctors you call us, are all very capable. Liang Yang snorted lightly, glanced at Han Feng, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and was full of contempt in his heart. He didn't believe Han Feng's nonsense. He thought to himself, you can just brag. If the patient dies in your hands, you might end up in a lawsuit. By then, you will still. How so? When Liang Yang turned his attention to the patient again, he discovered that 40 or 50 silver needles had been inserted into the patient's chest. This is. Liang Yang was already dumbfounded. In just a blink of an eye, this kid had inserted silver needles all over the patient's body. No, what is this? Li Dizong was also very surprised. After all, he was a member of the Divine Doctor sect and was knowledgeable. It could be said that in the Great Xie Kingdom, only Jing Chuyang, the leader of the Divine Doctor sect, could compete with Han Feng in silver needle techniques. Liang Yang's heart was pounding now, and he felt a little regretful. Why didn't he see clearly just now? How did this third-rate doctor insert the silver needle? But it was not over yet. After the last silver needle fell, Han Feng flicked his fingers lightly, and instantly all the silver needles began to move, and there was a slight buzzing sound. As the sound rang out, the patient's body changed immediately. His face began to flush, sweat began to flow from his forehead, and the patient's breathing also began to become smoother. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. It should be done. Oh, by the way, is the medicine ready? It should be soon, Yao Yao. Yao Yao. Liang Yang and Li Dizong were busy looking towards the door, when Li Yao Yao happened to come in with medicine. All right. The Li family is in the medicinal materials business, so small tasks like decocting medicine are easy for them. When Liang Yang and Li Dizong turned their attention to the silver needles on the patient, they found that all the silver needles had been taken away by Han Feng. The two were immediately stunned. Isn't this too fast? It would take time to pull out so many silver needles one by one, right? Your master. Li Dizong waved his hands and said as soon as he heard that Liang Yang wanted to invite his master. No, I think your aunt's condition seems to be getting better now. Mr. Han has just said that as long as this medicine is taken, your aunt's illness will definitely get better. Liang Yang chuckled and said, Uncle, how can this kid compare to my master? I'm worried that he will delay my aunt's illness. No need, let us take a look first. After all, the divine doctor sect is so far away from Yangjiang, it's not convenient for your master to come. Li Dizong said. At this time, seeing that Li Yao Yao had already given all the medicine to her mother, everyone looked at Liu Xuaqin lying on the bed with expectant eyes. Oh, in the end, there is still no change. What is going on? Didn't they say that the patient will wake up after taking the medicine? At this time Liang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it was true as Han Feng said, that the patient would get better after taking the medicine, then he would really lose all his face. Uncle, I think this guy is a liar. He just said that the disease will be cured after taking the medicine, but now 10 minutes have passed and auntie still doesn't look any better. Hurry up and call someone to arrest him. Li Yao Yao was also very angry. She pointed at Han Feng who was leisurely drinking tea on the sofa and said angrily, You actually have the leisure to drink tea. What are you talking about? What is my mother's condition like now? Didn't you just say that I would feel better after taking the medicine? At this time, Li Dizong was also very anxious, and he was too embarrassed to ask in depth. After all, his daughter had already asked the question for him. Han Feng smiled faintly, appearing very calm. He walked over calmly and took a look. The patient had not woken up, but his complexion looked much better than before. Why don't you say something? What happened to my mother? Why didn't she wake up? Is her condition serious? If anything happens to my mother, I will fight you to the death. Yao Yao, don't get excited. If anything happens to my aunt, I will never let this kid off. At this time, Liang Yang next to him was also adding fuel to the fire. Han Feng didn't want to pay attention to the two of them. He stared at the medicine bowl that Li Yao Yao had placed on the table. He leaned over to smell it, then said with a contemptuous smile, This medicine is not right. Bring me the prescription I gave you. Li Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, but then said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? I just personally asked the housekeeper to get the medicine. How can you say there is a problem? I think you're just making excuses for your incompetence. At this time, Liang Yang also sneered and said, I think so too. You are just a third-rate doctor. What good medicine can you prescribe? HMPH, no matter how powerful your medicine is, can it be more powerful than the Mingxian pills of our divine doctor sect? Uncle, don't believe him, call someone to break his legs and throw him out. Li Dizong frowned and said angrily, Go get me the prescription. Li Dizong could not tolerate such matters involving human life, especially not joking about his wife's life. Li Yao Yao was startled and hurriedly asked the housekeeper for the prescription. At this time, Han Feng took out the prescription, pointed at a medicinal ingredient on the prescription and said, It's clearly written on it that you need to use wild long mingzi. But I have smelled it just now. The medicine you boiled does not contain wild dragon seeds at all. Instead, it is the dragon seeds grown by your Li family pharmaceutical company. Am I right? At this time, the butler nodded frequently. Yes, Mr. Han is right. Just now, I asked our young lady whether we should use wild long mingzi, but she said that wild ones are almost the same as cultivated ones, and the pharmacy doesn't have wild long mingzi now, so. No, father, I was just anxious for a moment. Nonsense. Li Dizong was completely furious at this time. He has always been strict about medicinal materials. Since he is in this business, he naturally knows the difference between wild and cultivated medicinal materials. Your mother is already so sick, and you still make such a low-level mistake. All the books you've read over the years are simply wasted. But, father, I thought. Li Yao Yao thought that it was something about the medicinal materials wholesale market, so Han Feng deliberately added this ingredient, long mingzi. She didn't expect that this medicinal material was so important. Chapter 24, No thanks for the great favor. Shut up. Li Dizong shouted angrily. I'll settle the score with you later. Butler Bai, go quickly, find me some wild dragon seeds, and boil a new bowl of medicine for madam. Li Yao Yao and Liang Yang were both a little at a loss, but Li Dizong understood very well that Han Feng only smelled the medicine bowl just now and he could clearly know the nature of the medicinal materials used. This was definitely not something that a third-rate doctor on the street could compare to. So he hurried over to apologize and said, "Mr. Han, I'm really sorry. My daughter did something wrong and misunderstood you. I apologize to you on behalf of our Li family." At this time, Li Dizong said very sincerely. Han Feng just smiled slightly. "Boss Li, I don't deny that making money is the most important thing in business, but in the medicinal materials business, you can't just focus on money. You also have to pay attention to the quality of the medicinal materials. In this way, we can help more people." Yes, I will definitely remember it," Li Dizong said hurriedly. Li Yao Yao next to her was not convinced. He was just Long Mingzi. Was it necessary for him to be taught a lesson like this? It's so infuriating. I got scolded today. It's all this annoying Han Feng's fault. Why did he have to use Long Mingzi? Why not just replace it with some other medicinal ingredient? Liang Yang on the side also looked at Han Feng unhappily. What the hell is going on? He can't cure the disease and blames the medicinal herbs. You can even tell that the herbs are cultivated and wild. Do you think you are medical god? But in an occasion like today, the two of them could only swallow their anger. If they changed the bowl of medicine and the result was still the same, the two of them would never let Han Feng go. Not long after, the butler brought a new bowl of medicine. Han Feng took a look at it first, and only after confirming that it was correct did he let the patient take it. Where am I? I'm still alive. Yao Yao. Liu Xuaqin woke up when the medicine was only half fed. At this time, everyone in the room was stunned and could not believe that this was true. Only Han Feng was sitting leisurely on the sofa drinking tea. "Mom, it's me, wake up. It's really great." Li Yao Yao seemed very excited. Li Dizong on the side also hurried over and cried with joy. "Xuaqin, this is great, you finally woke up. God is truly merciful." In this situation, only one person stood aside and said solemnly, I never thought that the effect of Mingxian pills is so strong. My aunt was dying, but she was still rescued." At this time, Li Yao Yao was also busy saying, "Mom, this is Liang Yang. You were able to wake up this time thanks to my brother Liang Yang who brought you the heart-clearing pills from the Divine Doctor sect. Otherwise, you would be in danger." Puff. Han Feng, who was sitting next to the coffee table, suddenly exhaled and coughed twice. Luckily he didn't choke. I thought to myself that these two guys were really shameless. If it weren't for my silver needle, which brought the patient back from the brink of death, who knows what the situation would be now. Humph, in the end all the credit was snatched away by this kid Liang Yang. Liang Yang. Liu Xuaqin looked at Liang Yang affirmatively and nodded. At this time, Li Dizong coughed twice, and then hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I haven't settled the score with you about the medicinal herbs just now, so please stop talking here. Okay, your mother has just recovered from her illness and needs to rest, let's all go out." Having said that, Li Dizong invited everyone to the living room. Han Feng had almost finished his tea. Since the matter was over, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. "Mr. Han, you saved my wife's life today. I can never repay you for saving my wife's life. Tell me what you want. As long as I, Li Dizong, can do it, I will agree to anything you ask for." Whenever her father said such things, Li Yao Yao was scared to death. She really couldn't understand how he was a father. If this annoying guy Han Feng really proposed to marry her, then she would be so sad that she would not even have the tears to cry. Liang Yang standing next to him looked a little unconvinced. He originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect that all the credit would be taken away by this brat. Think about it, he is the chief disciple of the Divine Doctor sect, but he was outdone by a third-rate doctor. It would be so embarrassing if this news got out. Han Feng waved his hand indifferently, smiled faintly, and took out the prescription for purchasing medicinal materials from his pocket. "I don't have any requests. These are the herbs my pharmacy needs. I hope your Li's herbal medicine company can help me with it. But don't worry, I will pay for it." At this moment Li Dizong was stunned. "Is it that simple? What do you think?" Han Feng said with a smile. "Oh. By the way, Boss Li, you are in the medicinal materials business. I want to ask you, have you ever heard of where to buy these two medicinal materials, Huilongkao and Meimuzi?" At this time, Li Dizong frowned slightly and thought carefully and said, The two medicinal herbs you mentioned. It is a very rare and precious medicinal herb. I haven't heard anyone mention it in recent years. But, Mr. Han, don't worry. We at Lee's Pharmaceuticals are in the business of medicinal materials. I can help you look around. I estimate that it won't take long to find it. Don't worry. Then I'll have to trouble you, Boss Lee. After saying that, Han Feng left. Li Dizong was busy signaling Li Yaoyao to send Han Feng off for him. Although she was extremely reluctant, Li Yaoyao did not dare to go against her father's wishes. Liang Yang, your visit to Yangjiang this time is not just to give your aunt the Mingxian pills, right? Seeing Li Yaoyao sending Han Feng out, Li Dizong asked straight to the point. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Liang Yang stopped hiding his secrets. Master Li, I came here this time to ask for your help. Oh? Li Dizong was stunned. Liang Yang just smiled slightly and continued. It's actually nothing. For whole Master Li, it's just a piece of cake. This year, we have only one quota for the selection of doctors in our Divine Doctor sect, so, I just need you, Master Li, to write me a letter of recommendation. Li Dizong smiled slightly. I am no longer in the Divine Doctor sect. I am now just the head of a medicinal material supply department of our Divine Doctor sect. My influence is insignificant. What effect can my letter of recommendation have? Of course one letter won't work, Liang Yang smiled slightly, but what if I have 3 letters of recommendation? Li Yaoyao walked Han Feng out the door. Not far away, the butler had already opened the door of the Bentley and was waiting. But Li Yaoyao was still very angry. She thought that Han Feng would be eager to propose marriage to her father. But who knew that with such a great opportunity, he just wanted some medicinal herbs? Who was he looking down on? Stop right there. Li Yaoyao really couldn't help it. Han Feng, tell me clearly, did you do this on purpose today? What do you mean by intentional? Han Feng was a little puzzled. You're still pretending with me. It's about Long Mingzi. Did you add it on purpose to embarrass me? Han Feng frowned and said with a pout. I didn't expect you to have such a rich imagination. But I want to tell you, it's just a coincidence. Besides, I also like to use this medicinal herb. What's wrong? Is it not okay? Li Yaoyao was simply speechless. You can, you big-headed ghost. You actually liked it, but it caused me to be scolded by my father. Har har, that's your business and has nothing to do with me. Han Feng said with a smile. Oh, by the way, please return my electric car to me someday. The perfume in your sports car is too strong, just like the smell on your body. I don't like it. After saying this, he had a look of disgust on his face, which almost made Li Yaoyao's lungs explode. You. Get lost. Han Feng didn't care. He laughed and made a face, then got in the car and left. Han Feng, you big bad guy, I won't let you go. Seeing Li Yaoyao almost going crazy in the back of the car, Han Feng felt relieved. Who told her to go against him in the medicinal materials wholesale market? Now he wanted to deliberately piss her off. What's wrong? Humph. However, when Han Feng returned to the pharmacy, his mood immediately became heavy. The entire clinic looked like it had been robbed, with medical equipment and all the herbs thrown all over the floor in a mess. Han Feng suddenly seemed to remember something and felt bad. He hurriedly shouted, Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu. As he was about to go to the back room, he heard 2 heavy coughs coming from the back room. Then he saw Mr. Mu coming out with a pale face and beating his chest. Mr. Mu, are you okay? Let me see it. Han Feng ran over anxiously and tried to help. Mr. Mu waved his hands to indicate that he was fine, but his chest still felt stuffy and he couldn't speak. Han Feng hurriedly helped him to a chair, took out a pill from his arms and gave it to Mr. Mu. Only then did Mr. Mu feel better. It's really no use. They are just a bunch of mediocre guys. If it were the same back then, I would have killed them with just one finger. Han Feng was very angry. Mr. Mu, who did this? Look, I'm going to skin them alive. Mr. Mu shook his head slightly and said with a smile. It's the Qinglong gang. I said I asked you to go to the Qinglong gang to apologize today, but you didn't go. Har har, now you're here to find me. I didn't see you, so I thought you were afraid of trouble and hid away. I've made a promise that I'll come back again, and I'll definitely destroy you. Chapter 25 Qinglong Gang. Qinglong Gang. Han Feng's eyebrows twitched, and he really blamed himself. He had completely forgotten what happened yesterday today. It was all his fault for not taking others seriously. If this hurt Mr. Mu, he would really regret it. Okay, Mr. Mu, I got it. I'm going to go and teach these bastards a lesson. From yesterday to today, Xu Yingxue has been busy for her company. Just now, news suddenly came from the dock that the goods that had been piled up in the warehouse and were ready to be shipped overseas at a low price were seized by people from the Qinglong Gang at the dock. Xu Yingxue was simply speechless. Such things would never have happened before. She didn't expect that after her divorce, all these messes would pop up and there was no way to stop them. The company sent people to the Qinglong Gang, but they were beaten up and came back saying that the company's boss should go and talk. Xu Yingxue called Ma Longfei and Secretary Xiao Chen, and the three of them drove to Qinglong Building, the headquarters of the Qinglong Gang. After all, Ma Longfei is also a person in charge of the situation. If he is here, things may be easier to handle. Yingxue, don't worry. Our Ma group also often deals with people from the Qinglong Gang. When I came here, I also called my father. The leader of the Qinglong Gang, Yang Xiaoqian, often drinks with my father. This is just a small matter, and it only takes a phone call. Don't worry. With these words, Xu Yingxue was much more relieved. It seemed that she was not wrong. Compared with Han Feng, Ma Longfei was much better than him. Although my career has encountered some twists and turns now, I estimate that with Ma Longfei by my side, it will definitely not be a problem to return to the way things were before, and I will even achieve even greater success. When we arrived at the Qinglong Building, it was already evening, but the lights in the general manager's office on the top floor of the building were still brightly lit. Xu Yingxue and Xiao Chen were still unsure, so Ma Longfei patted Xu Yingxue on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. I guess my father would have called by now. Yang Xiaoqian should have been making tea and waiting for us. Don't worry." Only then did Xu Yingxue feel relieved. "Longfei, this time it's really thanks to you, otherwise I really don't know what to do with something like today," Xu Yingxue said with a sigh. Xiao Chen next to him also began to flatter and said, "Boss Xu, what are you afraid of with Master Ma here?" "Who is Mr. Ma?" "He is the eldest son of the Ma group. In Yangjiang, who doesn't know Mr. Ma from the Ma group? For such a small matter in our company, Mr. Ma came out personally. What is the Qinglong Gang? Everyone should give him face. Don't worry. Compared to that useless bastard Han Feng, Mr. Ma is countless times better than him." Xiao Chen is now trying his best to please Ma Longfei, because he knows that this is the future heir of the Ma group. If he pleases him, he will have a future prospect. Xu Yingxue glared at her secretary. Since the incident had already passed, she didn't want to mention Han Feng's name again, and she didn't want him to be compared with Han Feng. "Okay, let's go in." Ma Longfei opened the door and Xu Yingxue walked in directly. Oh, although she was mentally prepared, the scene that came into her eyes still surprised her. After Ma Longfei and Xiao Chen entered, there was a bang and a member of the Qinglong Gang closed the door, which scared the three of them. After taking a closer look at the general manager's office, the three of them were stunned. It was completely different from everyone's impression of an office. Maybe this is unique to the Qinglong Gang. It was very big. On one side, there were a few brothers from the Qinglong Gang playing billiard, and on the other side, there were two mahjong tables with a bunch of people playing mahjong. On a huge sofa, 3 or 4 heavily made-up women wearing sexy clothes were lying on it. At this time, Yang Xiaoqian, the leader of the Qinglong Gang, was sitting in the middle of the sofa, drinking with the women. "Is this still an office? It's simply an entertainment room, okay?" Xu Yingxue frowned slightly, but she couldn't comment on these things. After all, she was here to solve the company's problems. At this time, the younger brothers of the Qinglong Gang brought the 3 people to Yang Xiaoqian. "Boss, this chick is Xu Yingxue from Yingxue Group," the younger brother next to him said with a smile. "Oh." After Yang Xiaoqian looked over, his eyes widened. Compared with the mediocre girls next to him, Xu Yingxue in front of him was simply a fairy from heaven who had descended to earth. So beautiful. Just right, he. As he spoke, his saliva was flowing out, and he pushed the woman next to him aside with one hand. "Mr. Xu, right. Come here and sit next to me." Yang Xiaoqian did not shy away from it, nor did he need to hide it, and a lustful expression immediately appeared. At this time, Xu Yingxue immediately looked a little panicked. She was a strong woman, but she had never seen such a thing before. Xiao Chen was also a little scared and hurriedly stepped back. After all, she was also a woman. However, the men in the office had been looking at the two of them ever since she and Mr. Xu came in. Ma Longfei saw that things were not going well, so he hurried forward to speak. Hello, Boss Yang. I'm the son of Ma Qianqi, the president of the Ma Group. My name is Ma Longfei. My father called you before coming here. What Ma Qi, Ma Qi? Yang Xiaoqian's face changed immediately and he seemed a little angry. Did I ask you to speak? Get out of here right now. Oh. Ma Longfei was immediately dumbfounded. He didn't expect that after reporting his father's address, he would still be scolded. Was it because his father was busy and forgot to call? Just when he was about to say something, two younger brothers from the Qinglong gang came over, slapped Ma Longfei twice, and pushed him aside. How can this be possible? Stop. Xu Yingxue was really angry at this time. Although she was a little scared in her heart, Xu Yingxue didn't believe that this group of people were really lawless. Boss Yan, we are here to discuss something with you today. As the boss of the Qinglong gang, you are also a well-known figure. This doesn't seem like the Qinglong gang's way of entertaining guests, does it? Seeing Xu Yingxue's angry expression, Yang Xiaoqian seemed even more excited. Oh he, this little beauty has a pretty powerful mouth. Har, I like it. At this time, Brother Bao and Master Feng pushed their mahjong aside and walked over with a smile. Boss, don't tell me, this girl is really good, otherwise, I would have kept her and made her your wife. Master Feng said this with great certainty. I think it's okay. At this time, Brother Bao was also busy talking with a smile. Our Qinglong gang is so big, and the gang leader's wife is a matter of face. It's not okay to be too bad. At this time, all the brothers of the Qinglong gang in the office began to gather around, with evil smiles on their faces, pointing and talking as if they were reading a picture book. Xu Yingxue really couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily. Boss Yan, I'm here to talk to you about the cargo at the dock today. You'd better respect me a little. Just tell me what our company must do in order for you to agree to return the goods to us. Hey, the goods. Yang Xiaoqian seemed to have remembered it at this time, and said with a smile. So it's you who wants your goods. Har, that's easy. You heard my brother's proposal just now. As long as you agree to consummate your marriage with me tonight, the goods will be easy to discuss. Not only that, from now on, all of your Yingxue group's goods will be escorted by our Qinglong gang, and we don't need to charge any escort fees. What do you think? Boss Yan, please respect yourself. Xu Yingxue was about to swear, but for the sake of her goods, she held back. At this time, Ma Longfei felt that the situation was not good. He was busy covering his face and came over to smooth things over. He said, Boss Yan, har, please stop joking like that. Boss Xu and I came to your house today to discuss business matters with you. If we have anything to discuss, let's sit down and discuss. Par. Before Ma Longfei could finish his words, Brother Bao came up and slapped him again, knocking Ma Longfei to the ground. Damn, you're getting in the way. Don't you know that our gang leader is discussing serious matters today? If you dare to talk too much again, I will cut off your tongue. Ma Longfei was dumbfounded. He lay on the ground and dared not say a word. He was very scared. He knew that in Yangjiang, ordinary group bosses did not take the local tyrants like the Qinglong gang seriously and could not afford to offend them, otherwise he would be hacked to death on the street at any time. Xiao Chen on the side was even more frightened. It was the first time he had seen such a scene in his life. Now he had only one thought: could he leave with his clothes intact? Xu Yingxue didn't know what to do at this time. Even Ma Longfei didn't give a shit. It seemed that the Qinglong gang was really not easy to mess with. Forget it, at worst the company would just give up the goods. It was impossible to negotiate with this bunch of social people. Thinking of this, Xu Yingxue said calmly. Boss Yan, today's business ends here. Our company doesn't want the goods at the dock anymore. This is our honor to your Qinglong gang. I have something else to do at my company. Bye. As he said this, he was about to go out. Who knew that at this time the younger brothers of the Qinglong gang suddenly blocked the door, staring at Xu Yingxue with lustful eyes, which made Xu Yingxue feel creepy. Chapter 26, the end of the gang leader. Yang Xiaoqian's eyebrows were almost bent with laughter. Today's Xu Yingxue was really to his liking. If he had her with him on normal days, it would be such an honor. Har 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 har. My little beauty, now that you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. He stood up and walked up to Xu Yingxue, smiling lewdly. My little beauty, you heard it just now. Our Qinglong gang is in need of a gang leader's wife. Now my brothers unanimously think you are the most suitable. Har 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 har, don't be disrespectful. As he said that, he came up and pulled. At this time, Xu Yingxue was shocked. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she stretched out her hand and slapped him. Shame on you. With a bang. Sound, Yang Xiaoqian was stunned and his eyes immediately widened. How? He is the leader of the Qinglong gang. Everyone who sees him along the river has to be polite to him, and no one has ever dared to hit him. The younger brothers of the Qinglong gang were also shocked at this time. Their leader was beaten. This was really outrageous. Damn it, you dare to hit our leader? I think you don't want to live anymore. Boss, let's chop her hands off and avenge you. Yes, boss, do you want us to scratch his face for you to vent your anger? Strip her clothes off, rape her and then kill her. Xu Yingxue had never seen such a scene before, and she was already feeling scared. After all, the person being beaten this time was the leader of the Qinglong gang. He was busy looking at Ma Longfei tremblingly, but ended up curling up on the ground and didn't dare to get up. Xiao Chen was so scared that tears came out. Damn it, you dare to hit me. At this time, Yang Xiaoqian's face looked very ugly. He stepped forward and slapped Xu Yingxue, causing her to stagger. But before Xu Yingxue could react, Yang Xiaoqian grabbed Xu Yingxue's hair and threw her directly onto the sofa. Shame on you. Bitch, today I'm going to show you how we in the Qinglong gang do things. After saying that, he took off his shirt and prepared to force himself on her. The younger brothers next to him shouted excitedly. The leader is mighty. Oh, boss, you have to take it easy. Har 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 har. Xu Yingxue was now very frightened and was busy shouting for help. Help, Longfei, save me. Longfei, Longfei. But now Ma Longfei retreated even more, as if he hadn't heard it at all. At this time, Xiao Chen was even more miserable. At this moment, he was dragged aside by several younger brothers. Yang Xiaoqian was already impatient and stretched out his hand to tear it apart. No, don't do this. Let me go. The more Xu Yingxue shouted, the more excited Yang Xiaoqian became. My little beauty, just be obedient. I will be gentle. Bang. At this moment, there was a loud noise and the office door was violently kicked open. The people from the Qinglong gang were all stunned. They were watching the show with great interest and didn't expect someone to come in without saying hello. Damn, this is the Qinglong gang. Do you think it's an inn where anyone can come in and out as they please? Who? Everyone was busy looking towards the door, and saw a handsome but ordinary dressed man walking in. Oh my god, it's you, kid. Brother Bao was the first to recognize it and started shouting. At this time, Master Feng also recognized him and his heart skipped a beat. This boy is so brave that he actually dared to come to the Qinglong gang alone. He must have some backbone. Is he here to apologize? At this time, Yang Xiaoqian's eyes almost popped out. He was in high spirits and luckily he was not scared sick by Han Feng. Who is this kid? Han Feng. Xu Yingxue would never have dreamed that Han Feng would come at this time. Han Feng, save me, Han Feng, save me quickly. Xu Yingxue didn't care whether the two were divorced or not. At this moment, she couldn't think too much and just wanted to escape from his clutches as soon as possible. As soon as Han Feng entered the room, he saw a fat guy bullying Xu Yingxue. Although the two were divorced, he still felt an inexplicable jealousy. In his subconscious, Xu Yingxue was still his wife. Especially when Xu Yingxue called out his name for help, Han Feng was completely furious. He pointed at Yang Xiaoqian and said viciously, Fatty, I think you want to die. As he spoke, he flashed to the sofa, grabbed Yang Xiaoqian's hair and threw him out. R. With a bang, Yang Xiaoqian was thrown directly onto the billiard table and rolled down. Boss, boss. At this time, the younger brothers of the Qinglong gang were all dumbfounded. This was the second time their gang leader had been beaten. What was going on? Master Feng, Brother Bao and others were busy stepping forward to help, while the remaining brothers also picked up their weapons and smashed down on Han Feng's head. First it was Mr. Mu, and now it was Xu Yingxue. Facing this bunch of bastards, Han Feng was really furious. He swung his fists and feet, and in a moment, more than a dozen of his brothers were knocked down. At this time, Xu Yingxue had already hurriedly fled from the sofa, and Xiao Chen and Ma Longfei also hurried over. Han Feng, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, this is the Qinglong gang. How dare you hit the leader of the Qinglong gang? I think you are courting death. Ma Longfei seemed very angry and said at this time. Xiao Chen was also busy putting on his clothes at this time, and said loudly. I'm telling you, Han Feng, now is not the time for you to be a hero. You should quickly apologize to the leader of the Qinglong gang. If the leader blames you, don't implicate us. Xu Yingxue didn't know what to say for a moment. Han Feng was indeed a little too excited. Who was the leader of the Qinglong gang? How could he beat him? Could they discuss it? Han Feng was completely speechless. If he hadn't saved them just now, who knows what their current situation would be. I didn't say anything, it was totally unreasonable. I pointed my hand towards the door and shouted. Roll. I will take care of my own affairs. I don't need you to talk nonsense here. Han Feng, you. Xu Yingxue wanted to scold him, but suddenly realized that she had already divorced him and his affairs had nothing to do with her anymore. Han Feng, don't be ungrateful. Boss Yan, this guy's name is Han Feng. We don't know him. What happened just now has nothing to do with us. You guys keep busy, we're leaving. I'll treat you to tea some other day. After saying that, he took Xu Yingxue, Xiao Chen and the other two away quickly. Han Feng, stop right there. You came to my Qinglong gang and beat someone up. Do you think you can still leave? Yang Xiaoqian said angrily. Well. But as soon as he finished speaking, he found that he was wrong. It turned out that Han Feng walked to the door and closed the office door directly. Not only that, he also locked the door. Joke. You guys from the Qinglong gang smashed my pharmacy and injured my people. Do you think I can let you off so easily? At this moment, everyone in the Qinglong gang was dumbfounded. This was the first time anyone dared to speak like this in the Qinglong gang since its establishment. And I'm alone. Han Feng, you'd better not mess around. I'm telling you, this is the Qinglong gang, not a place for you to run wild. Master Feng was the first to stand up and shouted loudly. He also showed his readiness, ready to fight with Han Feng. Get lost. Par. Han Feng slapped him, and before Master Feng could react, he was slapped away. With a loud bang, a mahjong table was smashed. The remaining few Qinglong gang members rushed up at once. Ouch, The result was that they were both knocked down after just one encounter. Yang Xiaoqian originally wanted to ask his younger brothers to beat Han Feng to death, but the moment he just stood up, all his younger brothers were knocked down. Only one person was scared and huddled behind the sofa. Looking carefully, it turned out to be Baozi. Baozi, what are you doing? Come on, hurry up. Baozi, Before Yang Xiaoqian could finish his words, he felt a pair of strong hands coming up and grabbing his neck without any explanation. Oh, you are trying to kill yourself. I am the leader of the Qinglong gang. You, let go. Let me tell you, we in the Qinglong gang have thousands of brothers, and we will not let this go. I will ask my brothers to hunt you down everywhere, and I will not let any of your family and friends go. After saying this, Yang Xiaoqian smiled contemptuously. Well, are you scared? Let me go immediately, then lie on the ground and apologize to me. Leave me one arm, and I might consider letting you go. Oh? Han Feng sneered. Yeah, it's really scary. But I heard that there is a saying among you gang members that if you kill the boss, you can become the boss yourself. Since you are going to kill me, can I still wait for you to kill me? I think your position as gang leader has reached its limit, and it's time to change people. What? Yang Xiaoqian was stunned for a moment. Don't you, Han Feng just exerted a little force with his hands, and Yang Xiaoqian's neck was broken. Gang leader, Han Feng, you actually dared to kill the leader of the Qinglong gang. At this time, Brother Bao was so scared that his lips trembled as he spoke. At this time, Master Feng got up from the ground in a daze. He was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. Which plague god did the Qinglong gang offend? He actually killed the gang leader. Chapter 27. From now on I will be the gang leader. Han Feng casually threw Yang Xiaoqian's body aside and said indifferently, "This kind of scum should have died long ago." At this time, he looked at Brother Bao and Master Feng and said, "I heard that your Qinglong gang has several thousand people. Pass the order to me. From now on, I will be the leader of the Qinglong gang. Does any one of you have any objections?" After saying that, he looked around at the Qinglong gang's brothers lying on the ground. As a result, no one dared to stand up and speak. Everyone is not a fool. If they dare to kill the gang leader, what else can they not dare to do? Alright, at this time tomorrow, I will officially take over as the leader of your Qinglong gang. If anyone is dissatisfied or wants to avenge gang leader Yang, feel free to come find me. After saying that, he left the Qinglong gang with a smile, very coolly, and as a result, no one dared to stop him. Han Feng. When Han Feng walked out of the headquarters of the Qinglong gang, Xu Yingshue's car drove over secretly. Seeing that no one came out of Qinglong building to chase him, Xu Yingxue hurriedly opened the car door and walked out and said, "Han Feng, you are really too impulsive today. Do you know that this is the headquarters of the Qinglong gang? A single word from gang leader Yang can make Yanjiang tremble. How can you be so ignorant as to hit him?" Han Feng was still very surprised. He thought Xu Yingxue must have escaped long ago, but he didn't expect that she was still waiting for him here. However, Han Feng was not grateful for what he had said here. What happened to the leader of the Qinglong gang? He is the only one allowed to hit others, but it is not allowed for others to hit him. It's not a pity for a person like him to die. How did you become so unreasonable?" Xu Yingxue said with a look of disappointment. At this time, Ma Longfei, who was sitting in the car, chuckled and said, "Yingxue, just don't bother with this kind of trash. He offended the Qinglong gang, that's his business, just watch. The Qinglong gang are people who will take revenge, and he actually dared to hit the leader of the Qinglong gang. That would be a direct slap in the face of the Qinglong gang. It won't be long before he doesn't even know how he died." At this time, Xiao Chen was sitting in the front of the car, glancing at Han Feng. "Boss Xu, let's not bother with him. He has offended the Qinglong gang this time, and even gods can't save him. Let's leave quickly, lest we be seen by the Qinglong gang, which would implicate us." Han Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Secretary Chen is right. You should run quickly. Otherwise, if the Qinglong gang members chase you, you will be in trouble. I don't want to waste time talking to these three people. I am incompetent and I thought everyone in the world is the same as them." Han Feng's words scared the three people. They were all very scared. Han Feng, this brainless guy, beat up the leader of the Qinglong gang, and he would not let this go. Ma Longfei said timidly, "Yingxue, let's go first." Xiao Chen also said very scaredly, "Boss Xu, don't bother with this useless bastard. Let's just leave. We really can't afford to offend the Qinglong gang." Xu Yingxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Han Feng, hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you back." Han Feng was stunned for a moment and felt a little touched. But Ma Longfei said with a cold face, "Yingxue, the car is full." "Yes, Mr. Xu, our car can only seat 4 people. There is really no place to sit. Let him find a way to leave on his own." Xu Yingxue was also speechless. Including her driver, there were exactly 4 people in the car. If Han Feng also got in, it would indeed be a bit crowded. However, Han Feng smiled slightly and said, "No, I came here by car." After saying that, he took out the car key from his trouser pocket and pressed a button. Then, on the road next to him, the headlights of a beautiful sports car suddenly flashed, which immediately attracted the attention of Xu Yingxue and others. "No." When Han Feng drove away in the sports car, Xiao Chen and Ma Longfei were both dumbfounded. They had just been looking at this beautiful sports car and sighing, but they didn't expect that it was Han Feng, a loser, who drove it. Alas, there is nothing I can do. I didn't expect that after Han Feng got divorced, he hooked up with the eldest daughter of the Su family. His net worth has doubled and he even drives a sports car now. Xu Yingxue also frowned. She really didn't expect that after Han Feng divorced her, he actually drove a sports car. She remembered that he never cared about these things before. How come he changed after the divorce? When Han Feng returned to the pharmacy, he saw Su Yuhong was also here, sitting alone on the sofa next to him, boredly looking at her phone. Mu Lao was still busy, because just now Li Dizong had sent someone to deliver the herbs Han Feng needed. Mr. Mu never had to worry about anything happening to Han Feng. As long as others were not bullied by him, it was good enough. He didn't know how much trouble he had caused when he was a child, and he had to clean up all the troubles himself. "What are you doing here?" Han Feng asked. "Of course I miss you," Su Yuhong said with a smile. "You are such a jerk. If someone doesn't come to see you, you don't even bother to call them. Oh, by the way, what did you do when you went out? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today, I'll invite you out for a drink." Han Feng was not in a good mood at the moment, partly because of Shuing Shue, so he was thinking of drinking to drown his sorrows. "Okay. Mr. Mu, we're going out first." Old Mu smiled slightly and ignored him. The young master had grown up and there was no need for him to care too much. After all, he was just a servant of the Han family. The car stopped at the most luxurious karaoke bar in Yanjiang City. There were many luxurious cars parked in front of the karaoke bar, and people coming in and out were all from the upper class. Han Feng usually doesn't come to places like this because he seems out of place here, and this is not a place to drink, right? Su Yuhong, however, looked very familiar with the place. She took Han Feng's arm and went straight to a private room on the 3rd floor. The private room was very large, and there were already 5 or 6 people gathered inside. Seeing Su Yuhong walk in with Han Feng's arm around her, everyone had an incredible look on their faces. Han Feng frowned. They all looked like kids from wealthy families. He thought they would just go somewhere to have a drink, but he didn't expect Su Yuhong to bring him to such a place. "Let me introduce to you all, this is my boyfriend, Han Feng." Su Yuhong did not shy away from it. She took Han Feng's hand, leaned against Han Feng gently and said. At this time, Su Yuhong's friends were dumbfounded. There had been rumors circulating these days that Su Yuhong had a boyfriend, but no one believed it. Now it seems to be true. But, this looks too ordinary, doesn't it? Almost everyone couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? Who is Su Yuhong? She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. She was also a person with high standards. How could she fall for such an insignificant guy? Is she blind? The female girlfriends in the private room were very happy. They didn't expect that Su Yuhong would find such an ordinary guy. Finally, they were free of pressure and had one less competitor. But all the boyfriends at the scene instantly cast unfriendly looks at Han Feng. They didn't expect that the goddess that everyone had been chasing for so many years would be snatched away by such a guy today. They were really unwilling to accept it. I really had the urge to strangle Han Feng to death, but in this kind of situation, I had to save face. At this time, Li Jianhua winked at Cai Xiaoqiu, then smiled and said, "Hey, Yu Hong, you all have a boyfriend. Isn't that unexpected? Come, take a seat, and introduce yourself to us quickly. It's obvious that your boyfriend is not an ordinary person." At this time, Cai Xiaoqiu immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Yes, Yu Hong, Han Feng, come and sit over here. We heard you had a boyfriend these past few days, but we didn't believe it. Now, we actually see him in person today. Han Feng, which company are you the boss of?" After saying that, he made room for Han Feng. Han Feng didn't hesitate and sat down directly. "I'm sorry, I'm a doctor in a pharmacy, not a big boss." Su Yuhong did not shy away from it and said directly, "Han Feng is a doctor, he's really good at treating illnesses. If any of you are sick, you can ask Han Feng to take a look at you. But I have to tell you something, if you mention my name, Han Feng can give you a discount." After saying that, he glanced at Han Feng with a smile. Han Feng's expression was very calm. He knew very well in his heart that none of these people were used to going to the pharmacy to see a doctor. At least they had to be expert doctors in a large hospital, otherwise they would not be trusted. "So you're a doctor?" At this time, everyone in the private room looked down on him. 2 beauties among them whispered, "Su Yuhong is such a jerk. She actually found such a boyfriend. Is there something wrong with her brain? Isn't she ashamed? That's right. I always thought she had very high standards, but she chose a doctor like this. He's really rubbish." Looking at the expressions of several people, Su Yuhong had already guessed what they were talking about, but she didn't care, because she knew how outstanding Han Feng was, and there was no need to explain anything to everyone one by one. Li Jianhua smiled contemptuously. Hey, Han Feng is a doctor. Har har, I really didn't see that. I don't know, Han Feng, which medical university did you graduate from? Have you ever studied abroad? In fact, in the minds of these rich second generations, no matter how high a person's academic qualifications are, he is just working for others and has no future.